Boy, so how about that weather slash sports slash the president? That's what I said. Yeah. Bitches love that small talk shit. Here you'll have to add yourself. Or well, no, there we go. See if you can get your audio working. I don't hear you, brother. So how are you guys gonna play video games and shit? Huh? How are you guys gonna video games and shit?
What do you mean?
How are you guys gonna videos and shit? Video games and shit.
I didn't start playing video games tonight.
Well, I mean, no, you didn't. But like, how are you going to if you decide that it's video game time?
Eventually, you'll have a TV. When I get a TV, probably tomorrow when I go to Walmart to get stencils.
Okay, got the
Time,
audio.
There you go. Now I can hear you, brother.
My Xbox in here.
Yeah,
in my bedroom.
not like a phone call. I'm gonna be holding the fucking thing up like
Oh,
this
yeah.
for a live stream.
Right.
Okay, I'm in business.
Okay. Yeah. We're oh shit! It's already live. That's crazy. It's been live for a minute and a half.
Okay, Douglas Fox. All right, Tennessee Volunteers reporting for duty.
There we go. There we go. Yeah, man. Earlier when I hopped on here on accident, man, there was a bunch of people in here like shit. Quick, dude. I should have known right then it wasn't my channel.
How many do you have in there? I still didn't get to watch that real well.
I think there was like it was only like 5 or 7 or something at the most at one time. That's assuming that YouTube gives us any kind of actual accurate numbers ever. I'm
sick of that shit. You had a good nap, Douglas? All right. Glad to hear it.
Are you familiar with the dead internet theory?
No. What is that?
Well, it's not so much a theory, actually. I'm like 70, 80, maybe even 90% of the internet is a bunch of dead HTML that haven't been secured, like off of GoDaddy or whatever. And so, and I don't know if you remember when Hillary was running, but that whole correct the record shit was going on. You know what I'm saying? And so, a lot of that was bots. But I mean, it's safe to assume that like if people are talking to you on Reddit or Facebook and you don't know them, man, I always just assume that it's either a fucking glowy or a bot. You know what I mean? Like an AI or something. Who knows? But I just don't. I don't buy it for shit. You know?
Oh, you mean like these hordes of women that are hitting me up on Facebook?
Yeah, sure. Yeah. And I mean, don't get me wrong. Like I see that ad all the time on 4chan that there's hot single milfs in my area, but I don't believe it, man. I've been around my area and there are just no hot single milfs. You know.
Well, let me tell you, when they say that there's 8 of them ready to go within a mile and a half of me, I know that's.
Yeah, they better be ready to go, bro, because I'm wearing my running shoes and I'm stronger than them. So, daddy gonna get it. You know what I mean? No, I'm teasing. I absolutely abhor females, but in the most hetero way possible.
You can't knock the oldest profession, you know.
Plumbers?
Something like that. Not smart enough to be an AI. Well, you could have fooled us, Douglas. You could have fooled us. Man. Yeah, so I don't know what all those problems were. Something in the permissions, I switched back. That's 3 weeks down though, since I've been on a stream now.
Right. No, I don't know the way you interact, man. I'm gonna have to push X to doubt on that one, brother. I imagine you probably are plenty intelligent, man, or smart, whichever adjective you want to throw in there.
Man, that state trooper video, Bleak.
Yeah,
it was up to 1,600 views in 48 hours.
Yeah, something must have happened. See, that's what I was talking about. Organic is when something manifests that kind of attention without you having to pay for it. You know, like the Facebook ads or boosting posts and stuff like that. Organic It's like nobody ever really watches one of my videos and subs the channel, and I can tell by the analytics because I'll put out shorts all the time that'll get thousands of views and I won't get any subs. So that what probably happens, I would assume, is that they think the short's funny or whatever. They go click on the fucking the profile, go looking through the videos, and they're like, "Wow, psychosis, huh?" And then they just leave it.
Yeah, but to me too. You mean to tell me I got 300 something, 400 something watch hours on a video and no new subscribers and 3 comments? Come on.
Yeah, see, I don't buy any of that shit, man. Back when the podcast channel was still up and I actually had a platform with subs, I would get, I'd do a live stream overnight, like from fucking 10 o'clock Central to maybe 2 or 3 in the morning, and I'd get up for work at 5:30, and there'd be maybe a couple hundred views, but several hundred hours worth of views. It was the weirdest thing. Like, people were double or triple watching these streams, and I'm sure that's not the fucking case. You know what I mean? So
Well,
they just
a lot of people might have fell
the numbers
asleep.
never jive.
Maybe you do it late at night. You have the advantage of people might doze off while it's on, and then they're in it for the long haul. Then.
Yeah, but that goes into the dead internet theory. That's kind of what I was getting at. Is that if this is indeed like a quantum SWS sentient world simulation, like running through D-Wave or something, it would make sense that it's going to show you failure. It's going to tell you that nobody's watching, and if they are watching, they certainly aren't digging it enough to bother the daunting task of thumbs up or a share or something like that. Barkley, get over here. Fucking, what essentially I think is happening is that, it kind of, it's just like the Matrix. Like, the closer you get to the end of this shit, the more it starts fighting. My channel is called Bleak Narratives, like sad stories. It's I used to do esoteric and occult stuff, and then that turned into a project that I was calling Man Apart, where I was basically working on man and his inability to sit quietly in a room, whether by himself or with 100 people, and process, absorb what's going on around him, process, and then respond correctly. That's the root of all of our fucking problems here. You know what I mean? Like, we like to kid ourselves and bullshit ourselves and tell ourselves that Eden wasn't an allegory, but I mean, it clearly was. You know what I mean? If it was real, it was some kind of fucking biochemical lab where they were working on, altering the genetics of monkeys. Or actually, I think it was apes and pigs and hippos. But where was I going with that?
Well, I could. One thing, Homer Simpson said it quite eloquently, I think, when he said, "Alcohol is the cause of and a solution to all of life's problems."
Right. Yeah. Well, see, all we really are is the story that people tell when we leave the room. And so, like, a man's going to die twice. You know what I mean? He's going to die when he dies, and he's going to die again the last time anybody ever really cares to fucking mention his punk ass name. You know what I mean? And so you've got to kind of make sure that, like, you ain't leaving a fart smell in the room when you walk out. You know what I'm saying? So it's really all about the way we respond to shit. Like, a better man will raise a better son will be a better friend and a better student, better employee, and he'll grow to be a better partner and a better boss, a better husband. Better than what he would be. Better than, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the point is to move to higher self. You know what I mean? Like, I think that's kind of what we're all shooting for. Like, hopefully, Chris, I'm gonna borrow your lighter. In my mind, it's a matter of being able to transcend the bullshit. To be like, where is the fucking chase, and how the fuck do I cut to it? You know what I mean? It's kind of where I'm at with the legal stuff. Like, I'm just I don't want to go in there and bang with the judge. I want to go in there and fucking have my remedy. So,
well, people always they say, oh, it's so selfish of you to just not comply, with all these
right.
But
rules that don't fucking apply to you.
If I'm not seeking to be the the best that I can be, then you know, I couldn't do anything for others. You know, I'm supposed to hold myself back to you know, to cooperate, and I don't know. If you catch what I'm
No,
saying.
no, I get it. I get it. Well, it's just all these people. They have a mouthful of boot, and when they don't have a mouthful of boot, they still taste boot, and so they're standing there saying, "Well, why the fuck doesn't Mike? Why ain't Chris got boot in his mouth? Why is Chris over there with no boot in his mouth? What's Chris over here talking about? He don't know what boot tastes like for. You know what I mean? What's that all about? What's that all about? If you're Canadian, you know, ha. But anyways, so you know, these people they'll beg and they'll plead and they'll fight for their fucking chains as long as they fit weakly or loosely around their weak little fucking wrists. You know, these dudes are bitches. They want to exist in some kind of fucking world where there's a totalitarian government fucking chomping at the bit and fucking breathing down their neck and, you know, kidnapping their kids to rape and eat or whatever it is that they do.
We got Anarchy Television in the house. All right, what's up, Wingnut?
Yeah, you got some great. I can tell by the monikers that these people your subs have picked that you've got some really intelligent people. You know what I mean? They're
You don't know
hearts
Anarchy
and minds are in
Television?
the right place.
Yeah, you should definitely check him out. That was the second live stream I ever did. The first one was with Deprogrammed Enlightener. That one had to
Right?
get
No shit.
that one had to get erased because I gave too many PBR advertisements. I guess I didn't know that was a taboo.
Yeah, yeah, you got to kind of watch that shit. YouTube and their little bot and the tranny that runs it. Susan, I guess we'll call him that. Susan, he doesn't like the free advertisement. They want paid. You know, he's got hormones to buy.
Society, that's interesting. I'm gonna have to think about that, Douglas. Society is just like a chain, only as strong as the weakest link.
Absolutely. We've long past reached our breaking strain. Everything gets a test for tensile strength before it's you know, mass produced and put out on the market for sale in commerce. And you know, I think it's time for the tensile test here. I think it's time to test our peers, see what they're fucking made of. You know what I mean? Like I grew up the little dude.
I'm just contemplating. I don't think I see society as like linear, you know, and under a load in that
That's a good point. That's a good point.
Yeah, but
well, we're definitely under a load.
If you look at what they're like nothing, because every fucking week in this fucking is weak as fuck, you know, every fucking.
If you look at what they're doing to us, though, I mean, they're attacking us from every angle. They poison our foods, they poison our water, they poison the air that we breathe, the clothes that we wear. We're not supposed to wear polyfibers. This shit's bad for us. They bombard us with EMFs all day long, hertz frequencies, microwaves, you know, scalar waves, HARP technology, all this shit. We're clearly very powerful, but then you take it a little bit further. They've attacked our food supply. They've attacked our jobs and our income, our finances. They're going for our homes. BlackRock has bought up all the fucking rental properties in fucking the United States, BlackRock in China.
You know what? If society,
last thing they're going to come for is our bullets.
If society's like a chain of weak links, it could be like you know, like a plastic chain, you know, but if you loop it around 10 times, you know, you could tow a car with it.
Well, not everything's got to be Mr. T's chain. You know, a plastic chain can look good as long as you don't get up close. Don't let nobody touch it. You know, it's form over function. You know what I'm saying? That's the reality that we live in. And I mean, we don't have any say in that. You know what I mean? Price of Everest or whatever. You know.
Anarchy Television says it's time for everyone to awaken from the slumber in the matrix and embrace true freedom of true anarchy worldwide and declare independence from government.
I would love to see that happen, but the problem is the people that are awake are what we have. We'll be lucky if a bunch of them don't jump ship before the shit's over, just because it starts getting rough. But there are no more backups. There are no reserves coming.
Well, you know, they have the right. You know, the government's power is derived through the consent of the governed. You know, so they have the right to choose to be governed,
That's
and I
what-
have the right to choose
that's
not
what-
to be.
that's-
What the
that's
fuck
what-
benefits and
that's what-
privileges am I receiving? A water that comes down a pipe? Don't I have an equal right to that water as a fucking bureaucrat? Doesn't everyone, share the water?
that's kind of-
Isn't that unethical?
I
It is
think
to fucking dam off water from the, a river flows down to villages down below, and what? I'm just gonna cut off like they did with the Hoover Dam. I don't
These
think
people ain't
that's-
worried about. They're not worried about ethics, man. You're talking about a bunch of people that have to be bonded and insured just to step out of their fucking house in the morning because they aim to ruin people's lives and do fraud, embezzlement, and securities fraud all day long. Identity theft.
Yeah, they do. They're pretty good at hiding that, from having to bear that the burden of the commercial liability that they create.
Anarchy TV fucking nailed it right there. No one is coming to save you. You are the hero of this story. You are the main character, whether you like it or not. If you've been living like a side character, if you're one of them people that can't have an internal monologue or whatever, nice knowing you. You know what I mean? There's something currently with us here in this reality that is preying upon those things and taking them out, taking the pawns off the board. You know what I mean? Nobody gets the other side. They can't get their queen back.
I was behind the times on the comments here, but man, we got a good crowd in here tonight. We got Art is killing us softly's in the house, Chris Earhart, Anarchy Television, Douglas, and everyone's dropping some good comments too.
Well, they must have heard about the cocaine.
The strongest should support the weaker, and instead of the strongest stomping out the weaker to unjustly enrich themselves.
That was the plan initially, I think, with this place. I think that it was. I think that, like much of the world, we should be where we still take care of our elderly instead of stick them in fucking,
they should. Yeah, that's the strongest should support the weaker until there's not enough to go around.
Well, we don't live in an honorable society. We live in a fucking cash me outside, fucking, talk to the hand, yo mama society. They turned everything into a cognitive dissonance. Essentially, it's like they've replaced discourse and debate with sophistry and specious reasoning.
Arab's killing us softly. What's going on, bro? Chris Earhart. Good evening. Good evening, gentlemen.
Chris, how we doing, sir?
I use that term kind of.
Chris, you're not hanging out with these people over here, are you? You need to keep in better company, sir. You're a pure blood. You ain't one of these half breeds. No, I'm just teasing. Cheers.
Chris Earhart, he's welcome here. He's welcome here, Blake.
But back to what I was saying about society and the external saviors. That is a trick. That's like the whole Messiah thing. That is Rome, the beast, fucking with you. There is nobody coming to save you. There's no QAnon and a bunch of fat 43-year-old neckbeards that live in their mother's basements are not coming to fucking save you. There is no. Donald Trump is bought and paid for just like the rest of them. It's controlled opposition if I've ever fucking seen it. Revelation in the entire New Testament is it's a controlled push. What easier way to be like, oh, predictive programming, and these motherfuckers know everything that's going to happen. They must have some occult knowledge. No, dude, they just, they own the printing presses and the ink. And so they said that it was going to be this, and now it's that. And you've got the most well-armed facet of America is the Christian male over the age of 30. You know what I'm saying? And so they've got every one of these dudes taking a fucking knee. They're like, oh no, man, it's cool. I'm just gonna fucking acquiesce to this shit. Jesus is coming to save us. We don't need to fight this. We don't want to get in the way of the will of our Lord.
My friend Richard,
it's not healthy.
Call that a hope and a promise.
Right.
And he didn't say that in a positive way either.
Right. And see, the basically what it boils down to, man, is if you want to get it, there's nothing standing in between you and that other than air and opportunity. You know what I'm saying? And if that's too much for you, then, enjoy the bottom rung. I guess a bunch of people like me are going to crawl over your corpse on our long, hard road to the middle.
Anarchy Television, they comment, you were just commenting on there, Bleak. No one's coming
Yeah.
to save us. We the people are the ones that we were waiting for.
Exactly, and that's what Edison or whoever meant when he said a republic. If you can keep it, if you can fucking keep it, you have to fight for your freedom. You have to know your rights. You have to know their rules. You have to. You have to. I didn't make the rules, and we can say, "Oh, shucks," all we want, but it don't change shit. You know.
There's also a theory that I don't know. I got to look into it further, but I don't necessarily know if I should be identifying myself as one of the people anymore.
Well, of course.
It may have an internal connotation of the fucking corporation. Once again, throw me in the class of person. Do I want to be one of the people, or am I a man? There's
well, it depends. It depends on how you stand. A lot of things that you say and do, you probably are standing alone because of your peers. You know what I'm saying? So in those cases, you're a man. You're one of the people when you're wearing the uniform. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So I'm not one of the people. Because one of the people would be one of the people who's consenting to be governed by these fucking clowns.
I don't know that that's it. I don't know that that's it. That's the republic. That's the republic. That's the self-governance. You know what I'm saying? In my mind, that's it. When we're a republic, then we have representatives instead of an electoral college. Our votes count and they matter instead of a bunch of shit that was pre-telephone, pre-wire, pre-internet. We don't need electoral college. Have you ever tried to find out who the fuck those people are? How they get there? Any of that shit? It's just like judges. People think judges are elected. If you think judges are elected, you're a damn fool. Like I think almost 2/3 of the entire country, like of all the states, select their judges through what's called merit selection. And boy, let me tell you, it is anything but meritorious. You know what I mean? It's a bunch of attorneys and fucking business owners and Freemasons, a bunch of cross dressers and fucking sex magic weirdos that fucking decide.
When it said "we the people" in order to establish a more perfect union, I don't think everyone was consulted on that. Every man and woman on the fucking land that was like, amongst their inner circle. We the people, and then when they had the 13th Amendment, they cheated the so-called blacks out of they were 3/5 of a man, so they weren't they weren't counted in when they said that all men are created equal. Well, yeah, except you're not a man. You're 3/5 of one, so you're not equal.
Right. Well, and I mean that's bullshit too. That whole equality was a move to fuck up equity. Just like when they said, "Oh, anti-bullying," they wanted to make a bunch of pussies. You take the predators out of the fucking loop, and have you ever heard of Rat Utopia? It was a fucking nightmare. Goddamn bitches eating their fucking young. A couple of stud motherfuckers running the whole game. Motherfuckers like starving themselves to death on purpose just to get the fuck out of the sim.
If the best chess players over the last few centuries just played some schlubs in coffee houses all the time, chess wouldn't have been forced to evolve in the way that it has.
Yeah. What is it called? The Magnificent 12, the Miraculous 12, something like that. I believe you're right. I know that a lot of things roll around 12. Look at the 12 jurors, 12 zodiacs, 12 months, 12 hours in a half of a day. That all of this shit is it's all numerology. It's all a bunch of fucking bullshit. But you don't think like when you say 5, you don't understand that you're conjuring something. You are invoking or evoking something. You say 5, you don't think, where did 5 come from? Did 5 want to be summoned here? Did 5 have to step over 4? Did 5 have to fight 4 to get here? What did 5 used to be 4? Did it have to be 4 to become 5? Does it want to be 6? Yeah. Well, 6 is afraid of 7 because 7 is a registered 6 offender. You know
7,
what I mean?
8, 9.
Yeah.
Let me get caught up on some of these comments. These guys are dropping some good ones in here tonight.
Right.
Anarchy Television. If we were to start now, it would take us about a generation or more to get back to the old ways. Yeah, well, yeah, through litigation, maybe. I think shit could change tomorrow if Well, I got a couple ideas. I don't know if I want to come out with them right now. Douglas Fox, exactly.
No, I mean, no, you should, and we shouldn't shy away from this shit, dude. They tell us that we can't talk about, you can't like condone or support violence or entice people to do this or that. Fuck that, dude. That's like your boss saying, we hired you at $10 an hour. Now don't tell nobody that you made that much coming out the gate. And we don't talk about our wages here, Mike. Now fuck that.
A real
Fuck that,
simple
dude.
way, you know.
The only person that benefits from that is the employer. We should talk about our wages. We should talk about our religion. We should talk about our political views. And if people don't like that shit, then fuck them, dude. You know what I mean? You're not treading upon their shit. They shouldn't fucking really have much to say about it. And if they do, then wow, they're that person. You know what I'm saying?
You
like
know
get
how
over there
shit
and watch
can change?
American Idol or whatever it is you do before you jack off and go to sleep. You know,
That's my business.
right?
You know how shit can change tomorrow? If everyone took their license
that?
plates off their cars who wasn't operating in commerce, that would change everything tomorrow.
Our government is a parasite. I literally believe that this is somewhere around Edge of Tomorrow, where it's like a live, die, repeat, or whatever the fuck that movie was called with Tom Cruise and you know, the tranny and the tranny, Emily Blunt or whatever her name was, that his name was. But anyways, there's some kind of the Hopi called it the Watika, like there's some kind of brain parasite. And I mean, you could call this egregores, you could call this the hippocampus, you could call this ego, you could call this macho bravado. It could be any number of things, but personally I think it's a parasite, just like the government. Our government, dude, if a quarter of us decided, fuck it, dude, we're not paying taxes tomorrow and we're not going to work, fuck you. Why do I got to work 40? We didn't have to do it 100 years ago. You know what I mean? Eat shit, dude. I'm not paying you the mortgage. The mortgage ain't due. It's not in arrears. I've got a 30-year note. I've been here 3 years. Fuck them. They're not due shit, dude. If I don't pay them for 90 days, then the insurance pays the shit off and triggers the fucking the payoff, the satisfaction accord, and then all of a sudden the only one with a claim is the fucking insurance, not the servicer, not the lender, none of that shit. You know what I mean? You are, besides, you're the surety for the principal debtor. You're not your birth certificate. You're not an all caps name. Everybody understands the straw man, but they don't understand, like all these people that want to use a 1099-A to get their fucking truck paid for, and but they want to also overthrow the government and burn the system to the ground at the same time. Like, dude, you can't access your SUEQ trust and fucking go scorched earth at the same time. You can't have your cake and fucking eat it too.
You know what, man? I'm not receiving any benefits and privileges. I don't know. It was a year ago, maybe. Me and Anarchy were talking about this. You know, I'll go out and live off the land in the fucking woods. I don't give a fuck, man. You know, just leave me alone. That's all I want. You know, but people, they're not. They don't want to wake up. You know, why are all motorcycle clubs running around with state permit on their motorcycles? You know, that, how about that? You know, if something happened, if that changed tomorrow, I think you'd start seeing some change. You know, when they don't have this death grip on people's travel. You know, you can't travel without being accosted by pirates. You know, because that's when you're at your most vulnerable. You know, why don't they send the bands of pirates door to door, you know, raping and pillaging? Because those pussies are afraid they'll get fucking shot. That's why, you know. So they accost you upon the roadways when you're vulnerable. You know, they overpower you, they take you by surprise. You know, they're planning to do that. They dressed for war that morning, you know. You're just trying to go get groceries. Go about your business, organize your life, you know.
Right, right. Well, that's where it starts. That's where it starts. It starts with you, and that's where that man apart shit was rooted. You know what I'm saying? That we all have our shadow. You know, like Jung says in the steps to self mastery and the 12 keys and everything. You start with your shadow and your shadow work. A lot of this is just beyond people. Like I was saying about the internal monologue, there is a significant portion of the population that can't even have a dialogue with themselves. You know, like if you and I are sitting there and we're looking at the sunset with a third person, and you're like, man, this really, it's breathtaking. I'm like, yeah, dude, it's captivating, isn't it? It reminds me of summers in Shreveport or whatever. And then the third person's like, faggots, you know, fucking queers.
Well,
there's
yeah,
a lot of people that are like that.
Reacting to anything they don't understand, instead of asking a question, what does captivate mean? You know, or, fucking faggots and your fancy ass fucking words, you know? Yeah, because that's how television told them
Right.
to act, you know?
Right.
The dumbass
Right,
fucking
exactly.
macho, you know, using them fancy words, I'll kick your fucking ass. Anarchy television, consumerism, and changed the Joneses. Is that like keeping up with the Joneses? I think it is.
Right. I don't know,
Jones.
but like
Our rep is killing us
I
off.
do a lot of cardio, so I do a lot of cardio, man. The Joneses are gonna have to keep up with me. Plus, this is Kansas, so all of us are on speed, even the ones that ain't doing speed. Like they spray it around in the air. You know, it's just you walk into a bathroom and it doesn't smell like potpourri when the thing goes off. You know,
Smells like dopery.
yeah, it's dopery. Exactly.
IRF is killing us softly. Says if you don't give your kid or even your dog water, you go to jail for failing to provide the necessities of life. But the government lets the water company shut off the water for not paying. You can fucking pay first, you know, not be able to clean yourself. How the fuck these you know these fiefdoms is what they are. You know, they're claiming control of the water and metering it out.
Right.
You know, and if they could do that with air, they would. Like that
Right,
movie Total Recall. Give them people air.
Well, and this is how I used to judge my conspiracy theories. When I was a young man, I would say to myself, "This is easy to sort out." Like you ask yourself, "Do rich people have to be subjected to this too?" So like, oh, this, you know, the shoe bomber, like blah 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 blah. Yeah, dude, it probably was fake. And yes, all of us have to fucking get in line and fucking, you know, go through these really intrusive fucking inspection shits just to get on a plane or whatever. But rich people have to do it too. So there wasn't like a nasty motive there. I really don't think.
No,
or
they don't.
chemtrails. Yeah, like the
No, they
chemtrails
don't.
exist, and we see them spraying. But like rich people have to breathe air too. The water shit. Yes, they put fluoride in our water and all this shit, but you know, rich people have to drink water and bathe too. You know.
We drink
If
smart water.
I wanted to fly to England, I just get in a private jet. You know, I could have an 8-ball in my pocket, a fucking, you know, sawed-off shotgun. Fucking,
you know, I get a couple. I think it's like a dozen more hours or whatever, and I can actually get wings instead of just a shitty cargo license. I could actually go up with people. You know, so I haven't really thought about trying to do that though, because I've got 2 hernias, and you have to be able to pass a physical to fly. So,
but you know, the right to travel. I don't know why. You know, it's not really that fringe of an idea. You know, some it's so well established. It's unbelievable.
Right.
You know, everywhere I look,
Right.
I find more and more things in support of it. But you know,
Yeah,
like
I mean,
everybody's like, yeah, I'm not gonna do that. You know, like you know, a prison break. You know, nobody wants to be the one guy who runs for the fence because they know damn
dude,
well.
I don't get that. Like I'm surrounded by a bunch of people that I'm like, hey, you don't have to pay that. Hey, you don't have to go to jail. And they're like, no, dude, I'm gonna keep going to jail. No, fuck that, dude. These guys took my kids. I'm gonna pay them some money. You know,
People
like,
get
no,
mad
it's
at
okay, dude. I'd rather make my car payment, dude. I don't want to learn about that stuff, Mike. Like, take a nap and eat a sandwich. That's
They
what I
hate
get all
it,
the time. Take a nap, eat a sandwich.
Yeah, people get mad at me for bringing up stuff like that. Oh, that's all you ever talk about, you know. And it's like you said, Bleak. What the fuck else is there to talk about? You know, we're
Nothing.
heading toward, you
There's
know,
nothing.
we're on the brink of something. You know, I desire to be free. In fact, I insist
Sparkle.
upon it. You know, and
Captain.
you know, especially
Yeah,
those,
like
those that have children. You know, they're
that's
the ones
that's
that
the
are
deal.
going
That's
to
the deal.
down world to their children. I don't have any children. You know.
There comes a time in everybody's life, at least once, where they have to decide: are we mice or are we men? And I mean, this is 100% going to be like relative to the traveler. You know what I'm saying? Like a fucking when I say are we mice or we men, I don't mean just me. I really do mean that the garbage in is garbage out, dude. You are what you surround yourself with. You know what I'm saying?
That's why I'm gay.
And familiarity breeds.
Anarchy. When you say the old ways, what time period? Can you throw out a number on that? What time period are you talking about? Because it seems like, you know,
Chris, I don't know if you're aware. I don't know if you're aware, brother, but you can click on those comments and it'll drop it on the screen or whatever.
Yeah. I'm trying to work down, get up. I don't know how far behind I am.
Sure. For real. Yeah. I also, I'm going to drop a stream link in here if anybody wants to jump in. I saw that You Have Rights was in here. Chris, you're in here as well. I mean, anybody that wants in is welcome.
Read some of these guys' comments. Douglas Fox, if they can keep us fighting amongst ourselves, we will leave them alone. Yeah, yep, they certainly do that. Like that supermarket shooting here in Buffalo, stir up racial tension. You know, whenever people start uniting, find common ground to stand against their oppressors, you know, they create something like that, and you know, people are so susceptible to it. I don't know.
That's what killed me with COVID. Was that they were doing this whole George Floyd, the whole George Floyd shit, the whole like black dudes running up and bricking old white men and you know, walking with their back to them on the street for no reason, you know, like killing people or beating people to death or whatever over race shit. And then you know, they're touting this whole bullshit. We're in this together. 2 weeks, just 2 weeks to slow the curve. We're in this together. Like, dude, these motherfuckers, they couldn't be any more back ass words. But it's a Kansas City shuffle. Our rulers are not smart. Their ancestors were smart. Our rulers are fucking idiots, dude. They're inbred idiots.
I wrote a bunch of shit about
that. They can't even juke. When they say left, they mean right, and they mean it every time. They're never going to say left and go left, thinking that you're going to go right. You know, they're literally the dude from the cartoon.
They just run it up the middle every time. They got too many men on the field. The referee's in their pocket. You know, they fucking they cheat. And
exactly.
Yeah, they just go ahead and give themselves another first down when they didn't make the field goal, you know, and hope that nobody notices that they were offsides and they got fucking way too many guys on the field. And you know, it's like you're playing a high stakes poker game. You got a full house, you know. All right, time to lay them down. They got a 2, a 4, 6, a fucking 7, and they're like, yeah,
Jason
so
put
a gun to your head, you know. What's the fucking point then? It's a wild, wild west, you know. Fuck all these fucking bullshit games, you know, and then fucking semantics and all this fucking shit.
Well, see, Jason and I were discussing this the other day, and I'm actually going to try and find some data sets to parse and find out some kind of approximation because I'm curious myself. I would guess that out of 100 people that say I'm going to sue the police department, perhaps 1 or 2 of them can. And out of those 1 or 2, there may be a staggering like fucking 5%, maybe 10 that are actually going to try. And of those, maybe half will be given some sort of remedy, whether it's injunctive relief or monetary relief or whatever. So what it is most people are scared. And that goes back to the boot thing. They're mad. They're mad because you know how to not have boot taste in your mouth. These people can't figure it out because they're not smart enough. And even if they could, they know that they don't have the fucking balls on them. And so they sit there and call people pussies and bully and fucking do all this other bullshit. You know, hurt people. Like the tougher someone acts, the weaker they are. I mean, everybody knows this. You know, the toughest guy in the room that'll fuck everybody up in here and fuck all their old ladies. And if you had a shit sandwich, they had 2 and they tasted 4 times as good or whatever. Like that dude's a chump. And that's why he's got to advertise to everybody, hey, I'm not a chump. I've got face tattoos. You know, I'm wearing a bandana backwards or whatever. Like I'm no pussy. Like that dude's going to be the first one to fucking drop like a rock when you tap him on the chin. You know, people are they're fucking so transparent.
Anyone that takes a plea bargain is cooperating with law enforcement, you know. But when someone takes it upon themselves to learn the rules of the game, you know, to establish their principles, stand on their square, you know. No
yes,
matter
exactly. Stand on your square.
You know, then you know, people are going to be hating on me, you know, saying I must have fucking snitched on someone, you know, how come I'm not in prison or this and that, you know.
Let them say what they say, dude. That's just, it's hens clucking in the hen house, dude. The lion's never concerned with the opinions of the fucking sheep, dude. You know.
Anarchy Television. We just have to appeal to that deep need of freedom that everyone needs and ignite that brush fire freedom and spread it. Yep, ignite brush fires of freedom. Damn right. We can only ignite that freedom in a micro level. More people involved becomes a macro level. Yeah, I could dig that. You know, think globally, act locally, right? only really
Right.
in charge of
Well,
themselves, you know,
and
I
that's
can
the
only lead
deal.
by example. Well, how can I say something? Oh, this is what you ought to do, but I don't have the balls to do it. You know, you gotta fucking
Right,
you gotta show them. You know.
Well, kind of. And see, there's a problem there too. Like on Telegram, I've got that tiny group. It's a tiny group, but it's like the digital Alexandria, you know. And so people think that I've got all the answers because I have all these documents or whatever. And people will hit me all the time. Hey, can I file a fucking Form 8300 with that? Can I file a FinCEN 104 with that? And it's like, why are you asking? You're a grown ass man. Why are you asking me? Can you? Like that's the thing about making an error. Like an error is an error, but like a mistaken accident, you know, a man or a woman can go back and change that. You can amend that. You can, you know, provide restitution. You can apologize. You can fucking say that you were wrong. There's a million ways that you can just, you know, suck that little bit of ego back up into your fucking asshole, pucker that shit shut and walk past them and then fart. You know, you ain't got to crop dust everybody.
There's people
Like
that think that there's only certain documents that you could file into court. It has to be done by a lawyer, and you have to get those forms from the court. There's only so many of them.
Most people don't understand. They don't understand that, like, when you get a divorce, that your wife's attorney can't submit evidence into the court. He doesn't have any firsthand fucking knowledge. He can't submit evidence into and he can't. She has to, but she never does. You know, or the fact that court clerk that stamped your shit. It's what's it called? It's not an embossed and raised seal. It's what I call that shit the other day. It's a lithograph. So that's not a fucking official court document. If it's not an embossed raised seal, and then look at how they autograph their fucking supposed stamps when they stamp shit. That when they stamp shit, they don't fucking sign it. They initial it or they put a check mark there or okay or some shit every time. And that's because these fucking notaries, the court clerks and the deputies, are not fucking licensed. They're not licensed through the state. They're not bonded. They're not notaries. They're not registered with the Secretary of State.
Every single aspect and element that you can isolate that you know, that process should entail, you know, or something that should be is absent, or is it is, you know,
right? Well, there's no substantive rights. There's no substantive rights. Everything is moved to administrative. Everything is moved from. I
rattled off yesterday. I went on for about a half an hour on just inherent flaws in the whole fucking dog and pony show, you know, that they're trying to make you think is legit. But you know, like Jackie Fig, she went deeper with it, you know, and like the court seals, they're supposed to, you know, don't quote me on this, but it's stuff like there's supposed to be 7 sides of it or something, you know, and there'll be 6. You know, it's supposed to be a certain dimension, and it's not. It's a different dimension. You know, it's supposed to have something on the top there, and it's on the bottom. You know, everything's like that. It's unbelievable. Anarchy Television. Unfortunately, we don't live under what they call rule of law. We're living under whoever's got the biggest stick and willing to kill you with it is in charge. Right, and they want to have control of all the sticks. You know, might makes right, but you know, the pen is
right. Well, they've got a monopoly on the enforcement of law. They've got a monopoly on force, on the implementation of force. So they do, but people, again, they just, you got to do is read. If you understand the separation of police powers, if you understand the doctrines and acts that were passed that enabled the quote unquote cops to fucking exist at all in the first place, they shouldn't, like for instance, like when a cop arrests you, they have to take you before a magistrate. They can't take you to fucking jail. Full faith and credit means it doesn't even matter if you're in a state where that shit doesn't apply. You just have to say, hey, in Texas, hey, in Kansas, hey, in Oklahoma. You know, it says that you've got to be taken before a magistrate.
You know what directly was this last time for me? They kicked my fucking door in, right? At 3 a.m. And then they had me in a fucking filthy cage with a foot of garbage in it, you know, with the, you know, the sink's got all rotten food and shit in there for 84 hours, I think. 84 hours or 87 hours before they took me before.
Smells like asshole and feet and shame.
Fails to demonstrate the urgency, you know. Fails to demonstrate the fucking urgency. They couldn't send me a letter, you know. And these are the very same fucking you know, agents of the sheriff's office that one of their primary duties is serving of papers. It's higher up on the list of duties than kicking in doors, you know. But they seem to fucking forget that. But you know, that's one thing I got them on, where they can't just pass the blame off. Well, we don't know. Somebody should have served you those papers. Yeah, you should have, motherfucker. Can't hear you, Mike. Can't hear you.
Oh, you're good. I was talking to my buddy. I'm over at a friend's house.
Oh,
I'm a
okay,
bad
okay.
guest. You know what I mean? But I'm handsome. Well, my mother never said that. She just said my face had character. But I'm telling myself that I'm yeah. I'm at
told
least
you that?
a 6 out of 10. Huh?
Your mother told you that, huh? Your face has character. That's a face even a mother couldn't love. IRF is killing us softly. There are under a dozen people ruling the world, and those people own every piece of the game, including the weapons manufacturers. If anyone thinks voting is any more than a show, you better think again. I don't know if it's
Exactly. They're all selected, not elected. They're selected, not elected.
Yeah, it's
they're all owned by
red
the
bloodline. It's the Roman Empire.
I mean, even then, like, look at the wars. All the wars are ritual sacrifices. That's why they pull them off on. They do all these invasions and shit like that. The bombings and all these raids and stuff. They always fall on days that have astrological significance, as above, so below. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, no, it's all fake. But they're warring factions, but they all work for the same boss. If you think about it, like Goonies. Like they all finally get inside the house, and then Chunk or whoever breaks the fucking dick off the statue, and they hear Mom's station wagon pulling in, and they're all like, "Oh fuck," and they're like hiding, like playing past the dick. You know what I mean? And then Mom gets in there, and it's lo and behold, Dick is behind somebody's back. Because they've all got their hands there. These people are I say people loosely. These reptiles that are stuffed into skin sacks or whatever, the child molesters. They're panicky because they've got us into uncharted waters, and they've never been here before either. And like I'd said earlier, their ancestors were the smart ones. These motherfuckers can't even pull off a decent school shooting. It's like they're phoning the shit in. Yeah, Stephen Paddock, the old man, he fired a bunch of shit with a rate of fire that doesn't exist on a fucking rifle, and reloaded all this shit that's not humanly possible, and moved all this ammo upstairs by himself without anybody knowing. Get the fuck out of here. It just so happens the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia was there, the same time, and they were airlifting him out of the place at the same time, where there was helicopters shooting off all these submachine guns and shit. And I'm not a military expert, but I'm not a fucking moron either. You can a little bit of research, a little bit of due diligence goes a long fucking way, man.
Well, George Carlin said, they gotta go play with their toys in the sand. Go play with their toys in the sand. And the top two things that killed the most people on this planet are genocide and medical malpractice. Oh wait,
right. Well, look at 2020. Look at 2020. They took a bunch of people that were ambulatory. They were up moving around and talking, and they were like, "Hey, your kids can't come in here. You fucking greatest generation, my ass. Like, well, why don't you sit down and let me fucking put you in a medically induced coma so that we can give you high altitude sickness and suffocate you to death while nobody can come back here." And that's what they did. They put a bunch of people with viral infections on closed loop ventilators. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here, man.
That's a COVID-19 check.
Yeah, dude. It was the medicine, pharmakia is the way they bring the demons in and out of this fucking place. Like, if you study the etymology of it, pharmacy, pharmakia, and they're like, look at the doctors and the nurses. They all wear Baphomet's penis on their fucking lapel, and they're happy to do it. Anybody that goes $250,000 into debt at 18, fresh out of high school, so they can wear fucking pajamas to work is an asshole, not a smart person. They're an asshole. The media, as in like all of it. I mean, like fucking entertainment, period. All of that shit is a military operation. It's gaming. Even your Xbox is a military. That's what gaming and game theory came from. Chess and all that shit. You know what I'm talking about. We were talking about that slope game. What the fuck was it called? It was just like a one word. It was Go. Yeah, learn how to play Go, and it'll solve all the universal problems or whatever.
Japanese invented it.
Right.
Dr. Emmanuel Lasker, the longest reigning world chess champion of all time, he became obsessed with that game. And he's done
brother.
too.
Would you mind if I run a little like minute and a half video? Take a second, take a dab or two, and get my mind on straight here, so we can move back to the Q&A or the talking about the litigation and stuff.
Can I catch up on these comments real quick, and then we'll take.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm gonna pop out, man. If at any point you want to run a video, just go to brand, go to the bottom, and there's several of them that are just like a minute long or whatever.
Okay,
You
yeah,
just run one of those.
Yeah, man.
All right.
Take your time.
Cheers.
Get
I'll be right
caught
back.
up in here. Easy's in the house. Easy cameras on. What's up, man? What's up, brother? Douglas Fox, don't worry. Nothing will be okay. Well, that's reassuring. Thanks, Douglas. You have rights, cops have duties. All right, man. Man, you've been doing some great work, brother. To have a trust is to ask the government for it, and if the government was honoring the public trust, we would be profiting off the usage of our own property, right? It's supposed to be for the sole benefit of the public, right? Public service and public trust, and it's supposed to be for the sole benefit of the public. I learned that from you. I have rights, cops have duties. Anarchy Television. We the people do need our own task force to go after corrupt politicians and officials. Yeah, you're looking at it, man. We do. We just need to share information, and it's a damn shame that platforms like YouTube here they cut off our lines of communication, They throttle it. It's almost like like a World Series, they got to make it go 9 innings, you're never going to see a World Series end in I think it's 9 games is the max, but you know what I mean? It's never going to end 2 games early, or super rarely. There's too much money in it. Freedom by truth. Welcome, brother. Men have let themselves be ruled by illusions and fear. This should not be. It is an illusion. It really is. And fear, I heard someone said fear stands for false expectations appearing real. For what it's worth. Douglas, hello. You have rights. Cops have duties. RF calling us softly. Tax collectors for the King of Nottingham. Yeah. Pretty much. Pretty much. So who's stealing from the rich and giving to the poor? We need a Robin Hood, right? Anarchy Television. A well-educated, self-sufficient, self-governed, and well-armed population will not be enslaved. Oh, let's break that one down. Well-educated. Well, you forget about that. Population, self-sufficient. Well, they're pretty dependent on that government teat. Long ways off from that one. Self-governed, very, very fucking few of us. And well armed. They're doing everything they can to prevent that from ever happening. You're right. Will not be enslaved. So those are the things they're attacking. Dumbing us down, making us dependent on the motherfuckers. People don't even know what self-governance. They couldn't even entertain the thought. And well, we are well armed, but just the arms are in the wrong hands, But think about like in a prison, most prison guards aren't carrying firearms because they know that they could be taken away from them and be just as dangerous, So why introduce it into the equation? They don't, So yeah, because these guys wouldn't be so eager to be accosting people upon the roadway and robbing them and extorting them, committing fraud against them. If everyone was carrying a fucking equal or greater force, it's like, oh yeah, you got a little Glock 9mm. Yeah, so do I, motherfucker. Except you're approaching my car. It wouldn't happen if people didn't have those tags on their cars. Advertising that they are voluntarily entered into a regulated enterprise and therefore subject to the policies, rules, statutes, codes, and ordinances, and here's a list of all the crimes I'm committing too, and whether or not I have a gun, and if I ever resisted arrest. It's fucking undermining, they undermined you in every fucking way. I like that though, and well, I don't like it, but those what was that? 4 different well-educated, self-sufficient, self-governed, and well-armed. That's what they want to take, and that's what we need to regain. You have rights, cops have duties. 5 CFR are the federal regulations that are supposed to be provisions of law set to regulate his or her official conduct, and the problem with that is that they aren't being regulated. We need regulators. Yeah, you know, the public prosecutor is supposed to be prosecuting officers, uh, government agents. They flipped the script on that. You know what? Why is the public is funding the prosecutor's office to fucking to persecute themselves? You know, and then there's like no avenue for the common man to hold public officials accountable. You know, there's really not. It's there, but it's heavily encrypted, and they don't follow the law. Those that call themselves law enforcement know less about the law and care less about it than anyone. It's not eloquence. It's force. Enforcers forcing their will, huh? Not the law. Uh, Chris Earhart, easy. Just hanging out, honing my smart skills, listening to smart folk. All right, Chris Earhart. Anarchy Television. Whoever controls the money doesn't care who makes the laws. Yeah, I guess not, because that's them. Freedom by truth. Uh, when money is required for anything, it is no longer just a medium of exchange, but a control system. Yeah, mind control. You know, since it's not worth anything, you know, do you pass off evidence of a debt to the guy that you owe, and he can't get substance for that. He has to pass it off on someone else. It's that's what is meant by usury. And George Gordon said just about every problem that you could see on this planet it can be attributed to usury. RF's killing us softly. They use what we love against us. Yeah, they do. Yep. Always getting you to volunteer by choosing the lesser of two evils, the lesser of two inconveniences, you know, the lesser of two tortures, lesser of two robberies. Anarchy Television. Taxation is theft, and all taxation done at the point of a government gun is extortion. Yeah, sure the fuck is. And if you don't think it's done by violence, don't pay the taxes. You know, don't pay that speeding ticket, that headlight ticket out, and you'll find out that's all they got is violence. They don't have reason, you know, logic. They just use violence, force. And then when you try to point that out, and say, see, nobody cares. Government's default setting is always violence. Yeah, sure is. What do you say, anarchy? They got it's a 3-step system. They got for guys like us. They civiliter mortuum. You know, they civilly kill you, so you can't go out and make money. You know, can't travel, banking. You know, all that shit. Then they try to put you in prison with their fraud, and then what's step 3, anarchy? That doesn't work. They kill you. All right, Essendon made it. Hey, friend, welcome, welcome. Glad to see you here. All right, Douglas Fox. I stopped watching football when it became a mega business. When was that? In the 80s? 90s? I quit watching it. Shit, been several years now. And each year gets better. I haven't watched that bullshit. Essendon Hennessy at peace and smiling in Australia. Okay. Essendon, thank you for dropping that link. We got a new guy in the house. I know everyone here tonight except for Freedom by Truth. If you could drop his link, I said, then that would be great. Yeah, good for you for stopping watching football, Douglas. Very few can handle the social the outcast of what, you quit watching football? What are you, queer? Douglas Fox. Okay, we almost getting caught up here, I think. What a great group we got here tonight, huh? Anyone want to hop in here? Anyone got anything they want to talk about? Manfred, yup. You have rights, cops have duties. I wish everyone with an email would email the Nevada Commission on Ethics with a request for the ethics acknowledgement form on file for Nye County. Jason Gunnell, Deputy District Attorney, please. If you could get that, just put that in real simple on a piece of paper. You have rights. I'd be happy to post that in my community section and make it real straightforward, easy for people to do, and I'll pass it along as best I can. If you think that that's the best move, I got your back, man. You're doing amazing things there, man. Yeah, I don't know what to do with you. That's good. Let's click on the link. Leak narrative. Come on, boys. The entire system is corrupt for conception. It's rotten. It's like what's it Carl Lentz said, if you put rotten meat into a sausage casing, you could put it behind a glass case, where nobody could smell it. You could keep packing all kinds of herbs and shit in there, onions and everything, but the shit's rotten. Nothing can make it not rotten. It's like the maximum law that fraud vitiates everything, but they know it's rotten. They're still trying to fucking sell it to you. They got it all, on a nice platter behind, that big glass case. You can't smell it. They got some fresh parsley sitting on there, but there's maggots in there. It's rotten. It can't be made. It can't be fixed. You throw it out. Start over. Can't dazzle them with brilliance, baffle them with bullshit. The age-old words of wisdom there. Trying to figure it out here. All right, Bleak's back. I think I'm almost caught up in the comments here, Bleak.
Yeah, I caught that. I've been watching. I've been in the bathroom giving my buddy an upper decker. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Gotta keep
Old
it
upper decker. I haven't heard that one in a while.
Keep it classic. Yeah.
Upper decker. Everyone put a 1 in the chat if you know what an upper decker is. Anarchy Television. I don't really fear the ones that are writing these fancy words on fancy pieces of paper, calling it law. It's the ones that are willing to comply and the ones that are willing to enforce it. Yeah, well, you can't really enforce something that's a fraud. Can you enforce fraud? They're just committing more fraud. It's a fraud to conceal a fraud.
Well, that's the law. Yeah, that's the law of voids right there. Anything fraudulent in nature is void on its face in ab initio, and so it doesn't have to be proven to be fraud. It doesn't have to be overruled or whatever. It just simply is void. It doesn't have to be voided.
Everything,
it's void. Yeah.
Yeah, the ones that are willing to comply, that's every one of you that's got a license plate on your automobile that's not operating in commerce. That especially if you know about the right to travel. With knowledge comes responsibility. It's on you. The time and the place is now. The time and the place is now.
That's
Take
that
them
jury
damn
selection
plates off. We got to lead by example. If we're the first ones, maybe we will get shot down in a blaze of glory, but it's our duty, we got to wake up some of the slaves, so the few of us that that are woke up, aren't slaughtered. There's ones that coming behind us,
Right.
Otherwise, they're just
Right.
gonna
To pick our
snuff us out, and that's a fucking wrap, But they can't defend it in court. They come with more violence, further fucking documenting their fraud. So if you can weather,
but it's like that old boy said.
We should all be millionaires just for doing the right thing, for not fucking acting in fear and doing actually reading these documents that all these fucking numbskulls allude to, to justify their violence. We actually read this shit, so they try to fucking gaslight us and sovereign citizens. I actually read the Constitution that you swore an oath to, so you want to try to say it's okay to fucking murder me? Fuck you.
See, all that's a classic debate folly. They call this a gish gallop. So if you're talking about, hey baby, and she says, well, I've got a boyfriend, you can say, well, I've got a fucking goldfish. We can talk about a bunch of shit that doesn't have anything to do with you getting donked down and me having to face a paternity suit.
Yeah, the old change the subject. That's like the shell game.
Well, yeah, that's the most popular debate tactics are the astroturfing, gaslighting, and the gish gallop. You know what I mean? That gish gallop's good. The double no speak homopathy works well as well.
You wanted what? 3 pounds of that sausage? Okay, coming right up. No, I didn't want any of it. I can't hear you. Yeah, wrap that sausage up for Mr. Smedley here. Yeah, 3 pounds. Okay. Yeah, he's a good customer. You buy that fucking sausage, I will break your fucking legs. Freedom by truth, anarchy television. You're right. If all men are created equal, then what gives another the right to tell us what to do? It doesn't. They're treating us as if we're government employees. No man can tell another man what to do. Carl Lentz will tell you that. I don't care how many fucking tin badges you got on your chest. You can't order a man to lawful order. But lawful order, I can tell you to fucking mow my lawn too. Yeah, I'm not asking you to do something unlawful, but a man can't order another man. And if you do, if I decide to take that order, expect the bill. Expect the bill, because if I don't give you a bill, then I'm saying that it is okay for you to order me around. I don't consent to that.
I'm falling into the vein of people that is tending to lean more towards this being the IRS's problem. Like, if these people are going to come fucking with me, dude, I'll just send the big fish right after them, dude, and I'll have FinCEN and the Treasury Inspector General at TIGTA, bill those motherfuckers up.
I don't think I really.
And that's something that people aren't aware of, is that if you FOIA the TIN, the tax identification number from somebody that's dealing with you in a court case or whatever, you FOIA that TIN number. If they refuse to give it to you, then it automatically greenlights the IRS for to audit, like a full audit.
Oh man, I'm documenting whole regions willful noncompliance with the Freedom of Information law. Here it is in New York, not the act. It's law here in New York. Freedom for whatever that means. But documenting their noncompliance is all I could do in lieu of getting the information that I have the right to. But keep coming with the excuses. I'm documenting it, filing it, and in case you're listening,
they've got their little Rolodex of excuses.
In case they're listening,
in
case they had the attention span to listen to all these conversations we have, which I doubt that they do, they'd probably misinterpret the meanings of it anyways, if they could stay awake, and not go fucking jerk off or watch a fucking football game, after about 5 minutes. But if you motherfuckers think that you're gonna fucking do something to me and make these papers go away, think again, because there's copies of them out there. There's more copies out there, and your violent action is just going to bring it to light sooner. You might want to go back to the plan of hoping that the shit fades into the background and I lose interest on this fucking litany of fucking paperwork you subjected me to having to do. But if you think over my dead body is going to make that shit go away, you're sadly mistaken. You're sadly mistaken. It's not going to. Other people have copies of those papers, and those papers will come to light. Your best hope is that it fades into the background. My dead body is just going to fucking make it happen faster for you. And if you're not involved yet, stay uninvolved. I'll make you fucking famous. Freedom, because there are people think they have the moral right to rule over others, and everyone else has the obligation to obey. This mentality needs to be eradicated from the planet. Yeah, it is. It's a mental illness. It's like Lord of the Flies, you know. But that's been instilled into us by you know, Hollywood media and shit. You know, like Jimmy Swaggart, you know, or whoever the fuck, the cowboy, you know. Oh, he's got the bank robber's got the gun, you know, so everybody does what he says, you know, go over there, kneel down on the ground, roll over, you know, go out that door. And everyone's, oh, they do whatever he says, jump right to whatever he says, you know, but then one of the cowboys, when he's not paying attention, he'll grab the gun
Reach
real
for
quick,
the sky.
he turns the tables, and now everybody's listening to him, you know. It's clear to see, you know, that
Well, here's the
shit,
deal with that.
you can't help but
Here's
see
the
it,
deal
you
with that,
know.
though.
It's hard to purge
And-
that shit out of your out of our minds. You
There's
know?
there's two types of men. There are the men that live long enough to make this realization that I'm about to drop, and then there are the ones that die before they ever get a chance to come to know it, like shingles or whatever. You know what I'm saying, or cancer. But where I'm going with this is that like everybody's worried about fear. They treat it like it's a 4-letter word or like it's some kind of flaw. It's not, man. Your amygdala exists for a reason. Fear exists for a reason. Just like pain exists for a reason. It's so that you know that something is damaging you and so that you can alter your course. You know what I mean? Divination or anything like tarot cards or whatever might tell you what they think that the future is going to be for you. But again, it goes back to your actions. If a man is scared, if a man is terrified or whatever, this is the only time he's ever given an opportunity by the universe to be brave. If a man feels weak, it's the only time that he's given an opportunity by the universe to be strong. You know what I'm saying? And so it's in these areas of vulnerability. It's like the tree, the heartwood. It's on the inside. There's this thick outer exterior of bark, and this is protecting that vulnerable heartwood. But that's where the tree grows, where it's wet, where it's soft, where it's fucking vulnerable.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but the difference that I see in that, Bleak, is that a tree, I don't know if everyone knows this, each year that it grows, it has a ring, right? If you cut down the tree, you can count the ring, how old the tree is.
Right.
But each year, that ring gets smaller, and the wood gets harder. You know, the older the tree, you know, as long as it was cut down, you know, when it was in health and wasn't, you know, standing there rotting and stuff. A 200-year-old tree is going to be stronger wood than a 100-year-old tree. The very same type of tree, and the rings get smaller and smaller, you know, and it grows slower and slower. That's why if you take, I showed somebody, they couldn't believe it one time. I took a 2x4 from like the 50s, you know, and I could tell them by looking, you know, the 1950s ones, it was a different dimension. The corners were square. And it's hardwood, you know. The circular saw would be screaming going through that. Then you go to the 70s, a little smaller. It's like an 1/8 of an inch, you know, 1/16 of an inch smaller. The corners are rounder, and the wood is softer. You know, a nail goes through it easier. Then you go to the 90s, you know, the same progression down to like modern day 2x4 is a piece of crap. They're crooked, they're splintered. You know, the wood is weaker. It's garbage. And my friend Bob explained to me that it's because they have tree farms for these Home Depot 2x4s, and they cut them down when they're young. You know, like a marijuana grow. You know, that plant's not getting cultivated. You know, and to full maturity. You know, to achieve its you know, it's full potential. It's you know, grow fast, harvest it, and do it again. So you could see it 2x4s. So if the 2x4s like that, so is it. That's why houses now, these McMansions, they're built to last about 30 years. You know, a house that was built back in the 50s is still standing strong. You know, as long as they didn't let the roof rot, and, you know, and everything. But even then, that would last longer. But,
Planned obsolescence. They call this the quartering.
So, oh yeah, I digress on that, but yeah, about you know, someone decided not to be motivated by fear anymore. They have to have that in them, you know, to be able to make that transition. And the way I see it, the cure for fear is knowledge and love. That's the only thing. You know, fear is a fear reaction is a result of being conditioned to suppress our fight-flight response in times of danger. You're just supposed to roll over like that, you know, and play dead, you know. But you know, we're physically made to fight or flight, run away. I learned from Mark Passio. I mean, to the point of in a dangerous situation like that, the blood will flow to the extremities to aid it, you know, in striking or your legs running, you know, and not to your brain to think your way out.
We were talking earlier.
Put them up or run away, like on the Holy
We were
Grail.
talking earlier about that. Old anti Joe Rogan, Mark Pinky Toe.
Black guy don't know what the fuck.
This dude, he's absolutely like I don't know these people these gurus that everybody follows, like Alphonse or fucking Big Sib or whatever. These dudes are a bunch of fucking thumbs. You know what I mean? Like a bunch of dudes with lift kits on their trucks and fucking cut off sleeves on their fucking t-shirts, and it's just like, sorry about your dick, bro. You know what I mean? And you can fucking tell by the way somebody sells himself. Again, it's like the tattooist, the guy that's got to get the fucking shit on his face and whatever. Like fucking, it's like 6ix9ine with this fucking rainbow colored dreads. Like there's something wrong with this round over cornered fucking society. Like society used to be like, give me a shot of whiskey, not give me a shot of fucking hot damn, you know, or give me a cigarette, not give me a fucking Misty Menthol 120. You know, like we've turned into a bunch of like pussies with Walking Dead t-shirts on or whatever. Like what the fuck happened to the guy that was just like, you know, I'm here to handle my business and shit. Like who gives a fuck about what happened on The Voice last night or whatever? I don't know. It's commerce and capitalism. Commerce and capitalism did this to us. And I don't mean to sound like part of the fucking like communist, assassinate the proletariat type people, but it's like, you know, when I go to get cereal and I've got to walk through a whole motherfucking aisle and then make a choice, or like when I ask for cigarettes at the convenience store and I say Pall Mall red shorts or whatever, and the motherfucker that works there is taking like a minute to find the pack of smokes as I'm telling them where they're at and pointing. It's like fucking, we've got a problem. We've got a problem. We're overburdened with our own pleasures. These modern misery. You know what I mean? 7 million hungry fucking ghosts.
If I want to go get a case of beer, I might not make it home. That's a very real possibility. That's how I've been living for 2 years. I've been doing the right to travel for 2 years. Not so much lately, but I'm going to get back. I didn't go in that to try it out. That's the danger of learning those things. You can't unlearn it. Then you have the responsibility to admit your own cowardice, or do what you know you got to do. What's more fun than
I'll be the first one to admit there are things that I'm scared of. I still don't like Large Marge from Pee-wee's Big Top Adventure. You know what I mean? Large Marge freaks me right the fuck out. And so like anytime somebody says the Alamo, I immediately get the scaredy farts thinking about the basement and that dead trucker lady that, you know, no, I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Sorry, dude, I'm high.
Well, this one girl said about the video where my window's getting smashed out by those rogue policy enforcers. She said,
right. You mean the thugs?
She said that I acted in the face of fear, not devoid of it, and she said that's what courage is. And that was a really nice comment she left. But you know, people say I was stupid, you know, for you know, why didn't you just comply? Why didn't you just unlock the door? Why didn't you just roll down the window? Why didn't you just cooperate with these fucking highway robbers? Well, because I made up my mind beforehand that I wasn't going to, if and when that situation presented itself, which it did sooner than I thought. But I made up my mind. I wasn't unlocking the door, and I wasn't rolling down that window, and I had my reasons established. Because if you leave it, you know, you can't call audibles in battle. You can't leave it to, well, I'll just let my instinct kick in. You know, well, you don't have an instinct because you haven't honed it. You're not battle tested. You know, you can't rely on your instinct. You have to, you know, when you're a calm mind, you know, and take all your calculations, take everything into consideration, be like, okay, when this happens, this is what I'm going to do. And that's the only way somebody wouldn't cave to somebody having a gun, you know, in their face saying, unlock this door. But, you know, it's like, I don't care how many guns you put to my head, I'm never going to start sucking, you know? So, you know, fuck you,
right.
motherfucker. Like Abby Hoffman said, make him smash the door down. Make him pry open a trunk with a crowbar. You're under no obligation to assist them in their investigation.
Right.
You know?
Exactly. And this goes
be gathering evidence, not going to the fucking whatever the hearsay. You know, they're going to the fucking there's a hearsay accusation made, and they're gonna beat him and torture him into confessing, so they don't have to do that tedious you know, collection of evidence, preservation of evidence. That's their idea of an investigation.
It's all from the fucking poisonous tree. It's the doctrine of the fruit of the poisonous tree, man. Like everything they're doing is a bunch of bullshit, dude. You know,
I mean, if they're doing, you know, well, there's probable cause, there's evidence, you know, to support the accusation that so and so committed such crime. Well, then fine, prove it with the system that you're the fucking slave to. You know, you're the one fucking march around as an officer of this fucking, you know, sophisticated system. But they do everything they can to avoid having to prove that the guy's guilty of the crime. Everything. You know, plea bargain, you know, they're fucking under, you know, torture, fucking duress, you know, threats of violence, threats of, you know, stealing everything in your life, you know, your marriage, your job, your car. You're going to take that fucking plea bargain. You know, if not, they'll fucking, you know, they'll torture you and threaten you into making a confession, whether you did it or not. Oh, you got the guy
Sunday. It's Sunday night.
Beautiful. You know, how fucking meticulously do you think they're cataloging this evidence on the fucking 1% chance that that's going to have to go to trial and they're going to have to put that evidence before a jury? They're not doing it at all. They're not doing it at all. You think they're doing it? You know, oh yeah, well, just in case we need it that 1% of the time. No, they never fucking do it. They get the guy to incriminate himself or take a plea bargain. There's no fucking evidence. Right. You know, you think they got all these drugs? You know, oh yeah, when this goes to trial, we're going to show the evidence. Do you think they preserve the chain of evidence on those fucking those drug busts? There's no way in fucking hell. Technical and
right. Well, again, this is a bunch of shit that who's gonna put the evidence in? The prosecutor doesn't have any firsthand knowledge. He doesn't have any firsthand personal knowledge, so he can't enter evidence. You know what I mean? This would be a good time to talk about the Brady Giglio list.
I never heard that one.
Yeah. To enter evidence, you have to be a party to the case, and a party to the case does not include their counsel. It does not include their counsel. There's been plenty of precedent for this. Stare decisis takes that right out just the second you mention it. But that's the thing. Like equity doesn't aid a volunteer. And so, like, you're not going to get a judge that's going to be like, well, he meant this. That's what he meant. So we're going to go ahead and go with this. This is what he's moving the court to do. They're going to take advantage of that shit. It's Sunday night, dude. Nobody wants to come in here. And fucking save us from bumping at the gums too much. Like,
yeah, hop in here. RF doing it softly. You have rights. Cops have duties. Anarchy Television.
Like, I would love to hear from any one of you motherfuckers on any of this stuff, man. The comments are great and the interaction is great, but like, I'm all about some get on here and let's start coming up with some solutions. Like, if we just keep doing this thing where we keep pointing at the problem and saying there's a problem, then we're Green Day. We're fucking the Sex Pistols or whatever. Simple. You know what I'm saying? We're not solving shit. We're just being little bitches.
No, I got the solution. Don't comply. Don't fucking comply. You don't want to do it? Don't do it. I don't give a fuck how many guns they point at your head. Don't do it. You know, what are we going to court for? Stop going to court. We know it's a fraud. You know, I'm not participating in a fraud. I don't accept the fraud. I'm not going to participate in crimes that are being committed against me. It's fraudulent color of law, and I don't fucking consent. That's the solution, you know. But it can't be just one person doing it, you know. I don't consent. Consent is a fucking compliance is a voluntary act, you know, and they're threat, duress, and coercion to get you to comply, to get you to volunteer. You know, just about everyone in prison volunteered to be there under threat.
Right. Well, a lot of this begins with our ignorance, and it ends with our becoming aware and coming up out of this motherfucker. You know what I mean? You've got to send to the mind. And so it could be something just as simple as knowing that when these people are doing something unlawful, illegal, or against the scope of their employment, outside the scope of their employment, and they're drawing a paycheck at the same time, then they're that's a RICO. That's a RICO act. That's a racketeering influenced criminal organization.
Every tow truck company every tow truck company that's profited from a fucking pig stealing somebody's fucking car is involved in racketeering, organized crime. Along with the fucking municipal fucking policy enforcement agency who are enforcing their policy on people that it doesn't apply to. And these people have been fucking.
Here's another one that's good to know. If these people have a shall, like a ministerial duty, and they don't do it, like a shall not, and they do it, a shall and they don't do it, or whatever, not a may, but a shall. If they cross the line like this, like I said, going outside the scope of their employment or whatever, then they become no longer indemnified. That moves them out from under the umbrella of their indemnities insurance. These people can be sued in their private fucking capacity. You can sue man, you know, instead of fucking officer. Officer didn't do anything to you. Judge didn't do anything to you. That's a title. That's a title. It's not the same as the dude swinging the fucking sword.
If we can't get remedy through our diligence, then it's a wild, wild west, you know? And that's at the point where we're at right now, Bleak. We have to do it.
It should be.
We have to do it to show others that it can be done. So when we're sitting here talking about, how it's a fraud and, but we are pointing out specific elements, of their fucking con game. And it's not just complaining about it because that's what I feel like I got to do to get somebody to say, really? Is that right? And I could prove it to you. I'll show you right here. It's a total fucking fraud. And then, it comes down to each and every one of us, if we're not part of the solution, we're part of the fucking problem. We can't just fucking talk about it. We got to fucking be about it. And it has to, it came to the point where it is a matter of life or death. I don't know if you can go in with 1 foot, and try to get into the fucking cold fucking pond. You just got to jump right the fuck in. I don't know if for me, but it was by degrees. But there's nothing that I would have done differently. I could have done things better, but I learned it on the fly, So I think the solution is don't consent. Acquire that knowledge to have a different response other than a fear-based response to attacks, because as bad as things have gotten, you are going to be pulled over. You are going to be economically terrorized. And when you can't afford the extortion anymore, they're going to sell you into slavery. And they're constantly preying upon whatever percentile of the poorest among us to sell them into slavery. And it's not sustainable. It's not a sustainable system. Wingnut Radio. All right, brother.
What's going on, you guys? Yeah, I can't stay long, man. I got to get up early in the morning. You know,
You
it
always
was just,
say that.
I do. But yeah, you know, even me, I mean, I haven't fully made the complete jump myself into certain things because, you know, I'm trying to learn as much as I can on the secure party part of it, you know, when it comes down to it. And, you know, and really, you know, just becoming that free man that I think everybody wants. They just don't know what know what it is. You know what I mean?
Not
Um,
You
everybody.
don't you
No,
don't have to
most,
become that thing. At some point you
most
just
don't.
decide that you're not going to take any more shit and you just say enough's enough. I'm not asking you faggots permission. I'm not pretty pleasing. I'm not fucking bending the knee. I'm not playing this game. And so it's just like fucking the secured party thing. You can know all that. You can know about the UCC filings and you can know that you can put an ag lien on something and then it doesn't even require being registered or filed. Like an ag lien is something that you can put on anything just with notice. Once it's there, it's there. First in line, first in time. You know what I mean? Or first in time, first in line. But I mean, at some point, it's just like the bully. At some point, you got to get tired of getting your ass kicked and fucking fight these motherfuckers. And all of us are going to have to do it, or we are going to die on the knee in front of our families. You know what I'm saying? These people, they aim to kill us. They mean to exterminate us. We are cattle to these people.
well, okay.
America.
Well, see, right now, like even the court systems that are in place right now, most of them they are operating under this Admiralty Maritime, you know, international law instead of they're not really operating under common law, which that's what when I talk about the old ways. That's what I was speaking back. It's like,
Yeah,
you know, going
thanks for
natural
clarifying
common
on
law.
that.
I mean, even before we had people on this land out here for about 200 years before government was even invented out here. You know what I'm saying? We didn't need it then. You know, we don't need it really now. It's just it's becoming a monopoly on violence. It's becoming, you know, and
rules are for people that
I mean,
had shitty parents. If your parents
I
didn't
mean,
teach
we
you to
didn't
keep your
even
fucking hands to yourself and don't
we didn't even
steal
need
and
a
don't
damn
fuck with
social
adult
security
beverages.
number before 1933. You know what I'm saying? I mean,
Right,
you know,
right,
it's
right.
just
Well, I'm sure you know about the hustle there. You know,
right,
that was
right,
because everything was insolvent. Once we hit insolvency, they had to have some kind of currency, so they used us.
exactly. Exactly. They made us a surety for their debt that without our knowledge and without our consent. All right, they just did it without anything. It's like that whole thing with like Jekyll Island, you know, the creature from Jekyll Island, you know, that whole crap that happened then too. That backroom deals and shit, basically making us the you know the collateral for that debt. That's why they think they want to make everybody believe that we owe that national debt, for instance, you know, a $38 trillion fucking debt that's going to put our, you know, if we are convinced that we owe that, we don't. The federal government does. They're the ones that went bankrupt, not us. You know what I mean? All right. You know,
It's all a scam. You know, it is. And yeah, with the jurisdiction one, I mean, USFL's been promoting that, but the first time I saw it is with that frog peeking around the door from the courtroom. And you know, the spiel is this a civil or a criminal matter? And
Right.
if they say it's a criminal matter, then you say, well, the Constitution grants two jurisdictions for a criminal matter, Admiralty Maritime or common law. So, court, please tell me which jurisdiction it's operating under.
Right.
And you know they don't want to operate under the common law because it's not lucrative for them. And
well,
they can't
you know,
operate under Admiralty. But you know that's the whole fucking illusion is people don't know the difference between Article 1 and Article 3 court. You know,
right?
But Article 1 court, people think it's you know a court a common law court.
I think if we can get these criminals in a common law court, we can actually hold them accountable, in my opinion.
Well, that's how you do it because they're not going to say they're in an Admiralty court and they don't want to say they're in a common law court. So they're going to say, well, it's a statutory jurisdiction. And then you say, okay,
administrative.
Well, that's lip service.
Yeah,
you can say, okay,
you can beat them in any jurisdiction. You can find the rules. can you please tell me where I can find the rules of a statutory jurisdiction so I know how to competently defend myself in this court? Oh, you need to get an attorney. Okay, well, for the record, the record reflect that the judge has said that
The court's trying to.
it's
The court's
operating
trying
under
to
a
prosecute this
statutory
case in a jurisdiction that it's only known
which-
to licensed attorneys.
which
Yeah.
is secret
Yeah,
rules
under the bar.
only known to attorneys. Yeah,
Right. So
and
here's
they
the
kind of
deal.
paint them into a
All
corner.
you have to do to beat these guys, regardless of what jurisdiction, whether it's equity, common law, whether it's statutory in a district court capacity, whether it's the trial courts, the appellate courts, or whatever. All you have to do is know who you're going up against. You know what I mean? If you know their rules, then they're easy to beat. Period.
You're not going up against a fiction.
They don't read their
Going
own
up
rules.
against a
They don't
fiction.
read their own rules.
The whole
Right,
thing
but
is not there.
That fiction has a boss. That fiction has somebody that writes a book that tells them how they're supposed to perform at work. That fiction has an ombudsman. There's oversight committees for these people. You know, so it literally, dude, anybody can sweep anybody off their feet. They just got to have the right broom. And so if you're dealing with a shitty court clerk, download the fucking clerk's handbook and the praxis and fucking read the shit. You know what I mean? If you don't want to read it, download Eevee for fucking off Google Play and fucking have Eevee read it to you. You can even make her sound like a fucking an Indian bitch. You know what I mean?
Judicial canon. I read that and I broke it down, man, because it seems like a lot. 30 pages, you know, of all this fucking dry judicial shit. But I hit
Right.
upon something good is that the commentary is not the canons. That's just to help understand them. So you can read it, but you don't have to worry about you know, citing anything from the commentary section, which is at least half of the document. And then so then you got the canons, and you know, there's only 5 of them broke up into different parts, and the last 2 are mostly about election shit. So that's not stuff I'm worried about either. You know, election, you know, of them being members of organizations that may be a conflict of interest.
Registering
You're
that
left with
shit
3
and being
canons.
transparent.
So
Yeah.
you're left with 3 canons then, and they got 3, 4 parts, 3, 4, 5 parts each. So you look at them, and you're only looking at the ones where it says shall, because if it says may or should, that's not something you could point to. Say, oh, he didn't do that. It says he should do that here, and he didn't do it. Well, he says he should. It doesn't say he shall. Wherever it says they shall. So
That's a word
That's the
game.
like 12,
ministerial.
you end up with like
Yeah.
12 words by the time you break it down like that. And then it's easy to say, oh, you know, the so-called judge did this, and it says here that they shall do that. And you can point.
That's the problem. Is it's like, you know, they weaponized words against us basically because they got their own language called legalese. You know, their definitions of words that you use and you assume you know the definition for. It may not be what they use as, you know, what they recognize. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And
No,
that's a big deal.
I realize that is a big deal, but it's way worse. It's way worse than that.
You can straighten all that up with a bill of particulars. You know what I mean? You can straighten all that up with that court is your court. You know, like whether you're prosecuting or defending, that court is your court. And so if I say that we're speaking English in this motherfucker and we're not using any secret languages or bullshit, then if they don't rebut that shit, which they won't, you know what I mean? Then it stands. It stands.
The thing is, though, if you just ask questions about everything they were told,
oh fuck, my bad.
Well,
that document I made, I haven't got a response for that. It was I called it affidavit of return of documents to sender, notice of irregularities and deficiencies, opportunity to amend, clarify, or quash was what I called the document, and I had 69 questions on there from a half-page document that I got from some attorney, and I haven't heard anything. You know, because they're legitimate questions. I have the right to ask those questions. And if you took any one of their documents, you know, a 1-page document from them, you'd be able to come up with 5 pages of questions. You know, and I think if you did that with everything they presented to you, they, you know, bureaucrats like paperwork so much. Let's give them some fucking paper. You know. Think about it, Anarchy. So this attorney gives me a half-page fucking letter. He sends it in the mail. No service of process. You know, he has no fucking personal jurisdiction over me. He has no standing in the matter. You know, I don't even know what the hell he's talking about. So that half-page letter he sent me, I came up with 6 pages, you know, with my cover sheet, you know, and 5 pages of questions, 69 questions. And for him to respond to all those questions, you know, and provide the documentation that I was asking for too, would be at least 50 pages, you know. And then if he sent me 50 pages, you don't think I'm going to find 5 pages of questions for each and every page of that shit? So then we're 250 pages back at you with more fucking questions, you know. And yeah, do it like that. Send you one letter, they get 7 back of questions. If they answer them questions, which don't they have a duty to? You know, I'm gonna have 200 pages coming my way, and then, you know, times that by 5, you just stacks of paper like
But
this.
that just depends. That just depends on if you're a person that starts an administrative process or if you're a person that finishes an administrative process. That goes right back to the people that have claims. How many of them will actually follow through with their claim? A fraction of a fraction. I didn't send you a copy of that. I didn't send you a copy of.
That's discouraging, but it's also hopeful because that means have a good chance of winning. I should, because I got the law on my side, the facts on my side. They documented their own fraud, you know. I just have to follow it through, but you know, it's laborious, you know. It's I never was the biggest fan of paperwork, you know, and then turns out the most important thing in my life, my very life depends on how well I process these piles of paper in front of me.
I didn't send you that response to the presentment that I just got, or did I?
No, I haven't seen it anyway.
Boy, it was something else, man. I have a integrated trustee services. He's a state trustee for Title 4D. Instead of having a collection and dispersion agency do their collecting, like I keep forgetting that I'm playing fucking around the world and not 301, dude. I'm gonna lose this fucking round so goddamn bad. But anyways, you know, I've got this trustee coming after me for a bunch of shit. Well, my kids were kidnapped. And if I've been deprived of my right to my kids and their services, then I don't owe child support. I don't. And I don't owe fucking child support anyways. I'm not a goddamn corporation. And what am I going to pay them with? Beans? There's no fucking money. There's no money. What am I going to pay them with? Excise tax and fucking insurance? They can eat my shit, dude. That shit's supposed to go to the treasury for offset and discharge. And my kids weren't fucking, you know, on welfare when my wife left. So I'm not required. No one's required.
So you were trying to offset the debt. Is that what you were trying to do?
No. I don't owe the debt. I'm under no contract. Nothing like that exists. These people could fucking absolutely bite my bag. You know what I mean? I will not pay.
Well, no,
shit.
I'm saying, like, for instance, I guess they were considering that child support a debt. I guess would not.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, yeah, they're under FDCPA too, Title 15. They're under the FDCPA as well.
I mean, like, for instance, like you were saying, the offset. The first thing that pops in my mind is like, okay, in like tax code and all that stuff. Like, for instance, if you were in a different position of your under UCC and all that stuff, you were what are you talking about? You can actually offset using that account from that trust. Using that, you can offset your debts.
Yeah, you can
in a sense.
Sure. Yeah, you can use yours. Sovereign Productions 369 is the best.
Or setting it off, I think is what it's called, or setting it off, something like that.
Right. Well, it's a satisfaction in accord. So if it's being discharged with the United States Treasury, then it's being set off for satisfaction in accord under. I think it's Title 3 of the United States Code. I can't remember exactly where it is, but no, every one of us has an exemption.
I'm bad at that stuff. I can't remember it unless it's written down in front of me.
Something like, because
there's no such thing as a secured party that's a creditor. There are creditors and there are secured parties, but shit, you know, like, I would highly suggest that people really do their research before they start doing UCC filings.
Oh yeah, for real.
"Quote unquote" correct status or whatever. You know what I mean? Because none of that needs to happen. And you definitely see what's happening is that they're wanting you to be to come of majority age, to come up out of it. You know what I mean? To ascend to the mind. So what they're wanting you to do is to take that bond
that security that you have that's been issued to you through the fucking vital statistics of your state, and they're wanting you to give it back to them. That's their fucking property. It's not yours. That's why everybody says like my social security number and blah blah blah. It's not your social security number. It's the SSA's. You know, my name, my legal name. That's not your name. That's the fucking Secretary of State's. You know what I mean? So if they want that shit, then just give it back to them. You know what I'm saying? It's the same thing with the presentments, dude. What? No, I didn't get one. I didn't get one, brother. Don't worry. I'm gonna catch up with you guys. I'll fuck you guys up. Ooh, I fuck you. Right. Well, I don't feel it, so you've got a baby dick. No. Anyways, sorry for my candor, gentlemen. So if debt is something that any of you guys are personally struggling with and need a little bit of a hand up or you know, pointed in the right direction or whatever, I've had some success with A4V. I've had some. I just discharged an $850 gas bill with the Kansas Gas Service. You know what I mean? But the byproduct of that is them getting so upset that they can't do their little fucking fraud at the Treasury window that they are now requiring me to put down a down payment on my gas to get it turned back on. Well, check this out. This is a retail credit transaction. You cannot they don't commingle. So if you go get a car on your credit and you're approved by a financer and they ask you to put down a deposit, then they are going to pocket that fucking money. They're not going to give it to the financer, your lender. They're not going to give it. They're not even going to tell anybody about it. They hit the guy on the showroom floor and his assistant are going to split that fucking money one way or another. And they're going to fucking, so I should be on 4. But anyways, so like, they can't commingle. So like them telling me that they need $150 to turn my gas back on. Oops. They've got the freezing temperature rules here, and they've also got the fact that you can't fucking mix credit and cash like that. And so they've already voided their own contract before I've even got a chance to fucking sign this shit. So I'll be able to handle these people just fine. If you know what you're talking about, then you're deadly. But even if you don't, it's like Sun Tzu. Like the dude had his entire military was like a day and a half away from him, and he was sitting on the walls of a fucking town playing his lyre with no fucking troops in that motherfucker, with the gate open and a massive military force of opposition. Saw that what they thought was that crazy motherfucker up there playing his lyre on the fucking gate, and they turned their ass around. You know, so it's kind of Machiavellian. Like from the Prince, chapter 7 of Beast and Man, where they talk about the fox and the lioness. Like the fox has the wherewithal to get the fuck out of there. She knows that some predator's coming, so she's gonna get her cubs and she's gonna go. The lioness is like, fuck that, dude, bring it. Get close to home so that I ain't gotta go far to fucking skin your ass. Daddy, come here and eat you. You can be like a drive-by litigant. You can be a fucking an Esquire hunter or whatever, or you can be somebody that knows how to use your documentation to stay out of court, or whatever. And you can be the best at one or the best at both. But if you don't have the discernment, gentlemen, you know you're fucked. And that's just the long and short of it is we've got to know what role to play. But everything is acting. This whole shit is a scripted fucking reality, anyways. If you decode your matrix, you'll see that all this shit is running along a fucking narrative. It's running along a story.
It's
and again,
like swimming or riding a motorcycle. I mean, you could read books about it for years and years. At some point, you got to get in the water over your head. You got to get on the motorcycle and you're on just the 2 wheels on the road. You know,
there's that vulnerability.
There's that vulnerability I was talking about. You got to do it, and then learning shit in action too is the best way to really learn it. You know, because there's you can overstudy stuff. You know, sometimes you gotta take action.
Dude, that's where I'm at. I've downloaded probably a gig worth of fucking material for this for Jason and I's 1983 litigation, and in the last 48 hours, and I've sat and listened to document after document, read some of the shit with my own eyes, whatever. I'm so saturated that I can no longer absorb anything. I'm on 5. But anyways, so yeah, you do hit this too much of a good thing is a bad thing shit, but it's like slough. It's like if you have a vitamin D deficiency and you take a whole bottle of vitamin D, it ain't gonna kill you. Your body's just gonna slough off the shit that it doesn't need, and it's gonna use what it does. any sleep after about 3.5, 4 hours is all waste. And it actually makes you more tired. That's why if you take a fucking 15-minute nap, you wake up, you're good to go. You take a 2-hour nap, you wake up, you're like, man, I should have took a 3-hour nap. You take a 3-hour nap, you're like, fuck it, dude, it's 7:45. Let's go ahead and sleep till 9:30, babe, and then we'll get up and cook dinner. And then you wake up at 9:30 when the alarm goes off. You're like, fuck it, dude, it's 9:30, man. Let's just go ahead and sleep. I'm not that hungry anyways. You wake up in the morning and you're fucking dead. You feel like you've been hit by a Mack truck. That's because you've overdone it. You know what I'm saying? Like, your body knows, man, and ego will sit here and try to fight, and it'll tell spirit that, hey, we've got to stop here, man. We can't run another mile or we're gonna die. Like, feel your fucking neck, feel your side. Don't you ache? Don't you hurt? Like, you're gonna kill us both, dude. Stop. This is the 33% rule. When your body's doing this, it's literally just the bitch part of you trying to convince the not bitch part of you that if it doesn't stop being such a badass, that it's going to be harmful. But I mean, so like, if you're saying you're drained, you're only 33% less efficient. So you just tell your body no. And by the time you tell it to fuck off, you're standing there, God damn it, I threw for 4 again, son of a bitch. Anyways, you tell it to fuck off, then you get your second win. And supposedly you can do this fucking 2-3 times. You know, and this is where men are made. You know what I mean? It takes more than a dose on you and a couple of cubes on your chest or chin or whatever to make you a man. Like, not all bitches are women. The most bitch motherfuckers I've ever met, big old boys. You know what I mean? So, but you got it. Well, it's because you fucking take your fanny pack off, dude. It's weighing you down on one side, you homo. I'm sorry, dude. You got the darts in. You're bigger than me. Please don't. Anyways, it's all about negotiation. You know what I'm saying? Who's calling me? Who the fuck's calling? Oh, it's Network King. Yeah, dude. I hate having to hit deny on Corey, but this has been a good stream. I ain't wanting to get out of it. Do you want me to, Chris? You mind if I jump out for a second and give Corey?
Yeah, go ahead. I'm gonna go through some of these comments. Everyone's dropping like.
Oh yeah, brother. If you run out of steam and you need to play some dick and fart videos, there's a bunch of them in the banner tab. Cheers. I'll be right back.
Got off. My timing went off now. I'm hearing myself talk back at myself.
Oh, just turn your volume down a little.
I didn't touch anything. Let's see.
Oh no, like you're on your phone. Turn the volume on your phone down a little bit, like your speaker.
Yeah. No. Oh, I know what happened. I plugged in the charger. Shit. Let me try headphones.
All right. It'll be all right. Yeah, that'll do it.
I'll be right back. Hang on.
All right, so back to the presentment thing. When I was getting fucked with by this asshole, basically I just told him, I understand what they're doing with the over-the-counter securities and the fact that they're shopping around my fucking shit. They've launched a credit application or some kind of shit that they've taken out in my name, a bond that they've taken in my name fraudulently. They've tried to launch some kind of fucking thing to it that says that I've contracted and agreed to it. You know what I mean? So you basically just affirm you affirm in writing that everything that you're about to say is true, and then you fucking drop the hammer on these motherfuckers for engaging in commerce improperly. Like, Congress can only regulate commerce and interstate commerce. All crime is commercial. Every suit, whether it's a rape or a murder or a fucking divorce, all of these lawsuits are commercial in nature. You know what I'm saying? That's why there's always a price tag attached to every single case. And so, like when they start fucking getting out of line or whatever, dude, you send the big dogs after them, man. You send FinCEN, the Financial Crimes Unit of the investigation unit of the IRS, and you send the Office of the Treasury Inspector General at it. Like everybody was worried when they hired 80,000 former Marines or whatever and gave them guns, the IRS, and they're like, oh man, they're coming for it. They're not coming for the fucking patriots, dude. They're coming for all these assholes doing fucking fraud every day. All these businesses, these corporations, these corporate persons and people. Like these things are fucking evil, man. And
I don't
whoever was talking
really-
earlier about we need to wipe them off the face of the planet, they're not fucking wrong. We do. They don't make enough rope.
I don't really think the IRS is on our side.
No, they're not. It's not even an American business. It's a privately owned company out of Puerto Rico. You know what I'm saying? And there's a difference between the Internal Revenue Service and the IRS as well. But I mean, we live in a world where everybody thinks that US stands for United States and everybody thinks that DOB stands for date of birth. I happen to know 100% for sure that neither of these are true. You know what I'm saying? But I mean, you know, we live in a society where people can't spell or differentiate between the spelling of two, and two, there, and there, you know? So where motherfuckers just spend more time reading about the mini fridge they're going to buy at Lowe's than they will their $30,000 elective surgery that might kill them, you know? And so this is not our problem. And the natural thing for most decent people is to want to fucking be like, grab my belt loop or reach back and try and save these fucking people. Because I mean, unless they fall into the void, you know, I wouldn't even want that of my enemies.
I can only lead you to the water, but you have to take.
Boy, I've got this feeling because I've lived my entire life this way that it's all about servitude for me and shit that I think I'm gonna end up martyred or end up, you know, trying to save one too many and get bowled over by this shit. But that's fine, dude. That sounds like an interesting way to go for me. You know, I couldn't think of anything better. And besides, it's like with the Cain and Abel thing, you know. He says some shit about am I my brother's keeper? And the question is never answered. And that's because it's inherent. It's like that common law. It's written on our hearts. That's why common law isn't written down, because it's intrinsic to us. We're born completely inoculated, you know, or not inoculated, but inert. Like we have no immune system. We can't speak. Domesticated. Yeah. Well, we can't speak or walk or do any of these things. We're completely, you know, fucked off, but we have these intrinsic inherent qualities to ourselves, like boundaries and things that exist. They're natural, you know what I'm saying? But I guess where I'm going with this shit is that, like, to me, he doesn't answer the question, am I my brother's keeper? But then the rest of the book, it's like Isaac and Abraham, coat of many colors, the lion's den, fucking David and Goliath, fucking Jesus. I require mercy, not sacrifice. I require mercy, not sacrifice. You know, like tells Isaac to kill, or Abraham to kill Isaac, or whatever, you know, or vice versa. However, sorry, it's late and I'm on narcotics. You know,
I got an echo over on my end also.
These things are, it's almost a sense of like foreshadowing or like sloppy writing for people that can't extrapolate or pick up on clues. You know, I'm that dude that I've got to be quiet when I watch a movie with people because I'll fucking ruin it for them. I mean, Kaiser Sose is Kevin Spacey fucking 10 minutes in the movie, you know? But I mean, I don't consider myself more intelligent or more perceptive. It's just that I have a different perspective. Nobody knows more than anybody about anything. Some of us are just on different legs of our journey, you know what I mean? And have gone different lengths of said.
None of us are greater than all of us.
Right. How do they say that? The needs of the many outweigh the needs that are the sum of all parts. That's it. You know what I mean? There's a resonant, a sympathetic resonance that occurs when your vibrations, your energy level, or whatever meets somebody else. You get the Michael and Scotty, or you know, fucking Batman and Robin, Tonto and the Lone Ranger. Pretty frequently, the badass, the idiot who's been doing it too long, and he's got he's moved past imposter syndrome all the way back to Dunning-Kruger's, and he's done it to himself, where he thinks that, oh yeah, I've been staring at this same piece of literature for 30 years and it hasn't given me tunnel vision, you know? I don't know. I mean, there's a balance to all this shit, but it's clear to me that whole thing about if you live long enough, you'll see yourself become the villain, that Harvey Dent shit from the Dark Knight or whatever, it's clearly true. You know what I'm saying? You are the author of your own reality. And so if you're pinning a fucking story where you're expecting bad shit, boy, you're not going to be disappointed. You know what I mean? At any rate, brother, I can't tell if anybody's still on here or if I have dropped off for some reason. It's not show.
No, you're
Okay.
you're still here.
Yeah.
No, you're still here. I just got when I talk, I hear a delay.
When I talk, I hear a delay.
Oh yeah. See, I'm not really sure what it is. What I do when I'm not speaking is I always mute out. You know what I'm saying? And then this takes care of anybody else's delay for me, but I don't have delays on my own audio. You know what I mean? So I don't know what's doing that unless you aren't using headphones. But I mean that's okay if you're not. Like it's we're not gonna take your birthday away or like whack you on the penis or nothing like at that Catholic school.
No, it started on its own.
It started on its own.
Oh, is it fucking with you?
Well, like I said, when I talk, I hear myself.
On delay? Yeah.
Yeah.
That's that feedback loop is what I would guess. It's that I don't know. I used to use headphones to cancel all that shit out. Yeah. Oh, you have headphones on?
Yeah.
That's weird, man. I really don't know. Everybody's been having problems lately with their hardware and their software.
I've been noticing actually
recently,
like when I'm doing a live stream, some of my people in my chat are actually like delayed backwards.
Right.
It's weird.
It's weird.
This whole fucking reality is weird right now, man. Like things have gotten way out of hand. I mean, up is certainly down right now, but we live in clown world, you know, where somebody's going to tell me that they identify as a they, them or whatever. Like, no, you identify as a person who apparently is confused because you don't get to tell me how the fuck I speak about you when you're not around. Like, maybe don't be a piece of shit and I won't have anything bad to think or say about you. No, I don't mean to profess that my opinion of anything is worth a shit. I'm nobody, certainly, but
can I identify as a 70-year-old and get my Social Security?
I mean, you can. I identify as Kevin Spacey's penis. It was a NASCAR. It was a NASCAR driver, but it got fired because it preferred to come in a little behind. Yeah, I need to do another dab. My that one fell flat. You know, because Kevin Spacey had sex with an underage boy. But allegedly, I don't know. I wasn't there. I have no first name. Allegedly. Well, you know, these Hollywood people, they're not all about that shit. Not every one of these crazy trannies. No, it's a weird. We live in a very weird time, man, where we're paying taxes we don't owe to a bunch of fucking pedos that fucking traffic our kids and shit. Like, it's scary. It's scary, dude. I just want to go back to the, you know, every dude at the bar is the toughest motherfucker you'll ever meet. I would much rather exist in that reality than this one where I'm looking around and I'm the brave one. I weigh 145 pounds. I'm fucking 5'6". I'm certainly not big or intimidating or anything, but like I start talking about this kind of shit and the dudes that, you know, like I said, used to be bullies or used to mock everybody and always have some shit to talk about everything. They'll be like, "God damn, Mike, keep it down, dude. They might hear you and then they'll come get us." It's like, what the fuck's wrong with you, you fucking Nancy? Like, you know, I don't know. Like some of these dudes, they just need their fucking skirt lifted up. You know, when they see that they ain't got a vagina under there again, maybe they'll fucking get their balls back. You know.
Yeah, I don't. Unfortunately, I think it's going to take people being forced to wake up.
A lot of people are going to die. A lot of people are going to die, dude. They say that Holodomor 2.0 is coming. You know, like that shit that supposedly starved out 20 million Russians or whatever. You know, there's some desert dwelling warring tribe of people that settled in the lowest place on earth, literally elevation wise. And that's funny because, like, if you think about that on the level of the implications, like the lowest place and a bunch of tiny hats with fucking sandwich noses and shit.
rubbing their fucking hands together, talking about, oh, my apartment buildings. I own 7 apartment buildings. You know what I mean? While they plant these fucking multi-generational landmines for our kids and our fucking ancestors to step on and blow limbs off, you know, metaphorically speaking or whatever. I don't know. But whatever
they want you to live in that.
They want you to live in that, you know, the
smart 15-minute city.
15-minute city.
Eats the bugs.
Eats the bugs.
literally over my dead body. Literally over my
You
dead
to remain
body,
so busy that
that
you don't realize you're a slave.
You know what occurred to me the other day is I grew up in a reality where a dude didn't get a week's paid vacation for his little $5 an hour shitty post office job, and he walked in there with a fucking carbine rifle and started smoking people. You know what I mean? And now we've got yeah, and now it's all of a sudden it's like, hey, we're taking your house. Yeah, the sheriff's taking your house, and also the school, the nurse at the school with all of her authority is going to make your kids take fucking sub-zero cooled microchip vaccines. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So, yeah, just stay right here. And did I mention you're going to need a booster? You know, like
retinal scan to get a loaf of bread.
I don't know what happened to get us from here to there, but I do know that all the people that started out back here, where the culture was to call someone back, like, oh, you're getting too far from the herd, the coyotes will get you, come back here, let's protect you, let's get you set straight. And now it's like cancel culture, where they're just like, nah, fuck it, dude, let's cannibalize our own. You know, this dude, he agrees with 99% of what I say, but I heard him say the N-word one time when he was rapping, you know. So it's over. You know what I mean? But it's all by design. This is all subversion. If you look at subversive tactics and the way they do this, they establish some kind of fucking fake, what do they call that? The problem reaction solution, the Hegelian dialect. They get the men, the fighting age men, all, you know, at odds with each other, where they won't coalesce, just like they did at the end of the 19th century. And then all of a sudden, everything's primed for a reset. You look across the planet, we've got all this liquefaction, like every major city on Earth burned down in 20 fucking years to the ground. Like 20,000 fucking incubator babies on the boardwalk on the East Coast. You know, what the fuck's that all about? What is the reset?
Book burning? Burn all the books?
No, I mean, that's a piece of it. No, they literally just wipe us. I think that we're all clones. If you look in Genesis, dude, like they'll send out 300 fucking Hebrews to go battle, and they'll come back and there'll be 3,000 of them. And then they'll send them out again, and they'll come back and there'll be 30,000.
I got echo too, so.
Oh shit. Let me turn my shit down. So what's happening here, like they prick our heels and they put our little DNA on our fucking, you know, footprints and fucking birth certificate, whatever. When the Fallen fell, they taught us how to do magic. They taught us how to write, and they gave us established ways of doing medicine. They gave us, metallurgy, so that we could do things like fucking become smiths and make armor and weapons. They taught us how to war.
I want superpowers.
Well, I mean, they taught us how to do all this shit. So who's to say that when the Nephilim fell, that they didn't have the technology to do things like fucking weather modification or to create, viruses, so to speak. It's entirely possible that this whole thing is like the machine.
The Nephilim didn't survive the flood?
Oh yeah, they absolutely did. Absolutely. I mean, look around. You know what I mean? That's what this whole 23andMe shit is. That's what this whole fucking you'll go donate some plasma for $60 at the center, bro. You can get yourself a bag. All of this shit, 23andMe, the fucking vaccines, all of this stuff is to identify a certain bloodline. I personally think that they're looking for the chalice. I personally think that they're looking for the
supposedly found Gilgamesh's body.
Right. Supposedly. Yeah, but that footage is fake as fuck. I've been making fake footage for about 5 years now, man, and I could have done a better job with that shit. You know?
What's up with me and Anarchy and I are both echoing back.
Yeah. I don't know why either.
I don't know, brother. Like, I often get this this misconception that I understand a bit more about computers or software or any of that. I don't know, man. My settings are all the same. I've got the same options. You guys, I just run through them until it goes away, or I mute out.
You got YouTube open?
On my speaker.
Sometimes refreshing.
That would probably be it if anybody's got YouTube open, but I don't currently.
I'm not wearing headphones, so it may be my shit that's echoing back on yours. So I can turn my volume down and stop screaming.
It could be.
Yeah, it probably is. I'm pretty loud. My voice carries, man. I can't really help it.
Yeah.
Chris, you got to work in the morning? Sure do.
I've actually got to go myself. I really appreciate you letting me out, dude.
Hey, no problem, man. You're welcome to come on a stream anytime you'd like. If you want to, in my about tab on my channel, there's my email address, man. Feel free to give me a shout. I'll give you my number and we can chit chat, or if I've got any kind of remedy that you might be seeking or whatever, man, I'm always more than happy to facilitate that. And I mean, if I don't have what you're looking for, chances are either I'll be able to find it or I will know someone that does have it or can find it. So, and I mean, like I keep stressing, man, all we are is the man that people talk about when we leave the room, dude. So if there's anything I can do to help you, my brother.
10-4.
Absolutely. Well, it was a pleasure having you. Thank you.
Baby, I've got a secret, but I'm afraid to tell you.
It's okay, baby. You just say it.
I just put on this frosting so you'd like me. I'm actually a bagel.
You're Jewish?
A study that was done not long ago where they took some people, 100 actors, they walked up to 100 people in a park, and they rehearsed doing the same thing every time. They reach in their pocket to get their phone, and they hand the person a cup of coffee, and then they reach in their pocket looking down and say, "Would you hold this to me for a second?" To a total stranger. They grab their phone, look at it, type it, and they take it back. They go, "Thank you so much." The same for everybody. But then they come back 30 minutes later with somebody with, and the only difference, by the way, is 50% of them have iced coffee, 50% of them have hot coffee.
Got it.
Now, a person comes by 30 minutes later with a clipboard, gives them $20 and said, "If you'll give me literally a minute and a half of your time to read this 3-paragraph story and answer these 2 questions, this is yours." 98% of people take the $20 and do it. They read the story. It's the same story for everybody. But half the people, when they ask them, the main character, how would you describe the qualities of the main character, the character traits? The ones that got iced coffee all say the person was cold and uncaring. 81% say that.
Come on.
The person that got hot coffee, 80%, or 1% difference say the person is warm and genuine. And the only difference is 30 minutes earlier, somebody primed them. See, you think it's your thoughts. Much of your thoughts have been primed by the environment.
The environment. I'm here by myself now. Can anyone hear me? I'm not echoing back at myself. I think I figured that one out. I had too many tabs open every time I jumped out of here.
Yeah, brother, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Okay.
It's probably just the way we've got everything set up.
Hey,
It's probably
thanks
just
for
the way
coming, man.
we got
Always a pleasure, man. Always a pleasure, brother. Yeah, I'm still echoing.
It's okay, brother. It's all right, unless it's bothering you. I guess I would like to take a minute to talk about the trauma bond here. I might have earlier came off a little abrasive in saying that, the fighting age men alive today are pussies, and they're like, "Oh, what are you gonna do about it? You're just one person." Yeah, said like 5 billion of us. I'm gonna fight it. What the fuck are you gonna do about it? You're gonna suck its dick and hope it leaves? But at the same time, the trauma bond, so a lot of times when you're with someone that's abusive or whatever, or you're in some kind of abusive relationship, like your father or a coach or whatever, martial arts instructor, if it's a bad one, whatever, people will defend their captors. They will argue and testify for their captors. They'll basically be standing over there hoping to get fitted for a uniform. And this is okay, man. This happens. It's just, pardon?
Stockholm syndrome.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I have to remind myself that that's probably what happened to my children. You know what I mean? Like it took a group of grownups only a week to get to where they were ready to fight for the people holding guns at their heads. So, my kids had just lost their father. The last thing they were going to do is try and draw the ire of their mother, Huh?
The kids have even a chance to think for themselves. It's amazing.
Just hold the button and hit it. Yeah, just hold it. Yep.
This echo and shit, man. Don't do anything to defame me. I'm telling you.
So go into your StreamYard settings.
Yeah.
Go to your audio, and dick around with it a little bit. Do the noise cancellation and all that other stuff. It'll slow down. It'll give you a little bit of lag. Your refresh rate will be fucked off a little bit, but the risk versus reward is like the payoff's worth it. So I was gonna actually read a little bit of this document that I was talking about for the presentment. If you wanted to dick with success for a second, that would give me a good chance to do that.
Oh yeah, go ahead, man. I'll
go ahead, man. I'll put these settings.
Okay. All right. So essentially, I said, firstly, it appears as though you, the natural person engaged in commerce, have used an unregistered fictitious name, Kendall McVeigh, which contravenes the principles of legitimate commerce. By doing so, you appear to be engaged in unfair and or deceptive practices in or affecting commerce. I do hope that my observation of your willful misrepresentation through the use of the mails is incorrect. Moreover, many of your actions have transgressed the provisions outlined in the Fair Debt Collection Practices Act of Title 15 U.S.C. 1601 through 1693, thereby aggravating the gravity of your transgressions. Your having made the presentment means that you must have all the facts and evidence to support and prove your claim. Your timely response will help avoid the conclusive presumption that you're using artifice and scheme, creating straw man named constructive trust to contrive a pretext of controversy for which you are the trustee and executor holding the credit issued from the agricultural estate Kevin Michael Talbert. Our time commodity is property of the estate, measuring the value of live man, live life, which is in agreement with the value of human life per Trezevant versus City of Tampa Bay. Your mail piece was delivered to the U.S. Postal Service box located at address in Wellington, Kansas, at some time on some day without tracking confirmation in order to indicate that what time and on what date your piece was posted in the mails. Although bearing a Pitney Bowes stamp, it was never received by the post office, as evidenced by the lack of round cancellation stamp as used by the United States Postal Service. There is no round cancellation stamp of the U.S. Postal Service evidencing the October 6th, 2023 PM date appearing on your envelope, which bears a glassine window upon it in violation of FDCPA. There is no certificate of mailing. Seriously, anytime they send you a bill that's got a fucking see-through window on it, that's $1,000. Fucking bill those pussies up, man. If you don't know the FDCPA, get it, man. Every court is trying to collect a debt. Everyone who contacts you about anything is trying to collect a debt, and they have rules for those motherfuckers. People think that Congress hates us and these laws wasn't made for us. Bullshit, dude. Read FDCPA and fucking tell me that shit again. You know what I mean? Anyways, the reason for the mentioning of my observation is that your threat claim through the mail promising actions being taken against me, legal or otherwise, with the intent to cause me direct and immediate harm if I don't surrender my property to you, or an unaccounted evidence of debt sourced from an unknown, unnamed creditor, accounting of unknown, unverified goods and services proven to have been promised and delivered with payment payable to an unknown, unnamed, unverified, bona fide real party in interest and source of the original issued taxable credit, transferred to unknown, unnamed, unverified transferees, intermediaries standing with clean hands, having paid all their capital transfer taxes due as holder in due course.
My friend Scott used
What's
to
the
say, my hands are dirty, but my tongue's clean.
Nice. Not for long. So what is the innocent explanation for using the mails of the United States to transport your mail piece demand for monies or else suffer the consequence of your threats while using fictitious name in commerce? By using your own meter in your own office with your own hand on a presentment containing coercive language, that's supposed to have a wedding signature that doesn't, meant to deprive us of our rights and property. Are you assuming personal, civil, criminal, and professional liability for each violation of Debt Collections Title 15 strict liability rules? It also appears that you have violated the rules of Title 18, 1341, 1342, and 1343 with your demand letters. And absent an innocent explanation, the opposite must be true. Kendall McVeigh, it has come to my attention that the mail directed to you has been returned, and it has been duly reported to the proper authorities as mail fraud pursuant to the USC 1341 frauds and swindles, USC subsection 876 mailing threatening communications. And I have formally apprised the authorities of the issue and my implied willingness to testify in open court against you in support of my claims. You hold no jurisdiction, legal standing, interest, nor personal knowledge regarding any matter involving Kevin Michael Talbert and our property. There exists no obligation or contract between Kevin Michael Talbert and yourself or Integrated Trustee Services. Kevin Michael Talbert has not entered into a performing employment contract with you. Kendall McVeigh and I have not authorized an inspection of our property, nor have I granted you authority to determine any aspect of it. You are trespassing and administering my property without proper legal right per the Kansas Bill of Rights. You are engaged in forgery, counterfeiting, fraud, criminal gross negligence towards Kevin Michael Talbert and our property per KSA 5821, 5823, KSA 5821, 5825, KSA 6121, 6107, and KSA 3221, 201. You are subjecting Kevin Michael Talbert to continued letters via the U.S. mails containing false obligations, KSA 845109. Kendall McVeigh or Integrated Trustee Services LLC neither holds nor can confer any interest or right in Kevin Michael Talbert or his property. Further, Kendall McVeigh, you are attempting to violate Kevin Michael Talbert's substantive right to due process and act as judge, jury, and executioner in this matter. You appear as though you are attempting to bypass the court by adjudicating this matter on your own. Where in your scope of employment does it grant you the right or authority to deny Kevin Michael Talbert our due process rights, to falsify tax rolls and arbitrarily impose fines, to use your role to threaten, coerce, extort Kevin Michael Talbert in hopes that he will submit to your will? KSA 21-5R 15, KSA subsection 39-1430. Kevin Michael Talbert is not a member, resident, or inhabitant in any way or in any way affiliated with the state of Kansas or Integrated Trustee Services. Kevin Michael Talbert is not an accommodation party to yourself or your interests. You are instructed to cease and desist in all matters concerning Kevin Michael Talbert, our estates and property. Failure to comply with this cease and desist directive will result in a claim for damages against yourself. In the event you again fail to provide me with any verified or authenticated evidence of an existing obligation, any interest, or a specific performance concerning the property commonly known as my genetic offspring and or my tangible physical property, I will seek immediate redress against you for your apparent simulation of a legal process, perpetrating false and fraudulent claims, threatening to illegally restrict my movement, engaging in barratry, threatening to lien my personal property, threatening to hold me in contempt of court, theft by way of taking, conversion, deprivation of rights under color of law, tax fraud, tax evasion, securities fraud, identity theft, official misrepresentation, malfeasance, misfeasance, and nonfeasance. I require to know what capacity, with what business entity you bind yourself to, so that I will know the true identity of the bonded responsible party, CEO, trustee, VP, or president of the named entity and their named agent for service of process for whom you act and assume liability. I will also politely require your W-9, W-7, EIN, TIN number, and the same from your employer, as well as the business for which you are acting currently. I will also require your proof of authority to act in said capacity for your client with listed limitations as authorized by your employer or client. Please keep in mind that the penalty for refusal of my request, as well as providing false information in response to my request, shit, I messed something up there. I will also
Quick
require the
question.
tax ID for each what's up?
Quick question. If you're pausing there, I was gonna.
Yeah.
Why? You said politely on one require.
Yeah, you got to keep it formal. All of this stuff is going to be blown right out the door by the trial courts, and so I'll have to set the record for appeal. I'm just starting now. You know what I mean? Said I'll require the ID for each transferee in receipt of the decedent estate property under Title 26, 6324, as executor under Title 26, 2002, and or fiduciary under Title 26, 2203. You're going to want those, write those bad boys down. As qualified heirs have tax liability, I am duty bound to report anyone in constructive possession of decedent estate property that they are liable for the transfer tax on a carryover basis. The following artifacts are also requested from you in your various capacities as public trustee, transferee, public agency, etc. Bar card number and ISLN, bond number and surety contact information for Kendall McVeigh and Integrated Trustee Services, certificate of good standing for Kendall McVeigh Esquire, articles of incorporation, articles of association, corporate bylaws, application form 1023, application form 1024, form 990, FinCEN form 104, FinCEN form 114, delegation of authority or contract between yourself and Integrated Trustee Service and its principal, assignment of documents assigning the credit account to you, assignment documents assigning the credit account to whoever it may actually be named, receipts showing the paid capital transfer taxes, IRS determination letter ruling on your status to even have standing to bring me into a court of competent jurisdiction, DBA registration certificate, FARA registration certificate, license to do business in Kansas, certificate of registration on a foreign corporation operating in Kansas, license to solicit tax exempt contribution from forms equivalent to the Clerk of Court Revenue Remittance System, CCRRS, anti-bribery statement, and that's it. It says any omitted items must have an explanation for non-production. Please complete and return the attached IRS forms and public servant questionnaire. And then I give them the standing order of the Senate. It's 128A. Public service is a public trust. And 5 CFR 2635.101. You have a responsibility to place loyalty to the Constitution, laws, and ethical principles above private gain. You're having ignored my request for verification and validation of an alleged debt while relentlessly making unsworn declarations and unverified claims for months on end against the principal debtor for whom I am surety has left you tacit and in default and dishonor. It is imperative that you recognize the potential legal consequences for your actions and what may arise from your indiscretions and take appropriate measures to address your claim. Your persistent harassment breaches the principles of honest services, and it has further caused me harm and compounded this situation. After all, Title 31, subsection 3713 puts the United States government at top priority for claims against the U.S. person, Kevin Michael Talbert. And then I basically drew a picture of a dick underneath that, and attached a picture of me shitting in my hand and rubbing it all over the wall. And it actually looks like Shaquille O'Neal. It's a pretty striking fucking portrait, man. I did a good job. So it's very large. I pooped very large poops. So that's pretty much it, guys. But that right there, if that doesn't get you out of the fucking weeds with a debt collector, whether it's a Title 4D for child support, whether it's a court saying that you owe costs, fees, fines, whether it's the IRS saying that you're back on property tax, any of these people are operating under Title 15 in the FDCPA. So bill those motherfuckers up, man. You know what I mean?
They're fucked. They're fucked.
What's that?
And they deserve it. And they deserve it.
They do. Yes, they do. Fraud vitiates all contracts. Fraud vitiates everything. So there is no statute of limitations with fraud. There is no fucking.
Everything.
There is no punitive damages. None of that. You know.
Once a fraud, always a fraud. It's a fraud, always a fraud. It's a fraud to conceal a fraud.
Right. Right, but I mean, I kind of fancy myself as like a magnet to this stuff now, and I like the more of it I attract. I know that the less time they have to fuck with somebody else, And that fucking works for me, dude, because I want to see all of these bastards fucking swing. I want to see them swing, dude. And I want it to fucking be where I can stand underneath them and make jokes about how small their dick is. You know what I mean? Like fucking fuck all these assholes, dude. What they've done to us.
It's kind of funny. I dropped out of high school, so I'm supposed to be a lower intelligence than these fucking
Same.
assholes. But I could pick apart their documents. I feel like a fourth grade fucking grammar teacher sometimes.
Right. Well, I mean, same, and that's because the people that do go and get their GED or take their exit interview and leave school early, they realize that any education that they're going to have is going to have to be earned. It won't be handed to them.
Indoctrination.
Sure. Well, I mean, a completely retarded person that can't read or write or go piss by themselves can get a high school diploma. You know what I mean? But
well, there's plenty of professional athletes that are college graduates. They can't read at all. There's plenty of them. They not
Yeah,
only
they
went through the higher level of the education. Give me a
those
break.
them NC double assholes that they'll see to that shit. They'll make sure that those people don't necessarily have to, be held to the same standards as the other students. If you're there on an athletic scholarship, it's a far cry from being there on an academic scholarship. So
they're not held to any standards. They couldn't see spot run.
Right.
Reading level.
It's amazing how out of hand we've allowed this to be. But I mean, that's why I chose the moniker. Like people have been calling me Bleak since I was young. It's one of those names like you call somebody who's 7'4" tiny. Like I've always had a positive outlook on shit, and so people always call me Bleak as a kind of a way to take that from me. To make it their own thing that they could then rib me for, make me feel like shit. So the Bleak Narratives was kind of it was a nod to the writing of George R.R. Martin. You know what I mean? And how like we've preferred to shape these kind of more downtrodden and morose fucking narratives. If we want this, and basically have to have it. Comfort, familiarity breeds contempt. If you're comfortable, you're going to grow to hate it. You know what I'm saying? So
Test. Damn it. It's hard to keep my train of thought. Back at myself.
I'm all over the place. I'm glad you fucking thought of that, man. I absolutely buy that shit. You know what I mean? It's hard to keep up with me because I'm all over the place. I'm always all over the place, man. Fuck. Yeah. Don't come here. What's that?
Testing.
Testes, testicles.
Yeah.
Shit. Dev, are you staying? Or are you coming back home? Dev, when you drop him off, are you staying for a little while or are you coming back home? Oh, okay, but you're not staying? Yeah, to hang out at my place? It's up to you, man. We'll try and get there quicker. All right, yeah, we'll hurry up. We'll get there quick. So, all right, Chris, we'll catch you. I'll leave this on the porch. We'll catch you at home, brother. All right, later. Well, Chris, I think I'm gonna dip. Got a bunch of dumb shit to go do. I'm trying to spring my roommate's old lady from jail, so I'm gonna do that with a habeas corpus and some criminal complaints. Oh shit! Believe I've lost Chris. Well, gentlemen, it was a pleasure.
You out
tonight? Yeah, I'm out. I was just signing off, man. Tonight I was Bleak Narratives. Tomorrow I'm History. Cheers.
Man, if I can't solve this echoing problem, well, it's not happening now. Okay, well, you have rights. Essendon, you want to hop up here? Don't leave me hanging up here by myself. Got 5 people in here still. Let's see. Let's have some technical difficulties again, as usual. Who wants to get up here? Let's see. Nobody. Wow, you've done a lot of things in your life, haven't you, Essendon? Insubordination is key to freedom, while compliance is against the very nature of freedom. It doesn't matter how smart you are. If you have to comply, how are you going to use it? You have rights. Did you get that comment I dropped in there about removing that shit to federal court? That might be an option you want to consider. Supreme Decisions. I don't know if you ever seen his channel. He's really good, really knowledgeable. He's got everything you need to know about that. And see if their masters want to approve of the fucking shit that they're pulling. I wouldn't if I was them. They're just they're like kids that got caught with their hand in the cookie jar, but they'll take that to their grave with them. They'll never, once again, counting on them to monitor themselves, and they're not going to do it because they'd be admitting of crimes they've committed. Pretty simple. That shit's supposed to be all checks and balances, but it's broken. Can't fix it. Cool. I said then, yeah, right on. Yeah, haven't been on one together. Well, you stopped on briefly my first one there that we did, and I think I met you on Easy Cameras On with Brooklyn Audit, if I'm not mistaken. I can't go back and look because Easy's got them on private now. Can anyone say if they can hear me okay? Because it's not echoing, that's good. But I don't know if anyone can hear me. Fun and educational. All right, that's what we're shooting for. And a little scary and unsettling. Long ago, no longer follow either. Five by 5. What does that mean? Get on up here. You have rights. Give us a rundown. You can hear me perfectly. Okay, thank you, Essendon. What was that troll we had on here? Was that on another channel, that troll? Some of my worst trolls have faded into the background. I don't miss them. That's a sign of success I could do without. Numbskulls in here talking shit. Can't tonight. You have rights. All right, that's cool. Bitch about a troll called you a pedophile. Boy, they're fucking stooping to new lows, aren't they? Mess with you, Essendon, they're going to be sorry they did, I have a feeling. Best moderator a guy could ask for. Yeah, another channel. Success is limited to others on YouTube, yeah. I don't know how many comments they're keeping from me. But my one video called State Trooper Comes to My House, the last week, the last few days especially, that video is getting attention. I mean, it got 1,600 views in the last 48 hours, and that number's still rising. That line's going straight up. But then Yeah, that's in the damn right. 1,600 views and only 3 comments. I find that really hard to believe. Really hard to believe. And only 30 thumbs up out of 1,600. So everyone that watches my shit hates it. And why the hell they watching it? Something's bringing new attention to it. But does that seem plausible? 3 comments and 30 thumbs up and some couple thousand views. And I know those view counts that they tamper with those too because of the monetization statistics. So that number refuses to go up on my watch hours. They don't add up, and then neither do the views. So I don't know. Because I'm not a bootlicker, I must be partially silenced with no reason given. What a bunch of horse shit. But I'm on the right side. I'm not trying to be on the side that's winning. I'm on the right side, and I think we are winning. It would be we're at an incredible disadvantage. You certainly don't need YouTube fucking preventing us from communicating with each other. It's some real fucking bullshit. Douglas, are you still here? Is that an old comment? And you're almost 3 hours already. 4 eyes in here. Am I running out of things to talk about? Shoot a comment. Anybody got any questions? Get me back on topic here, because just dealing with the fucking technical difficulties kind of ices me. Yeah, our side is the right side. Fighting for rights, or fighting for what's right, and those who try to deprive us our rights are wrong, wrongdoers. Everything they do is wrong. Yusuf El said that you're either all right or you ain't right at all. YouTube sucks, asshole. Figuratively speaking, yeah, they bite the big one. It's a shame that there's not really any options. People try switching to Rumble, but it seems to me everything's on YouTube. Grown man being censored. Stupid. I can't even use a curse word. That's about as dumb as a pig on the street say, "Oh, I'm gonna arrest you for disorderly conduct because you cursed." Can you provide me with a list of all the words I'm not supposed to say? Because in the 70s there's 7 of them. George Carlin said, and YouTube against my better judgment. I'm going to see if I can rattle them off here. Maybe I just can't put them in print. I don't know. They're not real defined rules, which is that's a sign of fucking oppression. When there's so many rules, you couldn't possibly know them all, or they're so vague you couldn't possibly be in compliance. That's the shit that we're up against. But George Carlin, the 7 words were shit, piss, fuck, cunt, cocksucker, motherfucker, and tits, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong. Cocksucker, motherfucker, and tits. Those are 7 words you couldn't say. And somebody was saying about foul language or something. It was the Ernest Patriots channel, and I listed those. It was relevant. Nobody else came up with that, so I was contributing something. Yeah, George Carlin said tits doesn't even belong in there. Tits? Hey, come on. With cocksucker and motherfucker? But yeah, YouTube said that they might delete my channel over it. You know, shut off my ability to comment. But for what? You know, can't you use curse words in the comment section now? That's news to me. You know, somebody else in the very same comment, what do you call it, thread or whatever, use some of those very same words, and their comment didn't get taken down. So what the hell? Some people can use curse words in the comment section, some people can't. That doesn't seem fair. Are we trying to promote fairness? You know, non-biased. Everyone's trying to be so politically correct. You know, yeah, completely fucking useless with politicians like tits on a nun or a dick on a priest. That's how it goes. Tits and tires, they're both gonna cost you. If it's got tits or tires, it's gonna cost you one way or another. Do you have one on each one at the same time, or one grew up off them and then another one in line ready to go? Yeah, tits on a bull. How about that movie? Was it Meet the Parents? The guy says, you can milk anything with nipples." Robert De Niro says, "I have nipples, Greg. Could you milk me?" Not twins, LOL. Yeah, well, one on each even amount. Otherwise, you got to switch back and forth, or one's full of milk and the other one gets drained out. Or you could pump it out and and save it for later in the fridge or something. But I think the kid probably first suck it on the nipple. I know I would. Tits in the air. What is that, man? That song, 10,000 tits in the air. Yeah, so YouTube, they came with some heavy threats. Boy, I said in print. I didn't just say it. No, we'll give them that. But I've said all those words individually. It was merely a list. They weren't directed at anybody. I wish I could pull that up and read that. It's in the it's in my community section, and the letter I wrote to them concerning that. They can't swear, freedom of speech, except for whatever some class of people decides that they deem offensive. You have freedom of speech, except for whatever words that hurts their feelings to hear. No, it doesn't say that. What a ridiculous. That's how fucking lost these fucking policy enforcers are. They think, oh, you can't say shit. You're going to jail. Why? Are you kidding me? And they do it, and there's no repercussions. They're kidnapping people for using language that they deem offensive, and they're not qualified to even make a legal determination. So, is there a list that they could refer to? Let's see. He said shit. Shit on the words, arrestable words. If he says shit, oh no, it's not on there. If he says fuck, yeah, he's going to jail. He's going to jail. You can say shit all you want. You better not say fuck. You're going to jail. That's not even the worst part. Go on, get put in jail for 3-4 days for saying shit or fuck, and then then the fucking fraud really fucking sets in with these fucking courts. What's a suitable punishment for? Well, you already did 3 days, so they're probably forcing you into a guilty plea. Well, you're in jail for 4 days because Officer Dingleberry arrested you with you said fuck on Oak Street in broad daylight. You said fuck. So you got 4 days on jail. We can give you time served today if you want to plead guilty to that. If not, we'll send you back to the bullpen and bring you back up for pretrial next month. What would you like to do? Oh yeah, that's real fair. Fucking have you languishing in pretrial detention because you said fuck. Excuse the fuck out of me. Cleaning up dog shit. Yeah, it's a new chore that I've taken upon lately. So it's a real treat. Got 2 dogs over here. Not really my cup of tea, but they're doing pretty good. The bitch is in heat. The male, her father's going nuts. What does SMH mean? I know I could have looked it up, but that's one acronym that I don't know what it means, and for life me I can't figure it out. Everybody knows what SMH means. Let's see, my neighbor baptized me when I was 12 at the local pool. Him and his wife told me, we don't like damn, so how do you think we feel about fuck? Probably like it, I would say, but I don't know him. I told them I love them, but will not stop saying fuck. No, it's one of the most versatile words that we have. I love, who doesn't like the word fuck? You don't like the word fuck, you got too many hang-ups, man, for me. If you're gonna cringe to hear somebody say the word fuck, I can't believe he said that. That man belongs in jail. Yeah, I quit smoking for 6 years. I just started about just over a year ago, maybe last spring. I've set my beard on fire. It goes out. But, yeah, 6 years I quit. This fucking court shit and all this bullshit. I said, the hell with it. I don't give a fuck. SMH. Shaking my head. In disapproval or disbelief. R says he likes the word vagina. Good word. Good word. Why do you like it? They're just fucking words. Yeah. Put a little asterisk in there. You don't want to get flagged for putting those obscene words. Disbelief. Who's this guy? The R jumps in. I like the word vagina. It's like that kid in Kindergarten Cop. Boys, they have penises. Girls, they have vaginas. Thanks for the tip. They're damning words, but want people to be honest. Yeah, who decides a swear word? I don't know. That's why that was a dark path they're about to go down, and I think it was the early '90s with censorship, censored music, and that music's not censored beyond recognition to this day. You could pretty much thank Frank Zappa for that. But the only other musicians and all the different genres and everything that stood up was Jello Biafra of Dead Kennedys, Dee Snider of Twisted Sister, and does anybody know the other one? John Denver. But yeah, the thing was they were going to censor music, and it was going to be to the up to the PMRC to determine what was offensive and what was not, what was acceptable. And country and western music was exempt from the scrutiny of these censors, which was the pet project of the first lady, the president's wife, Tipper Gore. So yeah, country and western music was going to be exempt. So that was one one point that Zappa really hammered down on. You know, they sing about you know, cheating on their wives, drinking, drugs, prison, fights. You know, just because it's at a different tempo, and you know, they didn't use the word fuck. You know, it's somehow wholesome. Yeah, you love Twisted Sister. Did they were they popular in Australia? They're a good band. They got some good ones. John Denver, yep. One thing you could say about this country, if you will, the culture of music seemed to you know, influence the world. Second would be yeah, Johnny Cash, Elvis, both Americans, weren't they? Yeah, they were. Johnny Cash, Californian, and Elvis Presley, Tennessee. Country's whitey music up until lately, so it's exempt. No, yeah, but so was rock and roll, you know. But and country music anymore isn't country at all. I saw Kiss. It was in February, right before that pandemic shit started, and they were good. Don't get me wrong, but I think the biggest thing, you know, they didn't seem like Kiss, like when their live album came out, they were on top of their game. Then they were huge, but the arena wasn't full, so it really didn't have the feel that I expected to. You know, they sounded great. It wasn't loud enough because you don't want to hurt people's hearing. You know, what if somebody went to a concert and got hearing damage? It would be terrible. Whole world's going to shit nowadays. Damn right it is. It has gone to shit. The Hanks, yeah, Hank Senior, Hank Junior, Hank the Third. Some of my favorites are country. George Jones, David Allan Coe. Bocephus, that's Hank Jr. Willie Nelson, yeah, absolutely. But yeah, Frank Zappa, he did a hell of a job making fools out of those Congress. Just you know, it's not hard to do. Just give them a chance to get up there and say something and record it. Right? You do a fine job. But yeah, I don't know what's going on with that state trooper video. Thousands of views. Well, that was my purpose, you know, to expose the fraud. You know, not just to for my matters, but so people see. You know, give me a break. The guy he's in charge of the state trooper barracks, who is the elite police agency in New York's the Empire State, and he's clueless as to what a warrant is, what probable cause is. It's sad and scary, you know. He's the top guy over there. Tells me, oh, not all arrests need a warrant. You know, I said, well, yeah, like, well, if there's exigent circumstances, oh, you're talking about things that don't even apply. You know, you're getting into some legal stuff. You're way in over your head about. Really? You know, because it seems pretty clear to me, and I read it from a lot of different sources. The only circumstances where an arrest without a warrant would be permissible, basically be exigent circumstances, which means an emergency, you know, like a domestic violence or something, you know, where there's evidence of an injury. In fact, there's you know, there's emergency, you know, the guy's got to be arrested. You know, there's just stab somebody or something. You know, and he's running out of the house. You know, maybe the cop didn't see him do it, but you know that the evidence would lead a reasonable man to believe that, well, first of all, a crime was committed, and then that, you know, Joe Schmedley is the guy that committed the crime and the probable cause. But the other one would be if the policeman and his infinite wisdom witnessed the crime being committed. So absent that, it's never permissible for an arrest to occur without a warrant. But beyond this guy to fucking, you know, he wasn't hearing that. He said I was way in over my head to say such a thing, you know. Seems pretty clear in the Constitution. It says, no warrant shall issue but upon probable cause. No warrant. Not, it doesn't say except for bench warrants, you know, or spite warrants. As supported by oath or affirmation. That's that affidavit. And let's also not forget to be started on warrants. No, there must be a request for a warrant from the district attorney's office to the presiding judge, the court of original jurisdiction, and a demonstration of probable cause with the affidavit. That'll be taken to the judge. And the judge reviews that. Yeah, there is enough here that it does. Believe it does establish probable cause. I'm going to issue a warrant for Bill Schmedley. Then it has to be assigned to a specific cop, not any fucking municipal cop, sheriff, deputy. You know, it's supposed to be is LA in a mix to a specific cop, and then when that warrant's served and then executed, those aren't interchangeable terms either. There's another thing that they always are fucking up on. It's supposed to be taken back to the court and then the rest of it filled out. The return on the warrant. Who's asking for this shit? Some pigs, oh, there's a warrant. You got a warrant. Oh, I do. Oh, okay. Really? I need to see that warrant. And the request for that warrant, and the affidavit, and the showing of probable cause, and the fucking return on the warrant. If it doesn't have all those things, it's insufficient. It's defective. It's a fraud. So that means it's a false arrest, a false imprisonment. And I don't know how they're going to explain their way out of that one. And a couple of things I discovered on that is once a claim's been made for false arrest or false imprisonment, the burden of proof is on the defendant, which would be the policeman, to prove that it wasn't a false arrest and false imprisonment. The burden of proof is on them. And you know what the number one defense that they use to defend against a claim of false arrest, false imprisonment? Consent. Consent. Well, yeah, the warrant was defective. Yeah, there really wasn't probable cause, but we went to arrest him, and he didn't. You know, he went right along with us. He cooperated. See where the complying will get you. He consented to it, so it wasn't false because he consented to it. How could it be false if he consented? That's a defense they use. Is that sick or what? Because the guy doesn't want to get shot, you know. Fucking cops come pointing guns in his face. You're under arrest. You have a warrant. You have a warrant. I do. Okay. They'll throw the poor bastard in jail. You know, the prerequisite things are not in place. Hey, Northwoods, what's happening, man? Prerequisites were not in place. You know, but he goes along with it because he's scared, you know, the violence, doesn't want to go against the flow, you know. Why don't you just comply? Well, that's why you don't fucking comply. Because there was no warrant, there's no probable cause. You have to be that belligerent claimant. You have to oppose that. You have to make them take you by force, so it's very clear to see to a not disinterested observer that you did not consent to that false arrest and that false imprisonment. He did not consent to that because if you make that claim, that's that's the number one defense that they'll use in their to explain their actions. Oh, he consented to it. I was acting in good faith. Fuck that shit. Take away their good faith. Don't comply. Don't consent. They never ever have it. They don't even know what it's supposed to have. You know, the dumber they are, the better off they are because they can say they're acting in good faith and be covered by their qualified immunity. But what is it called? There's the one toward action. It's for improperly training agents. I want to say Mullen, but it's not. It's not Mullen. It's something like that. 2 syllables. Okay, man. Northwoods, you want to get up here, man? You got anything you want to talk about? Where's the Northwoods? I'm gonna guess Upper Peninsula, Northwood, or Washington, maybe. I don't know your channel, but I'm gonna check it out after this. Essendon's really good about dropping those links. Everybody that comes in here. They get away with it. Yeah, well, New Hampshire, right on, man. Are you up there with Absolute Defiance? New Hampshire. Yeah, not far from me, man. Not far. Like the other side of the world for me right now. They got me so beaten down. Right to travel. They figure, oh, hey, we know what to do with that. We'll steal his fucking automobiles, you know. Give him post-traumatic stress disorder, so scared to fucking go outside, you know, without being fucking attacked by fucking violent policy enforcers who fade into the background and, you know, remain anonymous. You can't even find out who the fucking guy is, you know. These motherfuckers, they're non-compliant with FOIL. I'll tell you that, and I'm documenting it. Got town hall, 2 town halls, two municipal police policy enforcement gangs, Erie County Sheriff's Office and their agents, New York State Troopers, all not even close to compliance with FOIL. They got their standard excuses, and they're just like, if that's not good enough for you, you know, too bad. They say, you know, they got one here yesterday, real official, like, you know, because of the blue, you know. If you want to make your documents look real official, incorporate some blue into it. Learn how to use calligraphy. YHRCHD. You got me on that one, man. Hate to make you spell it out, but I just learned that SMH today. Learn something new every day. Unless I sleep all day, but then something to digest something. I learned something some way. It says they know my address, so they know how to get a hold of me. So why wouldn't they issue a summons in preference of a warrant? You know, they know how to get a hold of me. A summons is always supposed to be preferred to a warrant. That's been well established, and also they're in charge of service of process for the this alleged court date that I supposedly missed. Who's in charge of notification of that? Hey, New Hampshire Mountain Girl, we got 2 New Hampshire in the house. All right. So they're in charge of service of process. The sheriff's office. It's one of their primary functions. I knew that, but I seen it in writing when they're their recruitment thing on their website. Listing all the duties. Here's what you'll be doing. With this exciting new career, serving papers. Oh, wouldn't you know? I'll be damned. So yeah, they're all ready. They're ready to go when it comes time for the violence. But who's in charge of doing that paperwork that you're claiming that was in place that I didn't respond to, which I guess I was obligated to respond to? Who's responsible for serving that paperwork? You motherfuckers were. So, at some point they can't say, oh, well, he said to do it, because he said, oh, we got to do that because whatever, the courts say it, we got to do it. What now? They know, they don't want to just acquiesce to my FOIL request, but I don't know what they got after this, because it's either blatant disregard for the FOIL process, or produce that evidence that I have the right to of the crimes that you've committed against me. What's it going to be? The hope is, I guess, that this guy, Captain Neil Howell of the Professional Standards Division, isn't near and dear, because it's such a large fucking gang. He's not so near and dear to the actions that were taken, that he's just going, well, I got to do my job. Hey, Officer Dingleberry, he stepped above his the scope of his duty when he took those actions. I'm not going down with that guy. I'm going to provide this information. That's my hope, I guess. If not, I just document their non-compliance with FOIL. It's really all I can do, and keep putting them in. Keep putting them in. This one says, Christopher Meslinski, using my name without the initial. They just completely omitted the middle initial, because they felt like it. That's what they do with themselves too. You notice any of these public servants that have been in the game for a while, they use their names 4 or 5 different ways. Like the first name initialized with the second name initial, then the last name, or even when they put the last name, then a comma, then the first name, leave the middle initial out. Because like if you go to the Brady list, each one of those is treated completely different. If you're looking for John P. Smith, you got to put it in there exactly like that. If his name's John Percy Smith, well, you got to put it in like that, because it won't come up like everything that's close to it. Only that very specific thing. So, and then there's 6 different places you got to search on there if you want to do a thorough search on that Brady list. So you got to come up with every different possible way that name could be expressed, and they do. I'll have 4 or 5 different ones that I've seen. Then you got to search all the different 6 areas on the fucking Brady list. So you're never really sure. The Widow's Diary, Arson Poet. Hello, welcome. You're never really sure if you really thoroughly search that whole Brady list. And then a lot of the results are no offenses found. The guy John Smith will come up. Yeah, no Brady violations for this guy. Then why the hell are you putting him on there? You mean to tell me every fucking policy enforcement agent comes up on there? I don't think so, because the results for Fitzpatrick that I was getting from there, there was maybe 30 of them, and half of those said that, yep, no violation here. There's got to be more fucking Fitzpatricks on the police force in Boston on the Brady list than 30, let alone the whole country. So yeah, I got to poke around in there a little better, but it's just hide and seek fucking tactics, as usual. They pretend like they're promoting transparency and shit, but really it's all just a labyrinth of fucking hiding their crimes and protecting the criminals. Widow, great calming music tonight. Widow's Diary Artist and Poet. Did you have a music thing tonight? That sounds cool. I'm gonna have to check out y'all's channels. Use some soothing music. Anyone got anything they want to talk about? Widow's your sister, Essendon? All right. Cool. You know, you in Australia, Widow? Anybody got anything they want to talk about? Hop up here with me. Had Bleak Narratives here. He called it an evening. Yeah, I could read this to you. It says, police reference number, 23 dash blah blah blah. They assign that number, but then they got the RE, which I don't know what that means. That's technical jargon. I'm not in that profession, so I don't know what that means. But it says 6/5/2023 incident. Because what I'm doing is I'm putting in a FOIL request for each and every encounter I've had with them. It is a separate incident, you know, so they can't just put in a blanket denial, you know, and you know, they're gonna be moaning and groaning when they get another letter on their desk from me because they know what it is. And I got a pretty tight FOIA request too. It took me a while, but because if you just think you're going to write down what you want, they're going to give it to you. Boy, are you in for a rude awakening? I don't know how some of these guys are even getting shit. Makes me wonder. Other states, you know, but like auditing Erie County, he gets stuff from the sheriff's office. So I don't know that Glenn from Sovereign Living said you'd be surprised what they'll give up on themselves in these larger departments. So, you know, still kind of hopeful, but this one says this letter is in regards to your FOIL request. In response to your inquiry, we are unable to complete your request at this time due to the following reasons. This agency has determined that it is unable to respond to your request in full within the next 20 business days for the following reason. The items you requested are extensive in nature. Oh, really? 20, that extensive? That 20 days isn't sufficient for them to, you know, produce it? That fucking extensive, what I requested? I'll pull it out in a minute. I'll show you what I requested. Accordingly, on or before 11/13/2023, we will provide and or deny access in whole or in part. For more information, review New York State Public Officers Law 87, access to agency records, or New York State Public Officers Law 89, general provisions relating to access to records, certain cases. From the Professional Standards Division, who has a fake phone number, which I proved. I don't know if anyone saw that. It's one of my crowning achievements. I proved that the Erie County Sheriff's Office Professional Standards Division has a fake phone number. They're real professional, and I'd like to see that this office too at 40 La Riviere Drive, Suite 140, Buffalo, New York, because I have a feeling that's just like one of their shells, because their compound is in Orchard Park. They got a bunker there. All the guns they steal from anyone in Erie County goes into the underground bunker there, and like the whole center of the park is all fenced off, you know, private, police only. So who knows what kind of compound they got in there. I went there to try to get a shotgun back one time unsuccessfully. They couldn't find it. They couldn't find it. They just want to have all the guns, you know. And the tanks they're coming out with now, they got fucking, no, they got helicopters, snowmobiles, fucking ATVs, fucking tanks, you know, shit you never even seen before. They got every fucking toy in the world, you know. And if Brian Adams is playing at the fucking the football stadium there, they got an army on the street. For what? If afraid a couple drunks, they're gonna, might break out into a fist fight. Somebody might use excessive curse words or something and need a fucking army there with tanks. They're sitting there with the AR-15s or whatever the fuck, to the max.
Yeah, this is how you take over the Germans. The Germans.
Bleak, you back?
You know?
All right, man.
Yes,
Shit.
sir. Yes, sir. I just got home. Nice and chilly out here in Kansas.
Leave me up here carrying on about FOIA requests.
No, it's good. Somebody needs to be talking about this shit so more people know how to fill them out, what to ask for.
Let me get mine up because I think I got a pretty damn good one. And
you do. If it's that one you sent me, it's damn good.
It's 4 pages long. I'll
handwritten. Yeah, that shit gave me heartburn.
Yeah,
all my shit gave me heartburn.
Really, that's good, right?
Yeah,
heartburn?
Yeah, dude. Not good for whoever you send it to. Yeah, that motherfucker had teeth. Go. So while you're pulling that out, I would I'll take the opportunity to point out honest services fraud again. If they deny your FOIAs, which they will, they've got this like Rolodex of FOIA denials. You know what I mean? But if they deny your FOIA, then you lien their fucking bonds. You lien the shit out of their bonds. Put a fucking commercial lien on their bonds. Fuck them. You know what I mean? Find it. Do you find your stuff, Chris? No? You're muted, brother. I've been staring at that name since this afternoon when I was leaving the jail. Essendon. That's got me curious. Like etymologically, I can't place that at all. I'm not sure if that's a name or a moniker, but I'm gonna have to look that one up.
That's her name as far as I know. Best
that's
damn
cool
moderator.
Shit. Yeah, it's been a minute since somebody sent me to the books over a word. You know what I mean?
Yeah, she's lives in Australia.
Oh, that's a neat name.
And you trolls thinking of coming on here talking some shit, she'll handle your asses real quick.
Nice. Oh yeah, admin. Fucking A, man.
Essendon, yeah. And she drops all the links for everybody who's in here tonight, commenting and stuff. She drops all their
That's
links
cool.
so we can all network, and check out each other's channels and like, share, subscribe.
Absolutely. But I'd like to kick it up a notch from there, man. I'm not about subs like her followers. I'm about equals, like people marching side by side with my ass, man. So again, anybody that wants to get together and fucking grind, man, iron sharpens iron. My email address is bleaknarratives@gmail.com. It's on the about tab of my page. Feel free to give me a shout and I'll shoot you my cell number. You know what I mean? And we can get down from there. So, and the same thing goes for the trolls, man. 316-207-2041, man. Hit me up. Let's hear about how fucking petty you are and how little you know.
Don't stoop to their level, man. You're doing yourself a disservice, even acknowledging them.
Oh shit! I'll let them swing themselves out on me. You know what I mean? I'll be their
try
patsy.
to reason with fucking buffoons. you know, maybe.
Yeah, well, you certainly can't battle them. You can't get in a battle of the wits with, you know, an unarmed person or whatever.
Yeah, that's a fact. Anyone want to see a fake warrant? There, I got one handy here.
Did you see what happened with Jason's warrant?
It didn't exist, right?
Didn't exist. He went in and videotaped the court clerk twice looking for that shit. They're like, well, we don't have it here and it's not upstairs, you know. Guess they did a fraud. Oopsie.
Do you know when they issued this this fraudulent warrant? I mean, everything about
For you?
Yeah, this particular one. This is the one from the one so-called case that I already beat.
Did they go back and backdate it? That's what they did with mine. They went back and backdated that shit after a court date.
They ambushed me outside of their jurisdiction under claims of warrants that didn't exist, and then they you know, every time they encounter me, they come up with some fucking felony, because I guess wouldn't they have to have witness me committing a felony to interrupt my peaceful passage violently in that manner? I guess so. So they're trying to cover their bases there, but they're raising the stakes, you know. And I don't think their bonds can withstand the commercial liability that they're introducing into these venues, you know.
Right, right.
But it was on May 3rd, about 1 p.m. right when they ambushed me on the sovereign territory of the Cattaraugus Nation of Indians.
Right.
And dreamed up these pretended offenses, such a possession of a forged instrument in the 2nd degree. That's a threat of 6 to 9 years in prison, I believe it was.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Resisting arrest, which I did not. He lied. You know, not assisting him in his you know, investigation or whatever the fuck he thinks he's doing. You're never resisting. I don't consent. I don't have a counsel present.
Well, that's the thing about.
I have a
that's the thing
Fifth
about
Amendment protected right against self-incrimination. You know, I can't be compelled to. But I'm not refusing. Well, I mean, I just don't consent. You know what I'm saying? It's another.
But that's the thing with the onus of probandi. If this guy's going to go and put an affidavit of probable cause out there saying that he experienced or witnessed in his interaction with you resisting arrest, then the onus of probandi is shifted onto him, and all you have to do is rebut or rebuke the claim, and then they have to either prove it or shut the fuck up. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
so that's how you deal with that.
When you stepped out, I was saying, you know, it's a really important point with when it comes to a false arrest and false imprisonment. Once that claim's been made, the burden of proof is on them to prove that it wasn't a false arrest and a false imprisonment.
It's just like jurisdiction. Everything slams shut. The arrest record, the fucking all of it's sealed the second you fucking say that shit until it's been litigated and decided.
Yeah, I'm doing that this week. And do you know that you know what the #1 defense that they use for a claim against you know, false arrest, false imprisonment?
No, what's that?
Consent.
Huh? Right.
He
probably
consented to it. He consented to it.
Tacitly.
Right. Don't ever even say that you were arrested. That's another trick that validates it. I wasn't arrested. I was falsely arrested. I was kidnapped.
Yep.
I wasn't arrested. How could I resist arrest when I wasn't under arrest?
Right.
No. There was no fucking probable cause. It's a defective warrant or non-existent warrant.
Right.
Okay, then what was the exigent circumstance? What was the exigent circumstances? You know,
right.
What crime did they witness me committing that breached the peace that they had the duty to intervene? What crime?
Corpus delicti. Corpus delicti, man. They gotta have the ability to produce that injured party.
Possession of a forged instrument. So that's what they're saying. So they're kind of being smart. They're trying to cover their asses. But in their fucking deposition, in their police report, they completely contradicted themselves because you know, when something's fabricated, you know, it's based on all lies. It seems really hard for these fucking marginally intelligent fucking psychopaths to keep their story straight. And you know, if there's one fucking outright contradiction in their paperwork, then the whole thing's a fraud. He proved it himself. But it's not that simple.
Again,
they don't want.
I've got to go back to that court clerk. That court clerk is not a fucking registered notary with the Secretary of State in any fucking state, in any fucking court. There might be one there, but I promise you that motherfucker is not signing your documents. They're fucking you over. They ain't signing your documents with a notary.
If they're required to be registered, then I guarantee that they're not. Anything that they're required to do, they're not doing. I guarantee it. If something's supposed to be such and such a way, it might be something close, if you're a product of these government schools, you got a 3rd grade reading level, you probably won't catch it. And people are really inclined to, in their mind, they're reading between the lines. They're reading things that aren't there. They're reading things that absolutely aren't there.
This is Theseus's ship. Like if I sail from the port of my mouth to the port of your ear, a ship in the form of a sentence or a thought that I'm trying to convey with words, and I sail it there, but by the time it reaches Port Chris, it's had every plank, every mast, every sail, every nail replaced on it, every crew member. Then is it my ship anymore that shows up at your harbor?
Well, yeah. I mean, because if I change the tires on my van or something, does that make it a different van? It's still mine, And if it's mine, am I under any obligation?
If you're either one of my fuck yes, it makes it a uniform.
What's that?
I said if you're either one of my ex-wives, yes, of course it does.
Well,
I said if you're either one of my ex-wives, yes, of course.
Yeah. I require a valid state-issued driver license.
From the cops?
Braxton's designed something with that. We're talking about solutions, common sense solutions. He's got something there because I was listening to one of his last night, and he was saying that fucking cop, he's wearing that badge or whatever. So what?
Right.
That's rankings on internal rankings.
Right. That's it. You can strip them of their immunity. Seriously, that's what I'm saying. Knowing the rules is big shit, dude. Like all I have to do is get somebody who's just tiny amount of equal to me or lesser intelligence, and they're fucked. Because I'm gonna know their rules already, and I love strategy.
It's only a few things to say, but most people will never have the balls to do it.
To say I require you to fucking. Like you have the right. You have the right in commerce. If you want somebody to identify themselves doing commerce with you, then they have to identify themselves. If they don't, it's a concealment. Concealment is estoppel by conduct through fraud.
Of course.
You know what I mean?
And if that's their
under the Real ID Act of 2003. But you don't just ask them for a state issued driver's license.
No, not asking
under that title.
I'm not asking you. I require
well, okay, whether you require, demand, ask, whether you do it in sign language or Spanish or French. It's not just a driver's license. You under that title, you can fucking ask for 3 forms of state issued identification, and they have to provide you 3 forms of state issued identification. And this is because when they have the 4 elements that's necessary to access the trust through the Treasury, and that is your name, your address, your date of birth, and your social security number, then it becomes what constitutes in United States Code. It becomes a employee-employer relationship. And due to this employee-employer relationship, this opens you up to qui tem actions. You can fucking prosecute criminal code federally because you're under the Whistleblowers Act or the False Claims Act. And of course, they don't just give everybody the ability to take a qui tem litigation in a federal court. That would be a waste, because most people aren't going to be able to pull it off. They won't be able to make it past the Rule 12b6 motion to dismiss for failure to state a claim upon which relief can be granted. You know what I mean? But no, yeah. So you can hammer these motherfuckers. Like if I'm getting into a fucking altercation with a cop, whether I'm in a vehicle or standing there and they're doing a stop and frisk, it doesn't matter. It's always going to be the same for me. I don't start with the estoppel. I'm like, hey, call your superior and go ahead and get me a copy of your bonds, dude. Because by the end of this, I'll guarantee I'm going to be wearing your fucking socks. And I will be.
Right. Well, that's what I wanted to say, man, Bleak. If that's their kryptonite, requiring their identification. which they are seeking to
Right.
contract with you. You know,
Well, see, all
so you
that
have
does,
every
all that
right
does
to
is
know
put them in a
who's
stopper.
trying to
All that
contract
does is
with
put them
you.
in a stopper.
Right, which is good enough.
Right.
That's what you want.
This
You don't want to
just
do.
puts them in a stopper. It doesn't. Estoppel is not a. It's not a finishing move. It's an alley
It's a
oop.
nullifying
You know what I'm
move.
saying?
It's a nullifier, right?
Right.
It's,
Right.
It doesn't.
Well,
it
for
doesn't. It
anything
doesn't finish
subsequent.
it. It stops it from starting. It nips it in the butt.
Well, for anything subsequent, like this cop can still give whatever testimony they want to anything prior. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Um,
Go ahead and do whatever the fuck you motherfuckers do. And if the district attorney or the grand jury finds it sufficient evidence to charge me with a crime, then the Department of State can contact me. And until then, you can leave me the fuck alone. You know?
Right.
Yeah, the fucking, you know, but if that's their kryptonite, you know, because yeah, they love to, you know, and they try doing it by little steps too. They're trying to just fade into anonymity, you know, where they just be like stormtroopers from Star Wars, you know. These fucking you know, they all look exactly the same. They don't have an identifying mark, so you can't hold any of them accountable, you know. It's
Right.
Smith.
Right.
But yeah, it's like you know how kids like they'll say not it.
Yep.
You know, because something's got to be done. Like the dog, I don't know, the dog shits on the floor or something, and the kid not
Passing
it.
the buck. Yep.
Right?
Passing the buck.
And whoever doesn't say not it gets stuck cleaning up the shit, right? So if that's like kryptonite to a fucking pig, telling him you require for his valid state issue driver license, then it would stand to reason that the first thing out of his mouth is, let me see your license and registration, because this motherfucker is approaching your automobile with a fucking gun. With deadly force.
Right. And see, so if you have a deadly weapon, in prominent display, this is a high felony. Absolutely. But not only that, him asking for your driver's license or social security number is asking for a credit card. So it's credit card fraud. You know what I mean? And it's also it would be piracy, rape, and pillage too, under the Trading with the Enemy Act.
That's compelling me to be a witness against myself without counsel present.
Right. Well, they can ask you to perform because, like as we established earlier, most people are too fucking dumb to realize what's going on, and they will just do whatever because they're compliant and they don't want to die. You know?
Right. There's a simple formula for that too. Are you asking me or are you ordering me? Oh, I'm asking you. Oh, thanks for asking. Am I free to go? You know, and if they say, "Oh, that's an order. That's a lawful order," well, I guess I could I may comply with your unlawful order policy enforcer under threat, duress, and coercion. But first, let me introduce you to my fee schedule and fill out this fucking public servant questionnaire. You know.
What was right? What was the Latin for "show me the law"? Is that corpus delicti? No, it's corpus juris secundum. What is it? I can't remember.
Oh, is that what that means?
I think so. It's one of the two.
Show me the law. That's another one. Any law, anytime they say it's the law, can you show me that law? Can you show me that law? Well, I don't know exactly which one it is. Then how can you enforce it? You can't articulate the law you're speaking. You can't just say it's the law because he has a hunch that it is. The law is expressed, not implied. It's very specific.
Right. See, well, yeah, and that's something I was going to say earlier when your buddy came on. I was going to say something about this earlier, but I didn't want to interrupt. Anytime you're looking through statutes, codes, charters, acts, oaths, things of that nature, these are always listed with the congressional intent first, and then the definition second. So it'll be the legislative scope, the congressional intent, the definitions. Whether you're reading the Parentage Act or the Criminal Code or agriculture. It doesn't matter. Like, you're going to want to read those first 2-3 chapters every fucking time. They're short. They're a breeze. And if you don't, then you're not going to know what the fuck's being talked about, period.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Or what was intended.
That's a basic thing that most people miss, I think, as far as being charged with a crime.
I do it when I'm reading like fiction. I won't read the preface, you know?
Well, the mens rea, but if you look, you know, the pigs know it, because if you look on their fucking citations and shit, it always says, you know, it'll rattle off, you know, what the statute is about, you know, and it'll always say, and he knowingly and intentionally, without having any reasonable, belief that he had the right to do so, you know, did fucking, pissing fucking Mrs. McGillicuddy's rose bushes,
Well, here's the thing
Because,
about that. Okay, and let's just use driving as an example. Traveling, right to travel. Okay, if that cop is going to get on the stand under oath and say that I was driving a Kia Rio, objection, Your Honor. He's not a fucking expert witness. He doesn't work for Kia. He's not a fucking ASE certified mechanic. Objection,
Yeah.
Your Honor. He's not a legislature. He's not a member of the legislature. He does not know the congressional intent or the definition for traffic, for drive, for driver, for
right?
person.
Is he an
for
expert
fuck's sake.
witness? Did he write that law? You can always
Right,
have him
exactly.
on that too.
Hearsay, hearsay, hearsay. The hearsay rule is very, very fucking important, man.
Well, you can knock that out. You should nip it in the bud before you got a cop on the fucking stand in there. There's 100 ways to fucking end that shit before it gets to that point.
There is, but man, have you ever made a cop read to you and a jury that he doesn't have the authority to conduct or enforce traffic stops or traffic code? Because most of them don't. You know what I mean?
That's a little elaborate for for those guys. Can you define for me traffic, Officer Shitstain? Can you define for me traffic?
We're conducting a traffic stop.
Oh, the cars aren't going up and down on the road. Oh, that may be a
Right.
common parlance term, but I'm talking.
Right,
We're in a court of
it's-
law here. Can you tell me the
Transportation
legal
and commerce.
definition of the word traffic? Since you're purporting yourself to be a law enforcement officer, we're looking for the legal definition of traffic, Officer Schmedley. Oh, well,
It's transportation and interstate commerce and commerce, right?
traffic. Oh yeah, it's
Yeah,
clearly commercial.
transportation
It's
and commerce.
transporting of people, goods, or animals. From one point to another.
Right.
For commercial purposes.
This is what transportation was. Originally, transportation was moving. Transportation was moving bodies, humans, to and from the colony to the penal colony. That's why we have penal codes, because America is a giant prison. Like they tell us it was named after Amerigo Vespucci. Well, no, it wasn't. That dude's name started with an H. His name wasn't Amerigo. And nobody ever said Amerigo anytime ever until the fucking history books started saying that, because it wasn't a fucking word. His crew was all Arabic and they all spoke Sanskrit. And so they called him Americans, which meant princely, like would-be king. You know what I'm saying? And so America is named after Amaru, the plumed serpent, the god of occasional sacrifice. Like supposedly they did so much human sacrifice in Colorado that they could paint the fucking sky red. That's why they call it Color Rojo, you know?
Well, I hit upon a different twist on that with the penal law, because penal
It rhymes
is
with
for penalty, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
So penalties would be for somebody who's in contract. Like if there's a hockey game, you hit the guy with your stick or
Right.
something, you go in the penalty box, right?
Right,
but,
because you knew the rules. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a fucking soccer match, at a school, and if you trip one of the guys on the other team or something, they're gonna stop the game and they're gonna call a penalty, and you're gonna have to go on the sidelines, and then your team's gonna be shorthanded for a period of time. It's a penalty. It's like a sanction
For at least 5 minutes, because I'm gonna go bang that dude's mom in the parking lot. You know what I mean?
But if I live on the street where there's a soccer field and a bunch of kids are out there playing soccer, and I don't know, I trip some guy walking down the street or something. They can't penalize me for per the rules of that soccer game, because I'm not playing in that soccer game.
Right.
I don't have to stop running when the whistle blows, because I'm running in the
Same,
fucking
same,
park,
dude.
that's on the other side of the street from the soccer field. You can't penalize me for not playing by the rules, because I'm not playing your game. I'm not subject to the jurisdiction of that fucking soccer referee.
Right. Well, see, that's all they're ever going to get from a guy like yourself or
corporate
myself.
law,
It's unabashed fucking resistance. Yeah.
It's internal corporate policies, codes,
Police policy. Yeah, absolutely. And revenue enforcement.
It's a sanction. But if I'm not, what benefits and privileges am I receiving for me to be subject to these sanctions?
Yeah, see, that's just
I don't
it.
remember
That's
getting
just
a
it.
fucking
You
paycheck
can't.
from you, motherfucker. Don't worry what color pants I'm wearing.
They can't sanction us. They can't.
The only reason that
No.
they get away with shit like contempt or whatever is because people don't know that they're not a fucking United States citizen per the 13th and 14th Amendment. That's
Yeah,
basically
but you know,
they took
that doesn't
the
hold
word
water
slave
either,
and turned it into sizzling.
because
But
the court is supposed to be jealously guard the rights of the citizen. You know.
Yeah.
It's all a crock of shit.
Right.
It's all a fucking crock of shit. I mean, one of the biggest ones that's just getting exposed is well, George Gordon was on it in the 80s, but not to the extent that that this one guy, he hit upon it, man, in Canada big time. He called the prosecutor's office, and people think Canada's totally different. It's not. They just call it something different, you know. But it's the same exact fucking system, pretty much. But the role I got some questions about the role of the prosecutor's office. I was reading the something Prosecution Act, and it says here the the rights and the roles of the public prosecutor is to prosecute officers.
right.
That's their only fucking role. They're not supposed to be prosecuting men and women, the people. The people fund the fucking public prosecutor to prosecute government officials who violate their fucking statutes, rules, codes, and ordinances. The people aren't subject to them. So they totally flip-flopped it around, and they're not acting as a public prosecutor. They're prosecuting attorneys. Where's the public prosecutor? There isn't one. They got the public defenders operating out of the prosecuting attorney's office. And there is no public prosecutor. The public prosecutor is supposed to be prosecuting government officials in the name of the people, you know?
Well, see, they're not supposed to be doing that at all. The AG is supposed to be doing that. Many of the district attorneys and county attorneys don't have the authority to prosecute, and none of their assistants have the authority to prosecute. None. You know what I mean?
Say that again. The AG,
Many
the Attorney
county
General,
attorneys,
that's the state.
depending on. Yeah, that's right. Well, the attorney general is supposed to be the one doing all that shit, but instead the attorney general is warring against us. That's why they call him the attorney general. That's why they call the sheriff, and the vicar general. These are all military designations, all of them. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they really are. The attorney general is well, I got a letter from them. I sent them a bunch of documents, and I guess I got from them what I needed. They can't help me. You know, so
they're not here to help you. They're here to war against you.
Well,
but see, that's the thing. You have to give them reversionary.
I exhausted
you have
the
to
remedy
give them back their reversion,
you know.
You have to give them back their reversionary interest in the bond, in the instrument, the birth certificate. You have to give them back their reversionary interest. You know what I'm saying? Like they're waiting for you to come up out of this and ascend to the mind so that you realize, hey, I am an enemy of the state. I need to notify these people that I'm a non-enemy, non-combatant. You know what I mean? And that I'm not.
You know what the definition
What's
of enemy of the state is in Black's Law Dictionary, 11th edition?
No, I do not.
One who can't be prosecuted. Somehow they just can't they can't get this guy in the cage.
Have you read the TWEA?
I don't know.
The Trading with the Enemy Act.
Oh no, I haven't. But I heard that if you bring that up, they're forbidden from even talking about it, and that could
some of it. Yeah, this is the chaos doctrine. They can't discuss the chaos doctrine with the peanut gallery present. They'll get 10 years. They can't discuss it in public, period. But they can discuss it in chancery, in chambers, in camera. But of course, in camera, in chambers is anything but on camera. It's not. It's private inequity.
Well, you know what in camera means?
What's that?
In camera means in London.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh. I wonder why.
Well, you know, they're pretending they're on a fucking dry dock ship at sea. You know,
right.
You know, they're pretending they're in the underworld, the land of the dead. So why not pretend that when they go in the fucking the Black Robes little office that they're in London? You know?
Brother, this is the land of the dead. I 100% without a doubt, at least for my own reality and my own truth, I know this place to be the third layer of Dante's Inferno. I know this to be a fact because we can conceive and perceive the second and fourth dimensions.
but we can't exist in them. You know what I mean? You could show a dog a picture of a dog. It doesn't understand it's looking at a 2-dimensional representation of a 3-dimensional object. Therefore, that dog is not in hell. We are. You know what I mean?
That's what Abraxas
Like-
said. He said when you you carry around that license, you know, and you produce it
Right.
for an unknown age, you know, you're entering into contract with an unknown party because you're not required to see their valid state issue driver license. And then what does the cop always say? The pig, you know, you hand it over. So you just gave him everything he needed. You gave him evidence that you voluntarily entered into a regulated enterprise. He has jurisdiction, subject to the policy.
Rebuke that shit.
Huh?
As soon as you receive notice of a presentment, like whether it's that citation, whether you go to jail and you leave there and they give you your bond paperwork and give you the charging instrument, whether it's a subpoena, as soon as you receive that presentment, I believe you have 21 days in Kansas, it might be 30, to respond. And so you respond to it. You just say, hey, here is my FOIA that I've sent to the FBI stating that they don't have any record of me being an employee of the state or federal government. Therefore, not a United States citizen there. Okay, so here's my FOIA from the IRS stating that they don't have any records that indicate that I am a taxpayer or a United States citizen. So there goes my citizenship there. And I'm not a state national. I'm not a fucking resident alien, non-resident alien. I'm not. I am simply a man who's been deprived of his rights, duties, responsibilities, tangibles, general intangibles, general tangibles, profits, proceeds.
You're an aggrieved man.
Yeah, deprived man. While that statement is correct in the legal sense,
Agreed.
Yeah, in the legal sense, absolutely. But I mean, in the real world, nah. These people, they could do the worst to me that they'll ever be able to think of. They could take my family and murder them. They did that. They could take my career from me, my health. They did that. They did that. They could have me looking at foreclosure. They're doing that. I could be bombarded with EMF waves all day and fucking gang stalked. That's happening. But you know what, dude? They're not going to take the smile from my face. I'm fucking sorry. Just like Sarah could turn into the biggest pod person, fucking body snatchers cunt in the world and do whatever she will to me and my children. I'm still going to remember mama, not whatever the fuck that thing is in the Sarah suit. They can't take that from me, dude. They don't get it. They don't get to decide what note is middle C to me, what color is green to me. I might be looking and saying that's green. You might say, bro, that's mauve and you need to go get your eyes checked. Like that's white. Yeah. Oh, that's mother of pearl. Those are the same. You know what I'm saying? But
what they're doing when they steal from us and deprive us of the fruits of our labors, they're stealing our past from us. You know.
Absolutely. But this isn't one of those deals
when they tie up our time. You know, they tie up all our time with dealing with these fucking papers. You know, they're fucking constantly under their threats and shit. They're stealing our present. And
right, sure. But this isn't one of those deals.
Steal our future by putting us in a cage. You know.
Those don't exist. Those don't exist. And most people are too Uncle Rico to exist in the present. They're like, oh, Napoleon, if coach had put me in, we'd have won state. I could throw a football over them mountains, Napoleon. Like, yeah, but what about right now? What about right now? Why don't you talk about if you go ahead and work fucking overtime this week that you'll be able to afford that second vacation? Or, man, I should have never let that girl get away from me. Yeah. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, man. If my aunt had uncle or balls, she'd be my uncle. Like so you can stop that shit right there, you know. But then, like I was saying, this is it's relative to the traveler. No one will ever be able to change my truth. There are always as many truths as there are observers. Period. Doesn't matter if you and your old lady see something and you guys are pretty eye to eye on stuff. There's no fucking way that your fucking firsthand testimony recount of that thing is going to fucking be the same as hers. It's not. You know, always as many truths as there are observers.
Because that goes back to what we were talking about earlier. It's a definition of the word truth, you know, because if something's true, it's true. You know, it may not be able to be, you know, the guy might have a different idea in his head about what a definition of one of the words that you're using means. So you two aren't in agreement on something. But
that's where
the underlying whatever principle, you know, or like let's see, come up with an example. I don't know, like a compass, maybe. Always points north. You know, is that true?
Right.
But you know, if somebody
Well,
doesn't know and they got
apparently.
it tilted upside down, does that mean that he thinks north is that way because he doesn't know how to use a compass? That doesn't mean that's
Parallax.
true. It means he's
Parallax.
mistaken. He's mistaken.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, but hold on. Let's back up there. My mom was tone deaf, and she was the loudest person that sang in the church. Everyone hated it except my mom. She knew she was tone deaf. She knew her singing was awful. She would never do it in the car or in the shower or anything like that. And
Right.
and I know because I was always sitting in the shower while she was trying to hit me in the car with it. I don't know, hit me with the car in it. I was always parking my shower on top of her car. I don't know, fucking. Anyways, she didn't give a shit. To her, it was she was making a beautiful sound unto the Lord, and that's where she was at with it. If you didn't like it, then perhaps you shouldn't be such a dick. You know, and so to mom, it was like one of those deals. Well, yeah, I stole $30 out of your wallet. You fucking owed me 60. Yeah, pussy, but you went through my wallet and stole $30. I was standing right there in the other room. You could have just asked me for the $30 or the $60 and I'd have gave it to you. Like, how do you know that $30 wasn't going to keep me from getting my fucking kneecaps broke by a fucking goddamn loan shark? How do you know that I didn't have $60 already fucking, you know, wired to you on Cash App and you just hadn't gotten a notification? You know, like you don't get to justify bullshit with bullshit. That is, it's astroturfing. It's again, I've got a boyfriend. Well, I didn't ask if you had a boyfriend. I said, hey, like on a scale of fucking 1 to America, how free is your ass right now? You know, like.
Well, then, you know, that's again how you feel about something. Which you know, anytime feelings are involved, the truth is out
Yeah,
the window.
they don't. Feelings should not be
You know?
involved in any fucking thing other than how chocolate tastes in your head and whether or not you enjoy kissing the person that you're with.
Does this
You know what I'm
road
saying?
go-
That's where your
does
feelings
this road
should
go
end.
up 3 miles and then end at a T in the westerly direction? Yes, it does.
Right.
You know, that's the
See,
truth.
these are all
Some guy
inherent
thinks-
and empirical truths. These are all inherent empirical truths that exist by some form of tangible metric, what we can observe and agree upon. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, something has to be a statement of fact to be determined if it's true or not. So if somebody
See, but then
doesn't
there you go.
believe it-
What's the definition of fact? Because facts are just what's determined in accordance with the rules.
right, that becomes it goes back to the definition of words. But you know,
and I hate that shit. For someone who loves logos and speaks like 4 different languages, I fucking hate that shit, dude. I hate that shit. I hate what they're doing to words. It's some 7th grade fucking female sleepover shit.
yeah, but
I said,
you know,
understand. That means you stand under. Ha ha ha. Like, fuck that. That person needs a wedgie, a swirly. They don't need a
that's
paycheck.
stupid, you know, but that doesn't mean that it's 2 different things are true because you know, 2 different things couldn't possibly be true. Like this.
Until
fucking,
rebutted. And see, this is where I'm surprised that you haven't adapted to this Carl Lentz style of fuck you. You know what I mean? No, fuck you. Fuck you. We're using English and there's no fuck you. I'm not a person. No, fuck you. I'm not all caps. Yeah, you know.
Well,
like-
I am, man. I am. But I'm doing it by asking questions because for a while there, I put up too much of a stone wall, you know, and it's like trying
Absolutely.
to stop the flow of water, you know.
Right. Right.
You-
Well, that's
you
what
can't-
people tell me about my documents. They say with many words come many sins. And I say, swim through one of these and tell me where you're at.
Yeah, read them and weep, motherfuckers.
You know what I mean?
Read them and weep, you know. But yeah, what was I had something to say in there.
Oh yeah, my fault, man. I didn't mean to interject.
No,
I think what
it ain't
this
fault,
boils
man.
down to, man, is again, it's relative to the traveler, brother. The truth, fact, truth, definition of definition, blah 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 blah. If a man calls you a horse, you tell him to fuck off. If a man comes back the next day and he says you're a horse, you slap him in the fucking mouth, like, hey, shut that motherfucker before I fucking turn it into my permanent cock holster. If he comes back the 3rd day and he tells you you're a horse, son, it's time to get a saddle. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's kind of like fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me.
Certainly. And there are 2 different types of people. There are the type of that I just described, who, you know, when called a monster enough, will become one, and they will make sure that they don't disappoint or make a liar out of you. And then there are the ones like myself that just know, dude, I won't be bent. I won't be broken. I won't be. I don't care if you are bending and breaking me. I won't be bent. Oh, you just broke me? No, you didn't. Whether I'm in two pieces or one right here, I feel whole, both of me or me. I don't give a shit, dude. No one will ever tell me that. It's this simple. I don't open my mouth and say anything other than I think, or I would speculate that, or I'm a proponent of the theory that, and then I'll say a thing, or I'll just say a thing. And if you want to argue about it, dude, I'm sorry, but you're wrong. And this isn't about being right. This is about, look right here. Look right here. This isn't my words. These are the words of the people that came before us, man. If we're playing this game, we're both playing this game. We're both playing by the same rules. There's none of this, oh, I had my fucking fingers crossed behind my back and it's opposite day. No double takesies, backsies, no fucking flinch and fucking 2 for flinching or what. Like, no, fuck that. Fuck that, dude. I am as king. Like you said, you're asking. You are as king. You are as king. You don't answer questions. You are not to be coerced, to be forced, to be intimidated, anything. That's why Congress gave us natural person under Title 15, because the word person fucked us. And everybody, into the Civil War, everybody knew that shit. They knew that a person was a slave. The blacks knew it. I'm not sure that the whites knew it immediately, but especially the blacks up north, they immediately knew when they heard about the 13th and 14th Amendment. Oh, wow, they turned it into citizen, I guess, instead of nigger, and you guys are one too now. And that's what they did. And so, no, not to me. I wasn't there. I wasn't there for any of that. I didn't agree to those terms. There's no contract. Show me the contract. Dame la fucking contract. Like, give me that motherfucker. Put it in my hand. Show me my wedding signature. Show me where I was given consideration. I showed my intent to accept. I accepted. There was a performance. Show me these things. You know what I mean? They can't. And so I stand in truth. Same thing with the argument. I'm never going to argue with you about whether or not that song was written by Tracy Lawrence or Trace Atkins, because I don't fucking know. But if I do, yeah, dude. Yeah, we can go up that hill. I'll be coming back down it. Guaranteed. Sorry, I don't mean to ramble. With Chris here, I guess it's just kind of the dickhead Mike show. So my bad. Compasses need true north. I agree. Do you fall under the ilk of a woman that believes that this place may potentially not be spherical in nature, or that there might be some kind of thing in the center of it that's magnetic, and that's why everything points north, but no one's able to circumvent? Just out of curiosity. Anybody that wasn't here for the beginning of this, I'm Michael Talbert from the Bleak Narratives channel. I am Chris's gay lover. We've been together for about 1.5 years. No, I'm teasing. Sorry, Chris, if you're catching this later, but I doubt you're going to sit and watch all of this long-winded fucking drivel. Anyways, I apologize again for my candor. I don't know. I'm here to make a better man of myself. You know what I mean? And maybe not by example, but by and through vitriol, do so in an appealing fashion, something that makes it appear rewarding to my peers. You know what I mean? This trip is certainly not about me. This talk is certainly not about me. So if any point, if I go careening off into the me like an opera shit, you'll have to forgive me. I have but the one point for frame of reference, and so I do tend to maybe overplay it a little.
I'm back. Echo,
What's
echo.
up, big boy?
I'm not echoing.
Like scoliosis.
Good.
Right.
I'm back.
Right. Like Quasimodo.
The Hunchback of Notre Dame, right?
Right. He is also back, Hunchback. Man, I saw this stray cat on my way home, skating home with the dog. And of course, Barkley went up there to go give it a big old kiss because we got kitties at home, and he's a lover. The big old Turner and Hooch ass scared that cat, and it started to run away. And I noticed, wow, that's not a white cat. That is not a white cat in a shadow. That is a tabby with a motherfucking Hitler mustache, and I thought to myself, I must capture this animal before winter so that it doesn't die. And that I might name it Adolf Kittler. I think that would be a very cute name for a cat. Yeah, right. You know, if it was if it looked a little bit more like a Guido or whatever, I would have named it Meow Cellini. You know.
I got another expression from my friend Richard tonight. Second one. He used to say, curiosity killed the cat, and satisfaction brought him back.
Right. Absolutely. I thought it was. I don't think it was satisfaction when I'd heard it when I was a child. I think it was something else. But they have a neat way of doing that. Like have your cake and eat it too. That's not the way she said it. If she said it at all, it's actually quoted to eat your cake and have it too. It meaning you can't eat that shit and still have cake. You know, the other way doesn't make any fucking sense.
But you know how my friend Bob used to say it? He'd say, well, yeah, you know, he was talking about, I don't know, one of the guys' girlfriend or something, you know. He's like, because, he goes, they want to have their cake and eat it too, and then they still want to have their cake. I said, well, yeah, Bob, that's the whole point. You know, that third party. Yeah, that's what he used to say, and I couldn't.
He might have been doing that in an ironic sense. Like if I say, look here, one, this is what's up, and B, go fuck yourself. You know, like there are people that are that clever, like you were saying earlier about that old boy.
Yeah, he wasn't. He would tell jokes and expect like fucking laugh track laughter after it or something. You know, he'd tell the dumb joke and you know. He didn't get a reaction out of it. He's like, it's a joke, Chris. I said, yeah, I know, Bob. It wasn't funny. You know, it wasn't funny. If you got to say, hey, come on, I said, you need to do material. You know.
Yeah, man, I used to do a Type 5 in Tulsa. I did my bid doing stand up in my 20s. I've always been an entertainer, man. It started with my parents put me in tap and piano when I was 4. So like I've always been kind of an eccentric little homo. You know what I mean? I run around fucking.
You know, they hated you that bad, huh?
Yeah, kind of. No, I've always liked entertaining people. You know, if there's a piano in a house and there's people in it, I'm going to sit down at the motherfucker and I'll start playing very quietly. And if people are conversing and having a good time, I might start singing a little quietly. And you know what I mean?
I could do at least like an hour at any time of stand-up comedy. Probably
no shit.
Yeah, I could do an hour of Andrew Dice Clay back in my prime and often did. Yeah.
Man, I usually get lost at off the clown's face and into the windmill. You know, I'll be driving home going, oh fuck, dude meant putt, son of a bitch. You know, like I was over there thinking about porn.
Oh, that's what I should have said.
Right. See, I can't really freestyle like that. Like, I'll end up being like, oh, so, you know, who invented that brush that hangs beside the toilet? That thing hurts. I'll stick with the paper, I guess. Thank you. You know.
Well, man, sometimes I get on a roll, you know, and I just, you know, I gotta fucking shut up or put down anything anybody says, you know, and it's hard to stop it when it's, you know, it's
that's that inner old man. You know? That's that inner grumpy old fuck coming out of you. That's that Hollis Goodrich. We've all got Hollis inside of us. You know what I mean? He's that dude that's going to give you for your birthday a smoke alarm with a snooze button because you know he wants to make sure that you got a little extra time to get out of the house if you were intended to. You know. But,
yeah, you know, it's a prank, but you know, but having something to shut down every fucking asshole try saying something slick, you know, is it can't be forced, you know.
Winston Churchill, Abraham Lincoln was also very good at it. I've seen some correspondence from Lincoln that made me want to crawl out of my own skin and stuff myself into the asshole of a wet dog, you know, wrapped in burnt hair. Like,
yeah, they just hit the words.
Winston Churchill was a motherfucker too.
Four scores.
The way you do that.
It's like, oh boy, everyone's looking at the clock, you know.
The way you do that, and especially if you've been hurt by something that someone says and you want to effectively do that, the best way to do that is either the Hitler had a dog or medium or maybe even a small. And what I mean by that is if I give a girl my phone number and she's like, psh, I'll be like, that's cool. You know, I was looking for something in a medium, maybe even a small. And then I'll just walk away. I won't laugh. I won't raise an eyebrow. No clicking the tongue and doing finger guns. None of that. Pop my collar. No, I just say it. And if it's somebody else, you know, I'm going to, you know, it like let's say if it's a battle rap, dude, I'm going to start at your shoes and I'm going to end at you hanging yourself. You know what I mean? Because that's just that, like, if you're coming at me, I'm the most passive person I've ever met, dude. I do nothing but help people all day long. And they're like, God, that dude sure is creepy. And I feel like he's going to fuck me over. You know what I mean? As they're like walking away with all the shit they've stolen from me or whatever. Why?
You don't know why that is?
No.
That's because no good deed goes unpunished.
I deserve that shit, though. We're all a bunch of dirty, fucking sinful, wretched gluttons. You know what I mean? Myself as well. I'm certainly no prize winner. I might consider myself to be on the right path, or hopefully on the right path, or near it, even perhaps.
You never heard
but
that expression?
End of the day, dude. Yeah, absolutely. But I don't think anything goes unpunished. I think that whether you say "Hey, baby" to some chick in middle school when you're in middle school, and she's like, "Ew," and she covers up, she doesn't wear any more spaghetti straps or whatever because she didn't like the way it made her feel, or whether she's like, okay, you know, and we step behind the fucking the gymnasium or whatever and get it on. You've influenced somebody to become a prude or a whore. So in the like, let's say you know somebody who's reaching that age that they're dicking around with drugs and alcohol, and you're like, hey, well, you know, just do your drugs and alcohol over here where you're safe, man. Don't be running around in your car doing that dumb shit or whatever. Or let me get a bag from you so you're not going to get robbed by some fucking dude on MLK Boulevard or whatever. You know, like I would be on that level with my kids before I'd be like, nah, fuck you. Drugs are bad, dude. Go out there and make horrible decisions and fuck your life up. You know?
Say hello to the bad guy.
Huh?
Say hello to the bad guy. They need to.
Right. I love that scene. But in truth, man, and it, you know, in a very esoteric and I don't want to say like, you know, Plato's mysteries or anything, but that's what it is. It's Rosicrucianism. I don't believe, I know it to be true that there is no such thing as good or bad or wrong or right. None of these things exist. Because if that were the case, then there couldn't be that third option. Whether I'm like, okay, so if you had to eat a booger sandwich or make out with your mom, and you could be like, how about I just don't play, Bleak? You know, you would, what am I going to say to that? No, there can't be a third option. That you got to fucking settle for this good cop, bad cop, false dichotomy. And I can't remember what the tactic is, but there's a tactic that police use when they investigate and when they question people and shit. I wish I remembered the name. And it's neat because it's based on Milton's and speech patterns.
I might know it. What's the concept behind it?
It's a fuck. I think that it's, you make things chaotic or whatever so that people become bewildered and want just for the thing to be over. That way, when you get them to the plea stage, the plea bargain or whatever, they're like, yes, fucking please, dude. I'll absolutely let you do a civil asset forfeiture of fucking $12,000 because I just cash my mine and my old lady's income tax in, and we're on the way home. Yeah, sure. I'll admit that this could have been drug money or whatever, just as long as you give me probation instead of fucking send me to jail. Sure. Well, I mean, dude, and that's why people crumble, because when they say you may have a warrant issued for your arrest, that scares people. But it's a may.
It doesn't say you shall. It doesn't say you shall.
Right. Even if it does, I shall.
The Broncos may win the Super Bowl.
Not give a fuck about that.
What's that got to do with me? You know,
whether I may, I don't, or I shall, I'm going to treat it all the same way. These people have no fucking authority over me. They never fucking have. I don't need to be governed. That shit is for fucking morons, argumentative people who have little tiny dicks and gigantic egos. And then people who just have to be fucking, evil and right all the time in your and their minds so that they can continue to fuck you. You know what I mean?
You got to remember,
and
though,
so,
you got to remember, if they had authority over us, you know, that they could just cast us into the dungeon because they didn't like my haircut, you know.
Absolutely.
The
same thing goes for the Constitution.
They would. They wouldn't have these centuries of fucking tricks and traps laid for people to step into because due to their own ignorance. Sure. They would just say, you know what? I don't like that guy. I don't like that guy that hangs out with them. Put him in the dungeon. You know, it's getting to
What
that.
you're expressing is a paradox. What you're expressing is a paradox. It's like Fresh Frozen or Family Vacation. These things they can't happen. It's like the Constitution. People say, "Oh, it gives us rights." No, it doesn't. It establishes what they can and can't do to us as man and woman. So, but if I have to say my Second Amendment, well, then I guess my Second Amendment doesn't fucking apply, does it? My First Amendment, well, then I guess the First Amendment doesn't fucking exist, does it? If we had to make this document to say it exists and we still have to argue the point that we have a First Amendment right, then we don't have it. It's only when that thing is inherently known by everybody. You don't fuck with Leroy Brown. He's the baddest man in town. You know what I mean?
There's not, rights are only the possessions of the eternally vigilant. You know?
Yep, absolutely. And they belong to the belligerent. They belong to the belligerent.
Nobody is going to stand up for them for you. It has to be done by you alone.
Brother, if you've got a rack,
easier for you to do that.
A rack and a nice
other people,
ratio.
Other people might put in sacrifices, put in the work that's going to make it easier for you to defend those rights, but they can't do it for you.
Sure, as a man, brother, this does not apply to the fairer sex. This just simply does not apply. They literally, if they don't want to move that couch upstairs, they're not doing it. You are doing it. Doesn't matter if you got to call your friend or bring your dad over, or if you got to do it by yourself, throw your back out or kill yourself doing it. You are moving the couch upstairs. You are hanging those picture frames.
Show me the law. Am I obligated to move that couch upstairs? I think if I don't want to move that couch and I want to prove a point, that couch could sit right where the fuck it is. You know, show me the law.
But then they start fucking your brother and your fucking drug dealer and your business partner. No, it's not worth that to me, dude. Anybody in here that's female, I don't mean to offend, but you had a mother. You probably have sisters or a daughter, so you know what I'm talking about. Every female is the most dangerous predator on the face of the planet. They're all borderline.
There, you know, but
yeah, they're all borderline. Like that, every single one of them. They have cluster B personality disorders, narcissist, sociopath, narcopath, borderline personality disorder. These sort of things, right?
You know, a lot of those are bullshit too. And a lot of those are manufactured and they're bullshit. I think because
sure.
If it can't be measured, identified, then it's all just some asshole that read a book saying telling somebody else what's wrong.
Right.
You know, and
it's like Alcoholics Anonymous.
Tell me what's wrong. Tell me why I'm not a millionaire. And this and that. Oh well, you have this and that disorder. Oh, I knew it was something. I knew there was some reason why I'm not as successful as my brother.
All that shit's based on mentalism. All that shit's based on the first law of Hermetics, and that's mentalism. You know what I mean? Hermetics brought us such a classics as the law of entropy or thermodynamics. And it brought us NLPs, neuro-linguistic programming, mentalism, mind control, if you would, hypnosis, speech patterns, suggestive, like inceptive language. You know what I'm saying? If someone allows me to talk for 45 seconds, I'm thinking for them. Period. If you allow me to go for 45 seconds and you haven't told me to shut up, I'm thinking for you.
That's why
I'm driving.
I try to be I got to be the belligerent conversationalist. Right.
And I mean, I've been doing hypnosis for almost half a decade now. You know what I mean? If I wasn't decent at it by now, I should have stopped or found another hobby. But it's for me, it was, I wanted to help. I want to help people. I want to understand how they're doing mind control through the beta and theta waves in the fucking television. I want to understand how colors influence people's thoughts, emotions, and decisions. I want to know these things, not so that I can use them against people, so that I can use them for people, because they're too dumb to say swim down. You can't say swim down anymore. The net will pull us all out of the water, because they'll all be like fucking each other and stealing from each other and fucking doing cocaine or whatever. Like that's our peers now.
You know how Mark Passio, he speaks about the occult a lot, and how the word occult has negative connotations that are false associated with it.
It shouldn't be. Yeah, they shouldn't be. Absolutely.
You know what I'm saying? Not to elaborate on that too much, but he says says that part of his work, the great work, whatever, is de-occult. These sciences, this information and stuff. but there's a word for that. It's promulgate.
Right, promulgate. I love that. You mentioned that you used that word in a conversation. I want to say like a week or two ago, man. And
yeah, it came to me to use, but I had to double check it because I didn't want to use it wrong. But then if I look it up and it is what I thought it was, and I use it, then I own that word now. It's in my repertoire,
Dude,
But,
yeah, that's correct.
The word isn't occulting something. The word is promulgate.
A lot of the stuff you've read for me that you've written, it doesn't really surprise me. I'll bet your ACT scores for like English rhetorical skills and stuff were off the charts. I wouldn't be surprised if you were in the top 99 percentile. You know what I mean?
When my
what'd you score on your ACT?
When my so-called peers were taking those tests, man, I was hanging out in front of a liquor store in California.
So you didn't take your ACT?
No, I didn't take any of that shit.
You've never taken an ASVAB for a military application or an SAT?
No, I only got like an 8th grade education, if you will.
I bet you'd be mid to high 20s in the ACT. I'll bet. Well, see, I've got a freshman education, but I mean, no one would ever know it. You know what I mean?
Well, I would, because you retain the ability to think for yourself.
Fuck around. That's actually pretty astute. That's
if
pretty
you made
astute observation.
If you made it through 12th grade and you graduated,
then you're a good consumer. Join the army.
If you still have the ability, to exercise objective reasoning, off to college you go. In 4 years,
get in there.
Smoking dope and fucking jumping in orgy piles and
Oh God, yeah, I was gonna say, don't forget the fucking threesomes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
It's like
we must have the same alma mater.
4 years of fucking heathenism, and acting like you're gonna be better than everybody else now. That ought to turn you into a good little slave, by the end of that.
Yeah, right. Perhaps you'll graduate summa cum laude, or like you'll be working on your dissertation or some shit, but you'll be dating a Jamal. It's like, all right, whatever.
My sister went to medical school, and not to say anything about her achievement or anything, but I think that what they do in the schools, I guess it really doesn't matter. My sister, it applies generally, is if you stand out as among the most intelligent of your peers, they steer you towards these careers, such as lawyer or doctor. I guess they're like the two big careers for the top of your class right out of high school. And what those two professions do is off to college you go, and while your brain is probably at the peak ability of awareness capability, it's fresh, it's not alcohol hasn't softened it up, this and that, dogma and everything. Sure. You're put to memorize menial bullshit. All your fucking energy and intellect is memorizing things. So by the time you're done with that, I mean, you just you're gonna do what you're trained to do.
It's all pattern recognition, all of it. That's what they're looking for.
I don't think people really question things too much when they're fat. They got full bellies, and they're busy. It's not that's not the environment of philosophers. I don't think it's fucking all you can eat buffet, fucking bunch of whores hanging out, a fucking cocaine buffet, and I don't think I'm gonna be circumspecting things and shit like that.
Hey man, I've got time for both. I've got time for both. Like if I've got time for both, then you've got time for both, right? No, I get you.
You'd like to think, but I don't think you'd be as a thinker in your full capacity when you're getting a blowjob at a cocaine buffet, and they're bringing out another ribs. Okay, you're gonna.
You'll be following your dick at that point, dude, because it's in front of you. You're gonna go wherever it goes. You know what I'm saying? That's why you got to kind of watch out the situations you put yourself in. I'm very leery of that stuff. I
I don't go where there's going to be problems, you know, and know thyself. Again, that's hermetics, know thyself, everything in moderation, nothing in excess, all things in accordance with nature.
Sometimes the problem is, you know, just being people around, having people around you, roommates, family, where they're constantly engaging you with mundane day-to-day bullshit that doesn't allow you to think about things deeply. You know, it's always like somebody takes okay, we're gonna get ready for dinner. Oh, we got to go to the soccer game. It doesn't allow you to just sit around and read a book and not feel guilty for it. You know, do I have to feel guilty for reading? You know,
dude, my parents used to treat me like I was a complete homosexual because I didn't want to go play baseball. I'd rather sit inside and write a song. You know what I mean? They thought that shit was hilarious to fucking embarrass me in front of my friends over too. It's like, yeah, dude, I like Dungeons and Dragons and reading fiction books. Like, sorry, I'm not out there working on cars with my two brothers who are gonna end up being a fucking felon and a fucking, you know, con man. Like, my bad, you know.
Well, do you know anyone that was subjected to that status of felon, or does every felon you ever meet volunteer for it? Because I think everyone I ever met volunteered for it. So
yeah, good luck convincing them that they don't want to hear that shit.
No, they don't get it. Well, I'm like, well, you signed something, right? They threatened you with 40 years, so you volunteered for 20, right? Well, yeah.
Right.
Well, you voluntarily entered into a contract.
Right. Well, see, that's just it. Most people don't understand contract because they don't understand commerce. Commerce is war. Literally, by definition, commerce is war. You know what I mean?
How could they understand it when you know, the policy enforcer demands for license and registration? For one thing, they don't say I require to see your license and registration. They just blurt out an incomplete sentence of license and registration. Apples and oranges. Am I free to go? You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah. Beans and disease.
So then, you know, then you give the fucking policy enforcer your license, and then what does he always do? He looks at it, right? He says, "Is this you?" And everybody says, "Yeah." No, that's not me.
That's because they're tying you to the fucking to the straw man. That's how they're getting away with all this shit in court.
It's a trick question. You know what you shouldn't even give him any. You should be asking him, because he's the one engaging you. You shouldn't be providing documentation. I don't have counsel present. You know, I'm not sure if you know, can anything I say or be used against me? Well, yeah. Well, then I can't provide you any documentation. You know, am I being detained? You know, and but then they always say, you know, these are innocuous questions too, that people think, oh yeah, well, you know, he's just got to ask that. But it's the same thing, you know, and that's what the First Amendment auditors have revealed, that it's the same con. They're not trained in the law. They're trained in a con game. They always ask, is this you? If you're going to answer that question, which you shouldn't answer any questions. You should, no, you're looking at me. That's a fucking piece of plastic. You know, you're looking at me. That's a piece of plastic, you know? But people think that is them. They think that their person is them. That's how lost that they are. But it's not even English on that document. It's not even English.
People like us come in. Whether you got a big platform like yours or you got a small one like mine, that's where people like us come in. Like, I'm here to tell people that they're not that instrument. That thing is an instrument. It's a thing that creepeth. It's the decedent estate. It's your placenta. It's the firstborn, and so it's the heir to the estate. It's that simple. But here's the deal. Those things are tools for you as your surety for the principal debtor that is that all caps name. That's the straw man. That's the person that's held liable. That's the person that you're warehoused in a jail for. You are the surety for that principal debtor. And so it's rights, titles, duties, responsibilities, tangibles, general intangibles, general tangibles, dividends, debentures, drafts, derivatives, you know, that kind of stuff. All that shit is your business, but that doesn't make it their business.
It's a fraud. I was deceived into accepting that instrument under false pretenses, because if it's a trust, the only there's three parties to a trust, right?
Right. There could be more.
Well, the
There could be
basic,
multiple
basic in a
beneficiaries, there
basic
could be,
scenario,
there could
there's three, right? There's
Right.
the beneficiary, the
Right.
the trustee,
Right.
and the what's the name of the one who's supplying the
Obligor. But this is in one without an executor. You're talking about a trust without an executor or an executrix. See, I don't know too much about equity yet, and I don't know too much about trust law, so I can't really speak to any of this.
well,
But I can say
I think I understand this principle of it. It would be the would it be the executor or is the there's the beneficiary, the trustee. The beneficiary is like the kid who's getting grandpa's estate. You know, when grandpa
it can
died.
be,
Grandpa
it can be,
is
or it can be the dude who worked hard all week and wants a prostitute with his paycheck. You know what I
It
mean?
could be, but
The beneficiary can be a lot of different hats. You know what I mean?
to
Just like
demonstrate
the
the
trustee, I
roles,
don't mind being trustee.
to demonstrate the roles, you take grandpa is the benefactor. Would it be?
The benefactor or the beneficiary?
No, the beneficiary is the one who's benefiting from. It's grandpa's estate.
Right.
When
Right.
grandpa dies, somebody has to be in charge of making sure that the estate is handled and it's given to
Okay,
who grandpa wanted it to go to.
that person, when grandpa's dead, it's a different person than who it is when he's alive. There's the executor, the person that executes the estate, and there's the trustee, is the one that's trusted to handle the affairs and the asset.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
So yeah, so whatever grandpa decided to to set up this trust, and he assigned the trustee, and then the third role, the beneficiary. The only role in that scenario that can be assigned to somebody is the beneficiary. You can't I can't make you a trustee, but without telling you, I can make you a beneficiary. If I decide, something happens to me, I'm assigning to this guy to handle my affairs as a trustee, and I want Kevin Michael Talbert to receive my estate upon my demise. I could do that without
check it out. The courts every day. The courts through fraud make trustees out of people who don't even know they're trustees. They make obligors out of people that don't know they're obligors.
That's fraud.
You know what I'm saying?
I mean, if there's a trust and I wasn't informed, I wasn't given papers, I wasn't sat down and informed, given full disclosure, then the only possible role that I could have in that scenario is the beneficiary.
It depends on if you volunteered for it, and this is how they get away with a lot of this shit, inequity, and still fuck people over.
Anything unless knowingly and intentionally.
Trust will handle the res. Trust will handle the res. The trustee will handle the res. That's the thing. But anyways, equity cannot aid a volunteer. If you volunteered to be trustee through your lack and ignorance of the law, then you volunteered to be trustee through the lack and ignorance of the law. It is what it is. Equity will not aid a volunteer. So,
yeah,
I mean, if you lack of knowledge is why you're in that situation, then enjoy being in that situation, because that's where you.
Why? Yeah, but so much for the court being jealously guarding of the rights, of their.
No, that's not true. These aren't courts. These are administrative agencies. That's why they're executive in nature. None of them are judicial. You point this out to them, and they stick their point.
Unless I'm getting a paycheck from them, who the fuck are they to assign any type of obligation to me? There you
go. That just depends. You're not one to acquiesce. And I doubt anybody that sat here and listened to this conversation is either, or they wouldn't still be here. You know what I'm saying?
You can order fucking 50 pizzas from me. Tell me you need them up at the at the fucking community center on Tuesday at 7:00. Okay, good luck with that.
Dude, oh my God.
I don't know if nobody told you. I don't fucking make pizzas. Maybe I could pull that off if I could. Here's how much I would need for it, but I don't think I can. So yeah, I'm not going to be there on Tuesday with those pizzas.
Right.
That's a lawful order. That's a lawful order. Well, it may not be against the law to make fucking 50 pizzas, but You can't order a man to do it against his wishes. You know.
I like what you did there. But in a sense, that's almost astroturfing, but it's not. You know, or not astro. That's almost a gish gallop in and of itself, but it's not. I mean to say. But no. I get what you're saying. But I mean, these are for those of us that are going to fight it and that are going to be able to articulate ourselves. And that's why people probably dislike me. Just like your friend, you have rights. Was saying that night, he's like, well, because they're jealous. He said that because and I got to thinking about it, and it reminded me of something that Martin Sheen had said not too long ago. He said it on Tucker. He was like, they don't like me, but they dare not argue with me. They won't stand there and fucking argue with me, and they least of all in the public, with the public eye, and that's because they're not eloquent like me. They're not well writ like me. They're not well read like me. They're not well researched like me.
Exactly. You know? They won't argue their point because they can't. They can't support their position. They can't clarify it. So they say, I don't want to argue. Well, I bet you don't, because you can't. You know?
Right.
To argue is to elaborate, to clarify your point. You know, they just want to stand in staunch opposition to my ideas. They can't argue their point. They don't have one.
It's not that they can't argue it. It's that they don't want to hear something that's going to tell their subconscious or conscious mind that they are wrong. And that's it. Most people can't admit that they're wrong. I enjoy being wrong because when I'm wrong, I know that that's the last time I will ever talk out of my ass about a thing. When somebody says, no, dude, it actually is called fucking football everywhere else. We just call it soccer here. And then I shut up and I realize that, oh, fuck, how many people have I said that was wrong to? You know what I'm saying? And so, like, at this point, I feel more relieved that I've got the knowledge that I didn't have in the first place, that I won't make a fucking ass out of myself again by talking out of my ass.
There's a simple cure for that. Do you want to bet? Do you want to bet? You know,
well, I
say, I say something, you say, no, it wasn't. I say, yeah, it was. I'm telling you. You say, no, it wasn't. Do you want to bet? You know, that's the end of that. Do you want to bet? You say, yeah, I want to bet. Okay, then we're going to find out. Then we're going to get to the bottom of it, the truth of the matter, you know, and resolve this bet. But to stand there and say, you know, the Broncos won the Super Bowl last year. No, they didn't. The Chiefs did. Oh, yeah, they did. Right. No, they didn't. That's what people think argument is. You know, they're not clarifying their point. That's just
a wager is a vow unto L. You know what I'm saying? A wager is exactly what Saturn wants us doing. Like like people talk about sin, they don't realize that sin is debt and that the Bible's a banker's manual. But they never will realize that if they haven't figured it out by their adulthood. That's because somebody's been reading the Bible to them instead of them reading the Bible. That's because they think this is the inspired divine word of God that's not supposed to be altered, but now it's got chapter titles and fucking footnotes and fucking numbers in it. You know?
Can you define situs?
We had this conversation the other day, and I knew I should have looked the shit up. No, I don't know what it means. Do you now?
I don't want to go out on a limb. I'll look it up. But citizen, sin.
Citizen with an S though, right?
Yes, situs.
Yeah.
I think it's almost like the condition of that something is let me look it up.
You good?
Yeah.
All the time in the world, brother.
Cool. Yeah, we're going on, and Chris Earhart's gonna be proud. He said that was a real marathon. Yeah. Wrapped up with a Network King there. 7.5 hours, man.
Oh, dude, I used to run them like 12, 13 sometimes, and then I go back and watch the analytics, and I'm like I'm saying, people would watch 12 or 13 hours. Then it's fucking weird.
That's almost you know, the closest thing you'll ever get to a private conversation. If you have the ability to just ramble on for hours every day, nobody's gonna listen to that shit, you know. And if
I'm certainly not Rush, you know.
If an FBI agent was assigned to me, you know, he's gonna fucking lose his religion.
We call him blows.
He's trying to listen to everything I fucking say, you know. He's gonna lose his religion.
No, they're not people. I see what you're saying, and I hope that is true. I hope that that is true for at least some of them, but I don't think that it is. I think that they're demons, dude. I think that when you become part of the corporation, you become in corpse orated. You're the talking dead. If nothing else, you're the talking dead. In corpse oration, talking dead. Period.
Like
Full
cannibal,
stop.
if you want to live, you have to kill it.
Oh, that's it? That's not too bad, man. They made me drink a cup of somebody's piss. No, I'm teasing.
Oh, how'd they
I
do
did
that?
when-
How'd they do that?
Oh, they were just like, man, all your friends are in the gang. You don't want to be in the gang? You can be in the gang, dude. All you got to do is drink a little bit of my pee, Michael. And I'm like, okay, fuck it, dude. And so I take a little sip and then I go, or something. No, I'm just teasing. I don't drink piss.
Peer pressure. I caved right into peer pressure. That surprises me, Bleak.
The guy that taught me how to tattoo, Kevin Bondren, he drinks his own piss. A bunch of the yogis and shit do too. Every day, first and last piss of the day.
I went to
Supposedly
rainbow
it's super
gatherings
sterile
for
and healthy.
I went to rainbow gatherings for several years, like over a decade. Regularly.
What are those?
Rainbow
those?
gathering? You don't know what
Yeah.
that is? It's the Rainbow
you talking
Family
about the
Living
Earth
Life.
Star?
It's the Gathering of the Tribes. It's been going on since like 1969.
What
And,
is? Indians?
The Rainbow Family of Living Light.
What is it? Like Indians? You said tribes.
No, it's called the Gathering of the Tribes. It was it started with disillusioned Vietnam vets, hippies, draft dodgers, and
Right.
it's a lot of hippies,
Sounds like a barter fair.
the idea of it is to live peacefully outside of Babylon.
Good luck.
That's what they call as soon as you hit the pavement, you're in Babylon. And
It's what it is. That's what this is. This is Babel. We've built our tower. We're about to fall in it.
It's always in a national forest, because that's supposed to be that's the people's land in this country. National forest. Point of interest, there's only one in New York, Finger Lakes National Forest. That was the first rainbow gathering I went to in 1995. And the rules are pretty simple. Walk softly, on the land. We make trails. We get there early, pipe down the spring water and dig shitter trenches, but we cover up our tracks, only burn dead wood, and no raping, no stealing, and no violence. It's pretty much
you lost me, no raping, bro.
And cover your shit, because that's extremely important, because the National Rainbow Gathering, which culminated the 4th of July every year, would be in a different state in a different national forest, and that's where I always was for a good 10 years. But there'd be 30,000 people in those
10
woods.
years of not raping?
Huh?
10 years of not raping. 10 years of not raping? That's great. That's great.
At least. Yeah. But I used to quit drinking too for a month when I went there.
No shit.
Yeah. Yep.
Voluntarily.
I quit drinking, smoking, and womanizing on one time. But that was the hardest 3 days of my life.
Oh man, I hear you. No,
anyway,
man, I used to love women.
30,000 people would be in these mountains, around by the 4th of July, and I would get there early, where there was 50 people there, and I'd watch as the people came in the parking lots. It's cool as fuck, man. I never seen parking lots where every fucking car had a different license plate, different state. Now looking back, none of them should have had license plates on it, man. But the fucking tree pigs used to fuck with us so fucking bad that yeah, it was terrible, man. I think that's why I got on the FBI list, is from being in under their radar for so many years doing that. That was part of the reason. That and the fucking pigs in California wearing out my fucking license, asking for it 5 times a fucking day. That all goes into a database, and a few things to compound that. It's really no wonder that I'm on their list. But anyway, what was the point I was getting at with the rainbow gathering? I don't remember. Oh, the gathering. I know what it was. it's the gathering of the tribe. So there was some weirdos there, man. Like the Hare Krishnas.
Like some juggalos?
Huh?
A couple of juggalos or something? Like, man,
No,
ICP
not
is a major
juggalos.
band.
That's the gathering of the Juggalos. That's in Ohio.
No, I know. But you said weird people, and that was the first thing that came to mind was, oh yeah, like a guy with a Hatchman tattoo. That's like, I own a fucking a studio, recording studio or something. Yeah.
There's gutter punks there, and train hoppers and shit. Became regulars at the Rainbow Gathering. A Camp, which was a bunch of violent drunks. That, they had the front gate. A Camp is A's for alcohol, but then past that point, that's where the alcohol stops there at A Camp. Where you could drive to. So that kind of nets in all the locals, man. And then you got a 3-mile hike with no electricity down into no alcohol into the gathering. So all the drunk locals, that would be raping the fucking hippie girls and shit, get stopped there at A Camp. It really everything had its function there, man. But Urine Nation was one of the camps there. Urine Nation.
I have heard of this.
Yeah. But you could go there. It was cool because I had no money, man. I was a hitchhiker. Whenever I was going to the Rainbow Gathering, I was usually coming off the streets of a big city, or something like that.
Right.
And I had no money, but I had status there because the first thing I did when I got there is I'd settle in with the kitchen. All the kitchens gave free food to whoever came there. And
nice.
there was always chores to do. So I was a young, strong man. I would haul jugs of water to the kitchen. I'd wash the dishes. I'd pile up a whole bunch of firewood for them so they're all set for a day or two. Then I go dig a shitter trench for that camp, So I had status, man. So when some guy trickled into the camp, with some steaks in his backpack, or something like that, or some acid or something, I was like a member of status.
That is a big jump. That's a big jump from steaks to acid, bro. I said you went from steaks to acid. That was a big fucking jump.
Well, no, things of that nature, just
no, I was teasing. Yeah, no, I'd take the acid.
At a Rainbow Gathering, I've gone hungry, but you're not going to go too hungry, man. Somebody's always got plenty of fucking overcooked white rice with no salt, and you can just about find it.
There's a midwife there too, probably a midwife or two with some breast milks, some of the finest Cambodian breast milks.
Well, I've been to I don't know, at least 20 or so. I probably spent at least a couple of years accumulated, man, in mountains at those Rainbow Gatherings, and I never got any.
That really don't sound too bad. That word, the name is just it's slightly off-putting. Like, fuck, out of all the things you could have called it, you really Rainbow Gathering is what you went with, guys. Rainbow Gathering, guys.
Well, it's the Rainbow family. It's the Rainbow family of living light.
I get it. I get it, but I mean, still, I'd be like, man, it's time to change the family name, guys. Freddie Mercury called. He says he's gonna have to ask for that back, or whatever.
Well, and then it was something like a time will come when the earth is weeping and the animals are dying, and a tribe of people will come who care. They will be known as the Warriors of the Rainbow.
I think I've heard that before too. Have you ever heard the Central American theory that's what the butterflies are right now? They're the spirits of those that are gone that'll come back and save us all, or whatever, Like if they were badass on another planet or whatever, that when they got to this reality or whatever, that they would exist as like an apparition in the form of a beautiful butterfly.
I'm not.
I look at it.
Save me, man.
I think that thing's a murderer. It killed the. What's that?
I said I'm not waiting around for it to be saved. Not from a butterfly either. But
right,
if that's true, and I'm doing my damnedest, then the butterfly comes in to my aid, that would be fantastic.
Right.
But fortune secures the bold, right, Blake? I like to.
So they say, but I mean, I don't know if I buy that.
Well, it's something good to think whether it's true or not, you know, because sometimes that's what
Right.
you need is a little maxim like that, you know, like
If an adage has lasted that long, then I imagine there's got to be truth behind it. It's not like one of these things like law of gravity. No, law of gravity doesn't exist. There is no law of gravity. It's a fucking theory. It's a 400-year-old theory, which is the worst kind of theory. If you can't prove your theory over several centuries, then maybe it shouldn't be referred to as a fucking law. You know what I mean?
well, I mean, that's just like semantics, you know, arguing about the definitions of words. I mean, nobody's going to deny that if you drop a penny off a roof, that it's going to fall to the ground. Nobody's going to deny that. That's known as gravity, you know. And
no, it's not. It's not. That's what we call it. We call it gravity, but it's no more gravity than it is elbow or purple. You know what I mean?
We're all functional illiterates too, so
right.
You know, we have to have some words so the other guy, you know, if I could call it tuberculosis, but you're like, what? Gravity?
Right.
Well, yeah, it doesn't really accurately describe it, but I know what you're talking about. Don't fall off of that roof or you're going to hit the ground is what he means.
Right. Tuberculosis. I get it. Tuberculosis. Yeah.
Kind of like they call money they call it inflation, but it's not inflation.
Right.
It's depreciation.
It's debt. It's debt. All money is debt. All debt is money.
Right, but you know the principle of inflation that doesn't accurately describe it. What they're trying to say is it depreciates. You know.
Well, I mean, but how do you even describe a monetary system that's based off of promises? Like if you think about it, that's why we call it a dollar bill, because it's a fucking bill. It's a debt. I'm handing you a debt instrument saying that, hey man, if they ever give us our gold back, I'll give you $1 worth.
Right.
Gladly pay you tomorrow for a cheeseburger today. No fucking thank you, man. No thank you.
An if bet, you know, in gambling, there's a such thing as an if bet. Did you ever hear of that?
No, what is this? Is that like a spread?
Yeah. Well, if you don't want to like be badgering your bookie, you know, there's a game going off at 1 o'clock, and then 4 o'clock games are going off, you know. So
okay. I think I see where this is going.
I'm gonna bet $50 on the Bills versus the Jets at 1 o'clock, and I don't want to bet $100, you know. But you know, if I hit that bet and the Bills win, then I want to be in on I want to bet on the Broncos against Kansas City at 4 o'clock. So I tell my bookie, give me the Bills +7, against the Jets. I'll take them on the spread on that, and then if the Bills cover that, put me in for 50, on the Broncos. Bookies don't like that, you know, because it kind of works against them, but my friend Blaze, he's passed away. He asked my friend who was a bookie, he goes, I guess I shouldn't say his name. He goes, man, is football fixed? He says, of course it's fixed, Blaze. Of course it's fixed. You just got to figure out what side the fix is on.
Oh man, that's fucked off.
And it is fixed. Do you know why you can't bet on high school football?
Why?
Because the coaches are too easily bought.
You can't privately investigate because you can't privately investigate minors.
No, that's not why.
Why?
Because you can bet on any fucking thing. It's because the coaches can be too easily bought.
No shit.
They could too easily sway the game. You put $1,000 in one of them high school fucking football coaches' pockets, they're gonna lose that game. You know, they're gonna lose that game. Yeah. So you can't have give me $100,000 on the fucking Pee Wee Packers. You know,
there's enough games in a year they probably wouldn't need that job. You know.
Well,
think about it.
If there's enough games a year.
Well, I mean, what does a fucking high school football coach make? $32,000 or something? I doubt it. Here, I doubt it.
Oh, he makes more than that now, man. 32,000. I mean,
dude, that's what the general manager of a Quick Trip makes here in Kansas. That's what the general manager of a Quick Trip makes. Like you're managing like a busy ass, never slows down convenience store that's open 24/7 through holidays. 365 days a year, and yeah, you make under 35 grand. Absolutely, it's Kansas.
Really?
Yeah, dude, it's Kansas. A 2-bedroom rental house here is going to be like fucking $600 a month, and people are going to be like, "Wow, that's a lot, man. This is Kansas. You sure you didn't mean to say $400 a month?" Yeah, no, absolutely. They don't pay shit here because the cost of living is here.
In the 90s, in Buffalo, they got like big city houses, like with the narrow alleys, and they're pretty much squares with with the A-frame roof. There's a huge attic in there.
Oh,
but,
sure.
The size of it is like each floor is a big 4-bedroom apartment.
Nice.
With a huge living room, a big, 2 big living rooms, 1 or 2 bathrooms, 4 bedrooms, closet, fucking back door, front door, side door, porch. And you could find an apartment like they had a huge 4-bedroom apartment for $400 a month.
Huh.
Yeah. And you could buy a house for $1 in the 90s too. That's a thing of the past now.
You could buy a car for $1 too, but that's just to get the key families from fighting over it and fucking probate.
Well, it's just because the city wanted to rope you in, to paying taxes, and they went on a fucking demolition spree to unjustly enrich themselves, just knocking down houses on the east side. And
they're doing that here currently. They're like, "Oh, you're behind on your utility bills. We're going to destroy your house."
It was not as bad as Detroit, but getting there. Like Detroit, they call it the urban prairie.
Really?
Yeah, it's so bad.
That's
yeah, it's just because it's a high crime area because since the crack. Well, no, I'm not gonna say it.
Yeah, it's okay. The Jews,
they've been economically terrorized, man. It's
they take all the dads out of the fucking home, put all the dads in prison,
and people are scared to go there. But who's not scared is I don't know what countries they're from, but they're from like Middle Eastern, African countries or something. They don't give a fuck, man. I don't know how war torn their streets are, but they don't flinch at the violence on the east side, of Buffalo. But
well, I mean, dude, around there, aren't they like feeding their kids fucking gunpowder and shit though?
Oh, I don't know. I did some work on a dogfight house on the east side.
That sounds horrible.
These couple of Jews from New York City. The Central Terminal is the old train station there on the east side, and it used to be like the hub there. But now it's just a bombed out shell of a building, and in one of the worst neighborhoods Buffalo has to offer. And I've been all over the country, man, in a lot of hoods, and it's pretty bad, in comparison. It's not as bad as the west side of Chicago, but it's
some places
pretty bad. I lived there when I was 15. I heard gunshots every night. And
there's some places in Wyandotte that are like that. In Kansas, there's some places in Wyandotte, Kansas that are fucking bad.
It's an open air drug market, prostitution, and Buffalo also. Bear in mind is one of the most segregated cities in the country, and has been for quite some time. And it's also ranked as one of the worst places. Nobody's moving there. Nobody's moving there. It rotted from the inside out with a suburban sprawl, and I'm
surprised they didn't gentrify that shit and turn it into a new trend.
Oh, they tried, but the only reason somebody would move here is if it doesn't matter where they do their job, they could do it from home. And Buffalo's cheap, and you can get to any part of the city in 20 minutes. Well,
look at Alaska. If you move to Alaska, they straight pay you. You move your family to Alaska, you get there, they give you like fucking $5,000. Welcome to Alaska, eh? Or however they talk there.
Yeah, well, you know what? $5,000 in Alaska ain't fucking shit.
Well, yeah, but I mean, I'm sure it's like $5,000 and some meth. You know, like that's pretty cool, right? No, I'm teasing. It's Alaska, so people there probably
I
have
don't
drug
know,
problems.
man,
I
but
shouldn't knock.
I was under a false assumption about Alaska that I realized just a few months ago. You think of Alaska, it's huge, vast, wilderness and everything.
Right.
You're pretty much hemmed in there. I mean, all of Alaska is the Aleutian Islands, and then that part where the United States just had to hog half of the west coast of Canada for
Right. Well, here's what happens there, man. Like that's a given. Like if you're flying in there, you're gonna have to have a tail dragger. You're gonna have to have something that can pond jump, something that can fucking straight, get up and fucking 50 feet, 25 feet.
But now, Bleak, that's just to get you to the most easily accessible areas of that huge geographical area known as Alaska.
Right. But Alaska? Have you looked at Hawaii? Hawaii is like fucking. It's none of the islands that you're thinking. It's none of them. Sand Island is the closest thing to Hawaii that somebody that's been there would fucking probably say is Hawaii. Sand Island. The rest of it, none of the major islands are Hawaii. They're not. You know what I mean? Kansas is a few square miles of federal land and parks. That's it. That's Kansas, man. Welcome to Kansas.
Well, there's two other places on the planet that have the status like the Washington D.C., the 10 miles by 10 square miles. Do you know what they are? London.
And Rome. In Rome.
Vatican City.
Right. Yeah, I did know that, I guess. I don't know how.
Because Washington D.C., the District of Columbia, whatever the fuck that means, that's never really huh?
It's just 10 square miles in Northern Virginia, right?
No, it's in Maryland.
DC's in Maryland?
Yeah.
Get the fuck out of here. Seriously?
Yeah, it's 10 square miles. It's 10 miles by 10 miles. It's 100 square miles.
Yeah, I knew that part. That's New Jerusalem.
It's in a square. The roads are in a shape of a pentagram.
Mm-hmm.
And the center of that is the Pentagon.
Mm-hmm.
The center of a pentagram is the Pentagon. And
yeah.
Because
I think I remember.
Yeah, so I still can't really wrap my head around that. It's not part of the United States, but it controls everything. Somehow it can't be part of it.
Well, it's not part of the United States, or it's not part of the United States of America, because those are two different things.
Well, it is the United States, I guess. It's not part of the United States of America. Geographical, the land, because that's another thing that they got everybody on. Nobody recognizes the distinction between New York, the land, the geographical territory, and the state of New York. Because when you cross over from Pennsylvania, you're coming up Interstate 90 or wherever you enter in and cross that invisible line. It doesn't say welcome to the state of New York.
No.
It says welcome to New York. It says welcome to New York. It doesn't say welcome to New York State. It doesn't say welcome to the state of New York. It says welcome to New York.
Does it have a picture of Nas's nose and Jay-Z's lips like on that sign? That would be awesome.
Alicia Keys.
Alicia Keys' dreadlocks?
No, it says the Empire State.
Oh yeah, that is well, fucking Kansas is the sunflower state, dude. This is the gayest state in the fucking union, man. Sunflower state. Get the fuck out of here. Jaybird? Our fucking our bird, our state bird doesn't even exist, bro. A fucking jayhawk?
There's nothing to say about sunflowers, Bleak.
Right. No.
Anyone that thinks sunflowers are gay is Probably got some soul searching to do.
Not a friend of mine. Yeah. No, sunflowers are beautiful, man.
That's what I love growing sunflowers, but my friend Dirty Dave's got a junkyard up here. He said he won't grow them anymore because he goes, "Did you ever look at sunflowers at night?" I said, "No, why?" He goes, "Mice run up and down them all fucking night long."
Really? Why? I wonder.
To get the seeds.
Wonder what? Huh?
To eat the seeds, I guess.
Huh?
To eat the seeds.
Maybe.
But they propagate
Maybe
themselves.
they're
I didn't plant any sunflowers this year, and I got about 20 of them out there, a good 12, 15 feet tall. I didn't plant any of them.
That's odd. My neighbor got the same thing with watermelons.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
I got one errant tomato plant this year. One.
Speaking of food, dude, I went to KFC earlier, and I ordered a senior breast and a senior thigh, and all I got was chicken. Boy, I was fucking mad. I was like, wait a minute. Like, because I was expecting some titty or whatever.
Yeah.
That was terrible. Yeah, no, it didn't work. I know.
Kentucky Fried Chicken. That restaurant started out as Kentucky Fried Chicken. Here's another example, like subtle dualities designed to fuck us over. Colonel Sanders, he never wanted anyone to go hungry, whether they had money or not.
Right.
And that was their policy, Kentucky Fried Chicken restaurant. If you went there, if you didn't have money and you said, listen, I have no money, can I have something to eat, please? They would feed you. And he wrote in his will that he wanted that, that was his legacy, that anyone that went to a restaurant, he didn't care if they had money or not. He did not want them to leave hungry.
I didn't think he was real. I thought Colonel Sanders was like Snoopy or Jesus. You know what I mean?
So you know what they did to undermine his wishes? They changed the name. They changed the name to KFC. So for a while there was both of them. Yeah, for a while there was both of them. You could still find Kentucky Fried Chickens because when I was hitchhiking around the country, I was aware of this. And if I ever saw one, boy, you better believe I was going there. Because they hooked it up and they knew it every time. They honored it. They honored the man's wish.
As you should.
Yeah, those became few and far between. I think they're non-existent now. All you'll see now is KFC because
they merged with Taco Bell.
They had to give away free chicken. They couldn't have that.
We'll see. All of them I think it was in the 90s. They all merged with Taco Bell, Pizza Hut. All the KFCs did.
Whenever things merge, rights go down. I think Taco Bell, maybe you could get a free taco out of them this way or that. KFC, you could run this angle on them. They merge. You go to wait for the
oh shit! I forgot what I was gonna say. You said something just a second ago. Taco Bell. Yeah, I suppose it don't matter. But, no, this is
Murder King.
This is look at Standard Oil. They say that Standard Oil was the monopoly thing. No, we're breaking up monopolies. No monopoly, Standard Oil. You must dissolve. So it became Sony, Standard Oil of New York. And you're going to go, wait, Michael. Sony is based out of the Netherlands. Yeah, their products are made in the Netherlands. They're not based out of the Netherlands, but even if they were, aren't a lot of things from around The Hague? That's because that's where all those little pedophile fucking pharaohs went with their little bloodline. You know what I'm saying? They all went to The Hague. Nazis took their fucking gold to The Hague. There's something going on there, man. There's something going on there. That Octagon guy, he's all over that shit. That fucking that dude's channel is insane. But I mean, his story is just like mine. They kidnapped his fucking family. You know what I'm saying? Like you do 2-3 documentaries a year exposing the Nazis for fucking their multiple birthing fucking manipulations and their fucking about Krieger this and fucking Goebbels that and Goering this and fucking
title that and fucking, before you know it, like your wife goes from literally the night before saying, well, yeah, we just had the twins and I've healed up, and you're going to be writing your book next year and opening the law firm, and your channel's monetized and you're doing really well. You're making like fucking $55,000-$60,000 a year plumbing. Like, let's just have more babies. We got 4 kids here. We got lucky with the twins. They were beautiful, blah, 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 blah. Let's just have more babies. And going to sleep saying, hey, like, you should listen to yourself tomorrow at work. Like, cause I never listen to my podcast cause I think I sound obtuse. I sound like a fucking moron. But anyways, she goes from that, and telling the kids, hey, good night, man. Don't let the CPS get you in your sleep and traffic you away from here. Ha ha ha. You know what I mean? Courts are bad and cops are fucking child traffickers. And to being like, hey, cops, help traffic me and my kids out of here to the place where I was molested as a child and spent 18 years cutting myself or whatever. Like, that's not what my wife wouldn't have done. That if my wife would have done any of this in a dream, she would have woke up and fucking killed herself, dude. You know what I mean? In a dream, So
we're neglecting we're neglecting the comment section over here.
Oh, that's okay. I don't ever look at that because I lose my train of thought. But I'm used to doing the lectures and shit where, like, if I stop to answer somebody's question about IRS Form 8300 or whatever, then I'm going to forget what I was talking about, and that'll be an injustice to somebody who probably paid somebody to access this shit further down the road. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, we got some. We only got 5 people in here, and
oh yeah, no, that's yeah. I don't look at that either.
Well,
I used to keep my
Douglas one time said they're ignoring the live chat, but the thing wasn't it wasn't scrolling down for some reason.
Oh man, well, all you really need to say to that is, have you ever done one of these things? You know what I mean? Like, it's sometimes it's best you don't look at that shit because all it is just a bunch of fucking asshole trolls or whatever down there talking shit about stuff they don't know anything about.
Yeah, well, there ain't no trolls. Essendon will not tolerate trolls. She'll get them. But was audit them? Was audit them in the house? Was audit them in the house tonight?
Yeah, I did see. I think I seen somebody talking about that channel name. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't see him in here though. Are you familiar with his work?
No.
He's man, he took it to another level. People call themselves First Amendment auditors. He's auditing the whole state of Illinois single-handedly.
Nice.
And yeah, and he took FOIA, man, to another fucking level, man. I recommend him. I'm amazed at the shit he does. He's got him. He knows the shit better than them, man. He fucking he destroys them. Audit them must have been here. People talking about him. But
yeah,
he's in Illinois. Every fucking county, he's exposed. These municipalities, they got fake websites. And,
oh yeah, they absolutely do. Mine is really bad about it. There's 7 different corporations set up for this fucking town, and I know this because I've filed bonds or claims against bonds. And when I did that was when they went from 2 to 3, and now they're at 7. Like, how they're getting away with this amount of fraud, dude. When the insurance lady saw that shit, she was like, gasp, because I could see the shit too. And you know what I mean? But unfortunately for me, I didn't know what I was looking at the time.
They need to start finding remedy for all the victims of this fucking fraud under color of law, and they need to start doing it quick. Because if they continue to fucking skirt around and deny fucking remedy and commit crimes and cover this shit up, then it's the fucking wild west. And I'm done studying.
Good. Good. Dude,
you know
we need to hang them. We need every one of these motherfuckers needs to swing for their crimes. That's why Congress said, not me, Congress said that they should hang by the neck until dead in the town square and be left until noon the next day to discourage further acts of sedition and treason. Congress said, not Kevin
the whole
Talbot.
point of hanging. That's the whole point of hanging, is
right,
to discourge that type of behavior.
To desecrate that body. because you know, all of us, whether we want to admit it or not, we tend to believe that this carbon vessel belongs to us and that we're going to have it after we leave this place or remember anything about this place. I don't necessarily believe that that's the case, but I mean, the longer I was a Rosicrucian, the more I started to kind of fall back into atheism, and I don't want to be atheist. I don't even want to be agnostic, and so I even though I would consider myself a Jaronist, I think that the Creator God is a bully. You know what I mean? It's an arbitrary display of power, arbitrarily saying that it's powerful, and then seeing that there's nothing there to appreciate that and applaud, and so it creates something to torment for eternity. Fuck that, dude. That's not a god. That's a demon. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you know, I don't know. I'm not a real ecclesiastical scholar, I guess. I just kind of
like
avoid it because it, you know, it's
theology's all there is, you know, to me. Like law and everything else stems from all that.
Yeah, it's not my cup of tea.
Well, and I don't look at it with adoration. I admonish. I think that the pantheon, which was clearly real, whether it was one thing with multiple personality disorders or some trickster god playing a trick, or whether it was a god of 1,000 faces, or whether it was the dying and revived god, I don't know. But I think that the pantheon was absolutely real, and they were our tormentors. When you read stories about the gods, they're here raping and destroying and getting drunk. You see man at that point in time, always on the knee, always hands clasped together at the forehead, always forgive me, always with the prayers and the fucking repentance and all that. Meanwhile, Zeus is over here like, hey, boy, Croesus sure does like bulls, huh? Yeah, I'm going to go down there and pretend to be a bull, and then I'm going to fuck her. And Minos is going to have to build a maze underneath his castle because they're going to have a baby that's half bull and half person. Yeah, no, it's not going to kill her in labor, no. But it will want to eat townsfolk, and so they're going to have to contend with that. Or Zeus is over there like, hey, Leda sure does like swans, doesn't she? Not anymore, because I'm going to go do a swan rape, and then she's going to go with Jason and steal the golden fleece, and Troy will be sacked, and thousands will die. You know, like that's why what's that?
I ate a swan once.
Swan, you guys say swan funny. Swan, get in the car. Let's go to the store. Fuck your mother, you know, or however.
Can't help it, man. I'm not. Water, poison in the water here, fucking misshaped my tongue, you know.
It fucks with the way everybody's dictation works. I get it. People say pop here, and it makes me want to slap somebody in the fucking mouth. Pop is a sound. It's a sound a firecracker makes. It's a term of endearment for your father. If you're talking about soda, then you're retarded. Pop.
It's properly pronounced beer. It's properly pronounced. Yeah. Beer.
But beer is bitch water, dude. Beer is bitch water, dude. Like, beer is for people that can't whiskey. I like my whiskey like I like my violence. Fucking domestic. You know what I'm saying? And dark.
I'm a maintenance drinker, and you know, I don't want to drink something that's so heavy that I have to drink glasses of water in between. You know?
Yeah, see, well, that's the deal. You don't have to. If you don't want to be hungover and sick, though, you should. And stay away from the soda. Sugar is what makes people sick, not the alcohol. You know, just like with the onions. Onions don't get in your eyes. The juice gets into your skin, and then that's it. Then your eyes start watering.
Alcohol doesn't make you sick. Lack of alcohol makes you sick.
Man, strippers make me sick. My dick looks like a cauliflower. I've really got to do something about this shit. It looks like a morning star. You know, like a mace. No, it doesn't.
Declaring that in public is not going to fix it, man. You know.
Well, I thought maybe it was worth a shot. Like, if you say it 3 times, the Candyman will appear, and him and Beetlejuice will call Lydia babes, and she'll sue them because that's rape now. So,
if anyone's got any you know, home remedies for that, drop it in the private chat.
Right. Well, they're probably going to say Raid, and I've already sprayed that shit on there. All it did was change it colors, which was pretty cool in and of itself, but it didn't fix the problem. So don't try Raid.
There you go. This one's from The Widow's Diary, artist and poet. Essendon, you trying to find Michael's link, or if he has a channel? Widow's Diary, if you're still here with us, he has 3 channels. I don't know if any of them are secret, so I'll leave that disclosure up to him.
Oh yeah, no, they're just alts. Like Ain't Mike. I Ain't Mike is the channel that I made when Sarah nuked my main channel and I lost all my subs, and that meant something to me. Like like you may hear 1,200 or 12,000 and you're thinking, well, it's not 120,000 or 1.2 million. And you're right. But I mean, dude, every single one of those motherfuckers meant something to me. You know what I mean? It wasn't like a sub. Like I was rocking with these people. You know what I'm saying?
It's
Like
your
it was,
intellectual property.
yeah, well, I mean, none of these videos would exist if I wasn't trying to save and lift my brother and sister up out of this place. Not so much my sister; she can go fuck herself. You know what I mean? But my brother.
It doesn't matter if you're on here telling fart jokes for 3 hours. It's still your intellectual property, and you know.
It is, and because of the heavy nature of the shit that I deal with, dude, I do fall back on dick and fart jokes a lot. But I think that for me, it's a mechanism. It's a way for me to kind of avoid the of this, because it's really like listening to the Aristocrats. Like around the time you get to Betty White, you can't even enjoy Betty White telling that dirty ass joke. You got to go take a shower, you know, because you feel dirty and just gross. And so
it's like somebody that's got to. It's like someone that's got to tell at a poker table, you know.
Or the dude who gets laid and can't.
He's got a good hand, you know. If he's got a good hand, he's gonna itch his ear. He could try it,
right.
You know, try as he may. He's gonna itch that fucking ear, and you know that motherfucker's got a good hand. He can't help it. You know, like it's kind of like a Tourette's type of you know.
Right.
If you're talking about some heavy shit, man, you gotta.
I don't say have Tourette's because I don't believe in. Yeah, I don't personally believe in sickness. I believe that when you do say shit like I have cancer, that you're arguing for your limitation, and the universe is absolutely going to let you keep it. You know what I mean?
Well, somebody said last night. Did you ever notice that somebody when they get diagnosed from cancer with cancer from the doctor, that's when they start going downhill quick. You know, they had it for the last 10 years. Right. They just didn't know it. As soon as the doctor says they had it, you know, it's
right. And it's the placebo effect or the nocebo effect. Yeah. And then but the biopsy is what really, I think, in what little study I've done, the biopsy in my mind is where the start of it moving from being benign to malignant, in my opinion.
I think it's pretty much been proven that the medicine for AIDS is what killed everybody. That AZT.
Right, absolutely it was. And AIDS doesn't exist. There's a doctor that ever since the virus, quote unquote, was discovered, has been running around shooting himself up with the blood of people who literally have failed HIV tests right there on the spot. You know what I mean? And he'll take their blood and he will pull it out of their arm and inject it into his arm with the same needle. It's just like that doctor that scientist that run around eating uranium and plutonium for fucking years, eating spoonfuls of fucking uranium and plutonium. He lived a long fucking life.
I used to eat light bulbs.
Well, that's a little different. That's a circus trick, but I mean, it's kind of in the same vein. There are people that can do that kind of stuff, walk on fire.
It's a circus trick.
Maybe.
You're here as Ain't
Everything's
Bleak,
magic.
So you know you're representing Ain't Bleak tonight.
Oh shit! It's in the comments. It's showing up as your. Every time I comment, it uses your channel. So sorry about that.
That was weird. I don't understand that.
Well, I don't know, but I haven't said kike very much, like especially not in the comments, because I don't want to offend any fucking sheeny heebs as they're attacking Palestinians. Did you know that the average age in Palestine is 16 3/4? It was 17 last year, but it's 16 3/4 now. And that's because they're buying a place that is roughly the size of a shopping mall. Because they say that they have surface to air missiles. That's bullshit. You don't put missile batteries in a place that small. This is an ethnic cleansing, and those motherfuckers.
By the time that news reaches
sure
me,
have tiny hats.
I'm quite sure that it's not accurate, you know, and I don't pay attention to any of that shit. I said, if
oh yeah, no, it's all fake as shit.
If news of that stuff is reaching me, I'm sure it's not true. It's been twisted, jilted.
Yep,
you know,
absolutely.
He who reads the newspapers is misinformed, and he who doesn't read the newspapers is uninformed.
Right. Well, and that's the deal, is like you used to be able to just pretty much say, well, if they said left, they meant right. If they said up, they meant down. But now it's kind of it's gained a dimension to it that it didn't have before, a depth that it didn't have before. It's hard to explain. So now where it used to be trust but verify, now it's just verify. And it's usually turned from that into just don't talk to anybody. You know, just don't talk to anybody. 'Cause whatever you say is going to be wrong to them, and they're, you know,
Bastardization of terms, perversion of it.
perversion of the truth. Check it out. It's like what they did with our logos. They said, hey man, instead of saying that something is neat, let's say that it's cool. Wait, no, let's say that it's bad. Yo, that's bad. Those are badass shoes, bro. And then like, so
your words.
saying shit.
They take away your words so you don't have a suitable substitute, and it leaves you unable to
through
call
deception make
domestic
war.
terrorists
That's
because
Israel's,
sovereign
that's literally
citizens are
Tapio's fucking slogan.
sovereign
Through
citizens
deception
are
make war.
domestic terrorists. So you know, and a domestic, well, that means you know, a scuffle between a husband and a wife. So you can't describe
Right, well, no,
the
it means
policy
insurrection.
enforcement gangs for what they are: domestic terrorists. You know,
Right, exactly. Well, and this is because of the domestic violence. That's exactly what it is. Congress changed that shit, I think, in the 70s, but we had spousal abuse before that. This is where rule of thumb comes from. The rule of thumb was that you could beat a woman with a stick as long as it wasn't larger than the diameter of your thumb. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Or the
Yeah, I
circumference of
knew
your
that.
thum. Yeah.
You know what? Mind your
Which
P's and
I'm
Q's
not going
means?
to say like, no.
Mind your P's and Q's. That's an old pub
I would
expression.
assume
Meaning,
the way that they're, yeah.
you could run
the
a
way that they're
tab at
drawn.
the you could run a tab at the local pub, but if you're gonna get all fucking, loose as a goose, they might tell you, oh yeah, you had 20 pints, So not only, consume your alcohol,
Instead of quid?
Huh?
Instead of quid? Like instead of you owe this many quid, they would say this many pints. Yeah, mind your P's and Q's, don't get them crossed. Yep.
Mind your pints in court, so you know how many you're going to be charged for at the end of the night,
Okay.
and so you're not acting a damn fool. I guess it works both ways, but yeah, that's where that came from.
And I support the metric system every inch of the way, but fuck British people. No, I'm teasing. I just wanted to say that first part, and I needed something to follow it with, so wasn't very well thought out.
It's either are they fucking policy enforcers under color of law, or are they not? That's a distinction I make anymore.
Do they have a pulse and are they a cop? Then yes. Yeah, they're both. When they go home, they're daddy, and that's the one I want. I want to make sure that we freeze his assets so that he doesn't get a chance to liquidate them.
It's a standing army. It's a symptom of a country not openly at war and thinning off the herd by sending the men, the dumb poor men, to go die.
Right.
Because
they're not intelligent enough for a scholarship.
So yeah, if they're not doing that, and it's becoming a one world order. So whenever things like that consolidate, it's always to the detriment of personal freedom.
I love how the Patriots always say that our army won't turn on its own citizenry. Oh no, the military will never do. Oh, tell that to Kent State.
They have been. They do every day because they swore an
oath. Yeah, Posse
to
defend. Should have happened during COVID when they had the guard fucking pulling fucking traffic stops and shit.
They swore an oath to defend against all enemies, foreign and domestic. And we're under a foreign occupation.
I know. And some people like Jason know that.
So for them not coming in and busting up these policy enforcement gangs who are fucking committing highway robbery and fucking human trafficking and fucking fraud on the grandest of fucking scales. What are they doing? They're fucking over.
I know. I talked to the secretary of the.
Hang on. They're overplaying with their toys in the sand. While the American people are being fucking oppressed and enslaved and fucking. They're not coming to save you either. The fucking army.
They don't.
They're not coming.
They don't care. They don't care. I talked to the secretary of the Army Provost Marshal a couple of weeks back about this exact thing. It was explaining police powers and what the Army is for. You know what I'm saying? And it is to defend us abroad, but I mean more so it is part of the oath that you were saying about foreign. And there's a reason why they put domestic last. You know what I'm saying? Just like if I say you're amazing, but your breath stinks. Like, it doesn't matter that I just said you're amazing. I said your breath stinks last because that's the one I wanted to stick.
You know,
Not
my
because I
friend
needed to
Bruce
say
Hawkins-
but and then this word. There's a reason
My
that we
friend-
pick this.
Here's a saying. Man, I got some sayings tonight from friends of mine that have passed. My friend Bruce, he lived right down the road from me here. Saying I got from him: everything before the butt is bullshit.
Doesn't matter. Yep.
Everything
doesn't matter.
before the butt is
It's
bullshit.
negated by the existence of the butt.
Yeah, everything before the butt is
I used to
bullshit.
call this the butt monster with my boys.
You know,
I used to call this the butt monster with my boys. I would say,
you know,
get rid
you're
of
a
that butt
pretty
monster
good
and let's
mechanic,
go
Joe.
man and deal with this.
You're a pretty good mechanic, Joe. You've been here a long time, but you know, I'm afraid we're gonna have to let you go. You know,
He's like, but your head game is no good. I found somebody that definitely handles the pipe better, sir. So no, I get you. I get you.
You got some lovely ladies over here, activists, requested for your the link to your channels, Bleak. Essen Tennessee, Widow Diaries, Hampshire Mountain Girl.
Well, I mean, and ladies, I hope you'll forgive my candor. Again, I'd said it earlier, but I should, it would behoove me to apologize again. I'm very, loose with my words when it comes to insults because that's the way that I show endearment. You know what I'm saying? And so, when I say that I hate all women, I mean that my mom was a bitch and, I had a few bad relationships, but haven't we all? And so like, it's a generalization. I also think that all men are pussies and that they're bad husbands and fathers. And so, it's an equal thing.
Yeah, don't remind them of something that that wasn't meant to offend. But they're asking for your links, though. I would
Right. Well, I mean, I've got to
drop
throw
that
in
link.
that
Drop
caveat.
that link, man. Drop that link.
I
bro.
don't have it. I don't have it, brother. But I mean, at the same time, I'm very niche. You know what I'm saying? And so, while it might sound on a live stream like my content would be something you'd want to see, it's akin to chewing up a bunch of movies and then throwing them up in a trash can with the liquor that you drank this evening or whatever. It's.
If I could remember the title I had for this talk tonight, it was at 11 or something. Coming at 11. Get your popcorn out and a barf bag as we discuss the truth, quote unquote, of the nature and cause of concern without standing or prejudice. It was I don't know, it's pretty good, man. I can remember it. But I had to type that shit 3 times, man. I swear this thing is malicious against me. Because if I tried to erase it, are you sure? Do you really want to erase it? And then it would get moved to the trash or something where it's not even gone, But I tried to change the size of it. Poof, it's gone.
Right.
Like that fucking PDF from the sheriff's office.
Right.
I had that thing almost typed out. Not once, not twice, 2.5 times, I guess I'll call it. And half of it erased, then 3/4 of it erased when I was almost done. And then I was almost done with, it took a lot to all right, I'm going to power through this again because I'm terrible at typing. Terrible. And then that guy audited them. He said that's designed into the PDF to do that, to glitch out like that and erase it. They will do anything to try to discourage you from following through in that process. The complaint
with
process.
anything in your life. Think about it. Everything's always been like that. It's a bunch of shit you didn't get done. You know what I mean? That's all we remember ourselves for.
But not that bad. I mean, come on. I mean, it's so hard to get the form. I went down to the sheriff's office. The door's locked. They come out. This menacing fucking attitude. And I need a complaint form and a FOIA request form. It's all downtown. They come at me with, and this is 1.5 years later after I left there without that form. 1.5 years ago, prior to that,
Jesus.
I wasn't leaving without that form that day.
They got a
It's
fucking
all
hard on, huh?
downtown they came at me with. First, the first time I went there, oh, it's online. It's all online.
Right.
Then it's
Except
all
your stuff.
downtown, they tell me. So then I get the
Right.
form, and they yeah, if you try to do it online, you have to use their PDF, but then there's something in that PDF that when you're almost done, it fucking erases it. And
Right.
that's discouraging, man. It took me hours. And I'm like, fuck it, I gotta do it again. And then after the third time, I said, fuck it, I'm writing this shit out, man, and I'm making it so I can just fill in the blanks. I'd like to read that still too. I got it right here. If anyone's
Yeah,
down
go
for
for it.
some oh, I got situs too. I got here to go. Situs, Situs, Latin, 1834. The location or position of something for legal purposes, as in lex situs, law of the place where the thing in issue is situated. The law of the place where the thing in issue is situated. Well, that like the I'm the king of the motherfucking castle.
I think so. It's situated, yeah. That yeah. Absolutely. I mean, that's what it denotes in my head.
We're discussing the home invasion and kidnapping and aggravated assault that occurred at this location. Yeah, the law of this place, since I'm the king of the castle doctrine is that shit don't fly around here. You better fucking knock.
Right.
And if I say no trespassing, I don't want you here, I want you to leave, then you fucking leave. And if you refuse to leave, I have the right to shoot you. That's the law here.
Well, somebody your size doesn't need to do that. Somebody your size doesn't need to do that. You can take a regular sized man, fold him up like a piece of paper, and tuck him in your lower lip and just walk him outside. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm getting old, man. I don't need to. I got fucking
I get
okay, I got 3 fucking steroid gorillas with every fucking weapon they could possibly strap to themselves, who came here with the intention of committing violence. Farmer Johnson, isn't going to fend off too many of them motherfuckers with a pitchfork, man.
No, probably not any. To be honest with you, because
steroids. They're on steroids. They're psychotic. They're probably all amped up on crack. These guys, most of them seem like they're all amped up on crack or meth or something, man. All they got is fucking. All they got is violence, man. All they got is violence in their hearts, man.
Right. Look at teachers and coaches. If you're fat and you can't play football, congratulations, you're a coach. If you're music and you can read.
A lot of them guys are on steroids. A lot of them are, and that predisposes someone to violent fucking episodes too, I believe. Are you there, huh, Bleak? True North. All right, let's get this FOIA requests. There's some good stuff in here. There's some boring stuff, but it is what it is. This is let's see. I don't know where Bleak went here. Got 4 now. So, all right. Okay, FOIA request. This is their form. There's a lot of tricks and traps in it that the untrained eye wouldn't notice, and a couple things that I decided to do for myself, such as putting care of for the mailing address, so it doesn't make me a resident. It's just where I get my mail. last, first, middle initial. They want the name. Well, you know, so they don't get confused. I did the last, and then comma, and then Christopher Allen. I'm not doing fucking I'm not initialing my so-called middle name because I don't want to. City, Lawton's, state. Oh, we got New York written out, and then incident type. Attempted false arrest. This one is attempted false arrest because they did not succeed. They did not leave with the habeas corpus. This is on June 2nd, approximate time. Just because I couldn't identify them, I ain't leaving them out. These motherfuckers. Got John Doe number 2, John Doe number 3, any other unknown individuals, and myself. Bleak.
Yeah.
All right. There you go. FOIA request. So I got their cover sheet there. I was just showing. Too fancy. Page 2 of 4. You know, again, their sheet because I figure it gives them one less thing to fucking gripe about. Oh, well, you can't just put that on notebook paper. You know, we have a form for that, you know, and, you know, they probably couldn't enforce that, but it's just, you know, whether they have the authority to do that or not, it's just another fucking hurdle that they give you. They're casting stumbling blocks in my pathway to justice is what they're doing. So,
Absolutely.
You know,
Absolutely.
I try to stop that any way I can without compromising my position. You know, to make it harder on them. This is fucking war.
Right.
So here's their fucking form, which, interestingly enough, if you're familiar with the principle of law, that anything within the 4 corners is not on the page, right?
Right. Right.
So look how this sheet is designed for your complaint. Everything's within the 4 corners. So technically they could say that it doesn't exist, right? But they want you to use their form. So that's another little punk ass trick that they play, you know. Briefly provide other.
I'm so tired of that.
Yeah, and then the way they word shit, it is malicious. Every fucking, you know, it's all malicious. Briefly provide, but then they say, oh, it's too general. You know, what do you mean briefly provide? Then they'll say, oh, well, your description was too general. It wasn't specific enough, so we couldn't fulfill your request. No, briefly provide other descriptive information. What descriptive information the records thought have I provided previously? You know, to provide other descriptive information other than what? What the fucking on records sought. So I got under the New York Freedom of Information Law, FOIL, New York Public Officer Law, Article 6, at SEQ. I'm not sure what that means. Copied it off an attorney's thing. I hereby request copies of records regarding the following. Incident on June 2nd, 2023. Number 1, any and all documents and or records related to the attempted arrest and any subsequent interaction with the man known as Christopher Allen Meslinski. This includes, but is not limited to, incident investigation reports, witness statements, handwritten notes, text messages, complaints, investigative material, warrants, appearance tickets, summonses, affidavits, and charging instruments. Number 2, any and all video and or audio recordings related to the false attempt of arrest of the man known as Christopher Allen Meslinski and any subsequent interaction. This includes, but is not limited to, body camera footage, dash cam footage, surveillance camera footage, dispatch recording, phone calls, cab camera footage, any other camera footage, and 911 calls. Number 3. What's that scratching noise? Number 3. Full names, badge numbers, rank, salaries, training received of any and all agents of the Erie County Sheriff's Office who have had any interactions with the man known as Christopher Allen Meslinski, and in what capacity and what was the nature of these interactions. Number 4. any and all documents and or records concerning any complaints, accusations, disciplinary actions, and or disciplinary charges lodged against any of the agents of the Erie County Sheriff's Office who have had any interaction with Christopher Allen Meslinsky or any close facsimiles thereof. Oaths on file and binding information of these agents. The Freedom of Information Law requires an initial response to this request within 5 business days. Failure to respond within this time constitutes a constructive denial of my FOIL request. As I am sure you are aware, FOIL exemptions are very narrowly construed. It is unlawful to deny access to any portions of any records unless the aforementioned portions fall squarely within one or more of the exemptions found in 87(2)(a) through I of FOIL. Further, if you choose to deny any portions of the requested records, the burden falls on your agency to demonstrate these portions qualify for exemption. See Haney versus Department of Motor Vehicles, 79 New York, 2D 106, 1992. Further, as a reminder, blanket denials are inconsistent with both the language and intent of FOIL, meaning if any of the requested records contain material that would indeed qualify for exemption, it would be inconsistent with the law to withhold those records in their entirety. Instead, any portions not squarely falling within 87(2)(a) through I of FOIL need to be provided. See Gould versus New York City Police Department, 89 New York, 2D 267, 1996. If you deny any portions of this request, I ask that you, articulate particularized and specific justification for the denial, citing each specific FOIL exemption you believe to be applicable. Notify me of where FOIL appeals should be addressed and the position and the persons designated to determine FOIL appeals. Please be advised, I intend to appeal any denial inconsistent with FOIL. Should a special proceeding pursuant to Article 78 of the New York Civil Practice Law and Rules be necessary to obtain records denied on appeal, I intend to seek fees for my time. If responsive records are available electronically, you are required to provide said documents by electronic means at no cost. Please send any and all responsive electronic documents to me at this email address, Western New York FOIA Audit at gmail.com. If any responsive records are unable to be provided electronically, and if the cost of duplication is over $100, please notify me before copying the records. Otherwise, please send an invoice with the responsive documents so that I may arrange for timely payment of any reasonable charges allowed by statute. Side note there, offering to pay is sufficient in things of this nature. When they say there's a fee associated with it, okay, well, please send me a detailed invoice, for that, for those charges, so I can arrange for timely payment, and I'll take those documents. That's what that's how I think it goes. They're never going to tell you shit like that.
No.
Please be advised that copies of this FOIL request are also being sent to appropriate authorities to maintain a record and promote transparency and FOIL compliance. Records will be given to the press, including local and national newspapers and television news programs. If you have any questions or concerns regarding this request, you may contact me at the email address listed above. Thank you for your attention to this matter. And then I signed it without prejudice, Christopher Allen Meslinsky, all rights reserved, and printed and signed there, and I got it notarized, and I sent it certified mail.
Nice.
That's a pretty good FOIA request, I think.
Right.
But then, so I got copies of this sheet, the cover sheet, blank. There's only a few things to fill out on that, unless you want to give them, your work information and your phone number and shit. But I would advise against it. And I'm done with the fucking date of birth thing. I'm fucking over it. Like George Gordon says, are you gonna send me a birthday cake?
Well, I mean, here's the thing about that, man, is that you don't have any firsthand knowledge of that. You can't provide any firsthand testimony or any kind of firsthand knowledge to that.
That's correct.
You know what I mean? This is what it's hearsay.
And,
It's absolutely hearsay.
And besides that, I'm a man. I don't get birth. I was born, on a certain calendar day, but
I'm pretty sure I was fucking hacked.
I've never given birth, so I don't have a birthday. I have a born on day, like Budweiser, and I don't know what that is because I have no firsthand knowledge of it. It's hearsay. I heard through the grapevine, and furthermore, it's none of your business. Were you planning on sending me a birthday cake? And a way to deal with it is, what's your DOB, man? What's that mean? DOB, date of birth. I don't have one.
No,
I don't have
it's
one.
It's not date of birth. It's not date of birth. It's the date of billing, or the deed of billing or whatever.
No, it's a date of birth. But you know what else the word birth means, right? When a ship is birthed.
Yeah.
When a ship is
that's
birthed.
the only thing. That's really the only thing it means.
They're playing this fairy tale admiralty. So when the birth certificate was created, your vessel to operate in commerce, under this this admiralty jurisdiction, was birthed into the fucking.
Absolutely.
That's it. That's what it really means. Because
oh yeah, absolutely.
I wasn't birthed. I was born. My mother gave birth, but I wasn't. I was birthed when they created a commercial entity out of me, and to fraudulently subject me to the rules of commerce.
Well, see, that's what that gate is that you've got to walk through to get into the actual court part of court. That's the water gate, because your mother's water, breaks or whatever when she gives birth. When you open the water gate. You're into
those games anymore, but because most people, even if they realize what's going on, they can't summon.
Oh, dude, it just sounds like a bunch of boring ass Jordan Maxwell to them. You know what I mean?
I just say like, they say, "Oh, come forward. I can't hear you." They know they can fucking hear me, Oh, come closer. I can't hear you. And so then I got to say, if I cross this threshold, I let it be known, for the record, I retain all rights at all times. I demand my rights and I waive none ever. Do I have your
arms length to the court? Yeah.
Fuck that shit, man. They can fucking cram it, man. I don't want to play a fucking role in there, because they're all getting
that's
paid
just
there.
it. That's just it.
It's like Glenn from Sovereign Living said, the fucking cop works for the state, the witness works for the state, the fucking prosecuting attorney works for the state, the judge works for the state, and the clerk works for the state. And so, it's a definite conflict of interest, and it's indistinguishable from a criminal cartel.
Yeah, there's only a few things that you need to say in a court, and that is that there are no facts in dispute before this court, because before you show up and open your mouth, there are no facts in dispute before the court. The attorneys know nothing. The prosecutor knows nothing. The judge knows nothing.
So why tell them something that's self-evident then?
Right. So there are no facts in dispute before this court. I waive all rights without God. I waive all rights without God. Now, I don't waive any of my rights. That's not what you say. You say I waive all rights without God. Why the fuck would I want any of man's rights? These aren't rights. They're privileges. They're not liberties. That's what God gives you, But anyways, so there are no facts in dispute before the court. I waive all rights without God. Then you would say the trustees are known, the beneficiary is present, and who's going to come forth and issue a check for the securities? You know what I mean? Cut me a check for the derivatives, for the debentures.
You view all of those things as essential to say entering into court?
If I'm there, yeah, I'm going to say all those things. Absolutely. I didn't authorize a fiduciary. I didn't authorize anybody to a fiduciary capacity. If anybody believes they have power of attorney over me, they're fired.
I don't say any of those things, Bleak. I don't, I understand what you're saying, but I have like 5 or 6 like must say things of my own, and I don't say any of those. I would go in.
Oh yeah, no, I mean. I get you. There's definitely different strategies. Yeah.
There's 100 different ones, man. There's 100. There's more than one way to skin a cat. But you know, it's all theory. At some point, you realize that it's all theory. It's not a science. It's a theory.
They're practicing law. Absolutely.
When I go in there, for one thing, the bailiff wants you to acknowledge the name that's in all caps on the passenger list of the ship there. That's a trick, because no distinction is made when it's expressed orally between the proper capital, lowercase, and the all caps. So
if it looks the same, sounds the same, it is the same. Yeah, ins legis.
Well, yeah, because an error in spelling is corrected by the presence of the body.
Mm-hmm.
That's a
Habeas corpus.
law.
Habeas corpus.
Yeah, so you get lured in there with their fraudulent invitations out of our own ignorance and fear. So there you are, magically appearing. Here I am, So then you walk in the fucking building. That's a gesture of jurisdiction for one thing. You're magically appearing there. Why? Why are you there? Were you summoned? Were you subpoenaed? Oh, you heard they're trying out for a role of defendant, and you decided, to see if you can get a part.
Right.
So you're there. You're there, and they'll see that as jurisdiction, even if you openly oppose it.
Right.
But then, if you feel the need, you're compelled to go there because you don't want them to fucking come at you with violence and be looking over your shoulder for the rest of your life. I can understand that. I played that game for like 3 years. Then they want to search you without a warrant. So how's that going to happen? Oh, you're going to consent to it. That's a gesture of jurisdiction. Then they say, what's your name? And everybody says, oh, John Henry Doe. And they check it off. You just acknowledge that you're the authorized representative for the corporation known as John Henry Doe. So I say, yeah, I'm not going for that. I said, let me see what you got there. And I look at the list and I point to the all caps name and say, I'm here on that matter. And then he'll tell you, okay, you can go ahead and have a seat. That's another trick because that's what you're going to do anyways,
Right.
But now he told you, go ahead and have a seat. So it's like,
right. It's a mental game.
Like you're following.
It's a mental game.
So at that point,
absolutely.
At that point, I go to the bathroom. Whatever he told me to do, I do something else. I'll stop and tie my shoe. I'll fucking go through my briefcase. Something like that. And I got to the point where I couldn't bring myself to consent to being searched. So that solved it right there. I didn't get past the hallway. He goes, well, you can't go in there, unless we search you. So that's fine. I don't want to be here anyways. I don't want to be here anyways. Is there even a hearing? Is there even a hearing?
Can I get that in writing? Yep.
Because I said, I heard through the grapevine that there was a hearing tonight. Is there any proof of service of process? Is there even a hearing?
Right.
Because I certainly wasn't properly notified of any such thing.
Right. I think I remember all that going down. Yeah, you didn't.
Yeah, so then he says, well, I can't let you in there unless you let us look through the bag. I said, that's fine. I don't want to be here anyways. I'm not here voluntarily. That's one thing I felt to always say. I'm not here voluntarily. I'm only here under threat, duress, and coercion.
Right.
Because agents of the North Collins Police and Village Court have acted violently against me. And I don't have to say all that, but I have. And like George Gordon.
Yeah.
If I don't do what you say, are you going to do something bad, wicked, terrible, or awful to me?
Right.
Yeah. So there's all those tricks, before you even get past the bailiff. You just did 5 things that are gestures of jurisdiction.
Right.
Assumptions.
That's almost like rebutting the
is the name of their game. If you're not wearing a chastity belt, they assume that you came in there to get fucking raped.
Right.
So then
And
you
they're
go
correct.
there, you go in there, and then everyone sits down, and if they're pretending to be a court, this one over here doesn't even do it. They'll say, all rise when the black robe comes in, and everybody stands up. And then they say you may be seated. There's 2 more gestures of jurisdiction, right? And you know, they might throw in take off that hat, spit out that gum in there too. You know, anything they could do to get you to following their directives. So then you know, you're sitting in there waiting, and so they're gonna call your name at some point. They don't even call the numbers in there. You know, oh, this is on case number 135, and you know, they don't even do any of that. Just say Christopher Maslowski. And you know, I used to get up and, you know, and go over there, but Carl Miller said, "You jump quick to your feet, you know, and you know, like you can't get up there fast enough, you know, because but I don't do all that, but I do say I'm here on that matter." So I didn't say that that's me or present or, you know, not so never acknowledging to that point that
you can't acknowledge the word you or the name. Yeah, absolutely.
That I'm anybody at all. You know, they called that, and I said I'm here on that matter. I could be I could be anybody. I could be my next friend. I could be you know, my assistant to counsel. I could be on.
You could be here to meet the claimant. You could be here to provide firsthand testimony. Yeah, you could be here to rebut.
What they never do is ask me for a valid state issue driver license to verify my identity. You know, so if some other guy
that's because why would they need to know they've got the right person there for the fraud they're about to do? You know.
Well, you know, how do they identify?
Unless they're going to jail your ass.
Huh?
If they're going to jail your ass or something like that, then that's when they'll probably do well to make sure that they've got the right person. But
well, they'll try to lure you in there because it's safer for them, where they can put their fucking filthy fucking hands on you when they got you disarmed in a compromised position in their fucking venue, you know, and that's
right. That's if you don't understand that the job of that bailiff is he's your crier, he's your tip staff. You know, if you read the bailiff's handbook and you understand what a bailiff is across the pond, then you understand what a bailiff is here. He's your crier.
He's supposed to be like a referee in a WWF wrestling match.
No, he's the crier for the defendant and the plaintiff. Hear ye, hear ye. That's why they call him a tip staff. He's got that brass tip on his staff, and he'll bang it on the floor. Bop, bop, bop. Hear ye, hear ye. All rise. You know, in the matter of blah 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 blah.
They don't call them bailiffs in these kangaroo municipal courts around here. If anything, they got uniforms court officer. You know, I don't know under what authority they acting, because they got like they bring them in
as a bailiff.
Else, you know, some guys wants to call in sick or something. They got these court officers in the one, and you know, there's differences between this town and the next town over, but they're subtle.
Right. Well,
I pay attention.
I mean,
any difference?
There's similarities.
Areas is where you find the weak spots. You know.
There's similarities too, if you think about it. Like they're all 1099 off-duty people that are doing tax fraud by not reporting their quote unquote income, because they are state employees. You know, we're not state employees, so we don't have an income.
Do you know what that clerk masquerading as a judge said the one day in there? They had a public defender in there. They had a public defender in there. They dragged this guy in there from the DEC cop. He looked like G.I. Joe in there. They caught the guy. They caught the guy shooting a deer from his car without a license.
Damn.
It was in deer season, you know.
Yeah, still that's some game warden shit. That's some pretty high jurisdiction.
You know, they had him. You know, a felony. They're saying, you know, these
absolutely.
These traffic courts are not qualified to hear felonies, for one thing. Period.
No.
They can maybe do, you know, an arraignment, you know, because that's the closest fucking magistrate to take someone directly before, which they never do.
Mm-hmm.
You know? So they could maybe, you know, trick the poor bastard into putting in a plea and submitting himself to the jurisdiction, you know, before they go and house him, you know.
That's $12.8 million a day.
Versus Florida. Take it to a court that is pretending to be more real, but is really no more. Is it any matter in which a state shall be a party? The Supreme Court shall be the court of original jurisdiction.
Right. Well, sort of. A fucking notary public for any given state has more authority than a fucking the Supreme Court justice.
Yeah, that may
Did
be
you know
so,
that a notary can arrest a judge?
but in
A notary
any
can,
court,
3 notaries can veto a ruling. What?
but doesn't this discredit traffic courts altogether? In any matter in which the state shall be a party, which is what? All of them, right?
Uh-huh.
The Supreme Court shall be the court of original jurisdiction. So where does this inferior administrative traffic court get off claiming to be the court of original jurisdiction in a felony matter with no indictment from a grand jury? They're out of their fucking minds.
Right. That's where I was just fixing to go with it. There's no indictment. There's no charging instrument generally either. You know what I mean?
No contact whatsoever from the Department of State. You know.
Right. And then they'll send the cop to be the issuer of the ticket. So he's now a qualified process server. You know what I mean? And a witness. You can't be a process server and a witness.
Yeah, and the victim, and the complainant, and the fucking arresting officer, and the prosecutor. That's a violation of the separation of powers doctrine.
He's the that's what I was going to say. The Clearfield doctrine. You don't forget about the Clearfield. You're talking about how they all work for the state or whatever. Well, the Clearfield doctrine clearly fucking says that if they're dealing in fucking coins and fucking paper monies, checkbook monies, then they cease to have any governmental authority whatsoever.
Yeah, there is
no money. That they do this,
there is no money.
Every court is a debt collector. Every court of law is acting as a debt collector.
There is no money. There is no plaintiff. The whole thing is missing. You know? I told that to Abraxas, and he agreed. He said, "You're right. The whole damn thing's missing. It starts to unravel." Right.
Right. It does.
Nothing. When I say each and every element that would have to be present for that to be the real deal, you know, from the written law, every single part of it is missing. Every single part of it.
That's where you go with Republic if you can keep it. Republic if you can keep it.
My script is, you know, once I'm in there, I resign, you know, and all that. I say I'm here on that matter, and I go up there, and you got to take control right then and there. You can't let them guide you along down the fucking.
Yeah, they'll steamroll you. Yeah, absolutely.
Right. So, we're here to, you know, first you got to send that fucking public defender pack, and if they got one there to force upon you, take his fucking papers, and then while we're here for you to put in a plea today, put in a plea. I haven't been informed of the nature and cause of any action against me. I couldn't possibly put in a plea, you know?
Well, yeah, Your Honor's practicing from the bench there too, suggesting that you take any kind of legal action. But
yeah, you could say that too. I mean, you could if you just want to get out of there with your skin that day, raise the counsel issue. They can't proceed, you know.
Trinity versus Pagliaro, the prosecutor doesn't have any firsthand knowledge. While attorneys' statements are enlightening, they do not rise to the level of preponderance of evidence.
Yeah, well, statements of counsel in their briefs and arguments, while enlightening to the court, are never sufficient to grant summary judgment or motion to dismiss.
Right. Absolutely. And if you think about it, it also becomes that's where it becomes a hearsay matter, because all that attorney can swear to is the fact that he is using a false and fictitious unregistered business name in commerce. You know what I mean? And that's it. He can't be a witness and a fucking attorney.
He has no standing. You know, unless you.
He does. He has standing to be brought in via Dware. Like you can make him a fucking a witness. You know what I'm saying? Get him sworn in.
What? He has no firsthand knowledge. He has no firsthand knowledge of the matters before that court. And
that's why you need his ass to be a via Dare, so that you can fucking have him sworn in. You have him sworn in, have him deposed.
How I handled that is every time he opened his mouth, I cut him off, and I was rude about it. The magistrate says, "You're out of line right now," and every time he started to say something, I said, "I object." Does he have any firsthand knowledge of the matters before this court today? If he's going to testify, I need him to go under oath. No, right. He's trespassing on the case. He has no standing, and he's trespassing on the case.
Right. And see, this is where you tell a judge that you know, that you're going to file a criminal complaint against them if they don't fucking if they don't fly right. And if the judge says a damn thing to that bailiff or anybody, then it's witness tampering and obstruction. That's 5 years apiece. They can't run concurrent. So let's do that.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Shut that judge up by saying, I don't call him Your Honor.
I'll be wearing your socks.
I don't call him Your Honor, but you can say, will your bond withstand the commercial liability that's being introduced?
Liability, right? Are you accepting a primary degree of fault? You know, absolutely.
I wasn't using that one, but I like that one, and I like the well, I have a couple administrative and procedural issues to address before I could possibly entertain putting in a plea. One is,
brother, that's why I like the tax stuff. I love Finson and Tigda. You haven't lived until you've brought up Finson and Tigda and then told the bailiff to arrest the judge and watched him do his little chicken dance. That shit is fucking dope, dude.
Well, I had in my one.
They'll start shitting their pants. They're so used to pushing everyone around that if you give them a little bit of something they've never heard before, and trust me, they've heard a lot. You know, that judge has a database. They've got a cloud. They take and scan everyone's documents into, and they all share, federal and state.
Well, it's all there for anyone to read, you know, if they're so inclined, which they're not.
It's supposed to be, but most of it's hidden on Gestor or fucking Pacer, places where there's got to be a paywall. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's behind a paywall. I remember the first prosecutor when I graduated from code enforcement to criminal. The prosecutor said, because I didn't know what I was doing, but I decided I wasn't going to get an attorney and I wasn't going to take a plea bargain, and I learned it all on the fly. But the first mock arraignment for criminal matter, no, it was the first so-called appearance after the mock arraignment at Force of Arms. He goes, yeah, you see, they never put in the time, he said, to the fucking magistrate. And that burned me up, man. And I decided after that I will put in the time, motherfucker. And I have, you know, and I have.
So have I. Dude, it's like building a table at your house. You can slap a house together in a couple of days with a big crew. It's going to be a house that was slapped together in a couple of days, though. You know, if I build a table and I fucking put my effort into it and I make sure that everything is square with the fucking planet. You know what I'm saying? Everything's stout, everything's solid, calipers. I'm talking fucking symmetrical, balanced. This table goes from something rickety that could be pushed over to something that you and I and all of our friends could stand on. You know what I'm saying? If I put the time into it. Same thing with your kids, same thing with your career, same thing with your health, your body. You know what I'm saying? Like if you put the effort into it, if you build it, they will come. Period.
Well, the guys used to build like an old dresser, for instance. You take out a drawer, you know, and an old, you know, they'll have finger joints.
Right,
you know,
right. Or dados or something. Yeah, dados or something instead of track. Yeah, that's what I'm down for. That's how all my woodworking looks.
A dado is a groove.
I know, a dado for it to slide along instead of a track. Yeah, a drawer, a dado. If you ever use dados and like you can take and laminate a piece of wood in there to stay inside it. Yeah,
I have, you know, but guys back then they would try to find harder ways to do it. You know, where you could really fucking appreciate the craftsmanship. Like, wow, how the hell did they do that? Get those finger joints so tight.
Like mitered finger joints or mitered dovetails or something. Yeah, no, I hear you.
Yeah, you know, the finger joints.
I like Morris and Tenon.
You know, the guy down the street, he's doing 1/2-inch finger joints all day long on his dresser drawers. Well, you know, that's pretty nice stuff, but I'm gonna do 1/4-inch finger joints, you know, and it'll make him look like a fucking caveman, you know?
Right.
But now they just they'll just square the two pieces off and fucking shoot a fucking couple of ring shank fucking nails in there. They don't give a fuck. You know, dovetails, that's some real craftsmanship, man. You know, those are pretty much done by hand.
They're difficult. Yeah, they're difficult. Absolutely. Well, they make router bits that'll do them, but they look like they were done by a router. You know?
Yeah, there's gaps in them. You know, the only way to make those fit perfectly tight because
tear out and shit. Yeah.
Yeah, you got to do it. each one. There's the technique. I've seen guys that are really good at it. I'm not one of them, that's for sure.
To chisel is difficult. If you know how to chisel properly, then you're always using the back of it and never the nose. You're never using the keel. You're using the back of it. You know what I mean? But if you don't know how to chisel properly, then you're sitting there fucking putting the workpiece on your legs and fucking hammering it with your fist and, you know, that kind of shit. Missing a lot of blood.
If you got a dull chisel, that's a good way to hurt yourself and fuck your project up. But you know, there's a big difference between pulling and pushing too.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, that's why I like Asian planes, the Eastern wood planes, the hand planes. I love pulling versus pushing. You know, when I push, I tend to get those big ass splinters that come up over the toad, and then they'll fucking choop right up underneath your fingernail every time. It's awesome.
Much more control pulling, and you have to be mindful of which way the grain on the board is going too.
Absolutely too. Yeah, you go uphill on that bitch, and you're gonna be fucking digging some motherfucking big old chunks. You're gonna be sanding a lot, moving a lot of fucking wood. You know.
What type of wood reduction are you working with? Does it need to be moisturized, you know, before you attempted to, you know, to form it to your will? You know,
I started with Eastern cedar. You know, it was so soft. It was so good to start with. The first everything that I built was with Eastern cedar for almost a year, I'll bet. You know what I mean? And then after that, I kind of understood. You know,
you got a 200-year-old piece of oak, you know, you might want to soak that in water a week before you attempt to, you know.
Right. Well, see, and then even at that, dude, if you do it on a day where the barometric pressure is or the humidity is off, you're gonna be fucked. You're gonna wish you hadn't fucked with it. You know.
You know, people don't realize that with staining pine. You know, that's why they got a pre-stained wood conditioner, because it accepts differently. You know, and it'll raise the grain and it'll look like shit.
Oh, the first time I ever fucked with lacquer, I didn't realize that there was the shit that comes with the, what do they call it, the desol or whatever, the stuff that comes without the solvent or whatever in it. I can't remember what it's called. There's not denatured, I forget what it's called, but yeah, no, there's a lot of variables in that equation for certain. But I mean, dude, to be honest with you, I have a better relationship with the grains in a piece of wood than I do any human I've ever met.
Yeah, because we go against the grain when it comes to society.
Right.
You know, I guess.
Have to.
Yeah, so my court script, though, I kind of got off on a sidetrack there because I learned a lot since my last appearance. I learned a lot.
Yeah, sounds like you're gonna crush the next one. You know,
the things I felt that had to be said was I'm here on that matter. If they, you know, if it's about an arraignment about the nature and cause, and then I'd say I'm not here voluntarily. I'm here under threat, duress, and coercion. I'm making a special appearance here today and propria persona for the sole purpose of challenging jurisdiction.
Right.
I would say that, and then is this a court of record? Is this a court of record? Well, yeah, we're keeping a record of the proceedings because saying a court of record, that means a common law court. So you're trapping them there too. They'll say
Article 3. Yeah.
We're making a recording of the proceedings tonight. You know, and I just let them slide on that, you know, but I say, okay, for the record, because they just said it's a court of record. For the record, I retain all my rights at all times and I waive none ever. They hate that. And then they say, does anyone hear of a verified claim against me? What? Does anyone hear of a verified claim against me?
Yeah, you're here to face the claimant.
Is there a sworn verified claim?
You know what the end game with that is, right? The meeting of the minds.
Well, I think it is. Does anyone here, you know, within the sound of my voice, have a verified claim against me?
Right.
You hear crickets. Oh, motion to dismiss. Failure to state a cause of action for which relief can be granted.
Right. Sixth Amendment violation as well if they go forward. Yeah.
Right. So I say that, and does anyone have a verified claim? Motion to dismiss. Failure to state a cause of action. Relief can be granted. And
yep.
And then just go back to those things. That's all, you know.
Right. Stand on your square.
It's too easy to list, you know, to go off on your list of 100 things that you know they're doing wrong. You got to stick to the 5 ones that you have the best understanding of, I think.
Well, the ones that they can't fucking fudge, absolutely, and those are all ones they can't fudge. That's why I like the IRS and TIGTA, because they cannot fudge that.
Right, but I don't have a good enough understanding. You know, like if they could hem me up on something like that. Like when I bring up warrants, jurisdiction, nature and cause, they're fucked. So they always do the same thing, is reset the fucking arraignment. You know, but then is that not double jeopardy? You know, triple jeopardy, quadruple jeopardy?
Technically, wouldn't it be double jeopardy the first time the judge gets up, leaves the fucking room, and comes back in? They're going to do that at least once during the proceeding. If you're asking those kind of questions, at least once.
They do that the first time. You know, and then unless you surprise them after that, they got like a little plan for the script that you're using. But they can't do anything. You know, they can't do anything. I think technically, if they don't have everything there to for an arraignment,
true bill of indictment,
then you don't get a second chance. You know, you're unprepared. You came off half cocked. You know, you're wasting my fucking time now.
Right, double jeopardy.
Because you know, I haven't been contacted by the Department of State. Got unknown actors, fucking you know, moving fucking unsworn, unverified fucking complaints, not claims.
Right. Well, here's the thing: is they're unregistered foreign agents.
No fucking supporting.
They're unregistered foreign agents.
Yeah, they're unregistered foreign agents. There's no evidence of an injury in fact. There's no injured party. You know,
no claimant, no meeting of the minds, no contract.
What am I doing here? You know, I think I'm in the wrong court. You know, Carl Lentz said, when they leave the bench, you should claim the fucking courtroom and say,
yeah, you do.
For the record,
the captain was abandoned his post.
The disinterested third party, you know, arbitrator has left the bench. So I claim this court and dismiss this matter with prejudice for failure to state a cause which relief can be granted. There's no matter. There's no matter before this court. Therefore,
that's the thing that most people don't understand, is that judge is not a judge. He is a finder of fact. He has two jobs. He determines the facts in accordance with the state's rules of evidence, and then he applies the law to the facts as it comes to him. You know what I mean?
It's supposed to be like the referee, the disinterested third party arbitration.
That's if you have a fucking jury trial by jury. Yes, they are supposed to be.
Well, you know, when they wanted to roll on, after I challenged personal jurisdiction and subject matter jurisdiction,
that voids it if they try to roll on through that.
Well, I said, if this court is going to proceed without jurisdiction after I've openly challenged jurisdiction, then I object. And if that's the case, I demand a trial by jury in a common law court. And,
at that point, you can walk the fuck out. At that point, you can walk the fuck out. You know what I mean? If they don't prove jurisdiction then and there, and it has to be proven to you, but to your standard, just like the FDCPA. If I say that there's harassing and intimidating or threatening language in this bill that you've sent me, then I say, and they left it open to my discretion, not the judges, and that's because Congress fucking said so. So you just remind them, hey man, are you going to bring Congress in here? Are we going to subpoena all these motherfuckers to come in here and you can explain to them how they're wrong about the law that they wrote?
Yeah,
you know,
threats can't be made, even veiled threats, you know, and if their actions demonstrated that those veiled threats they've acted upon, then it's mailing threatening communications. It's fucking fictitious names and addresses, mailing threatening communications and frauds and swindles.
Right. Yeah, I just listed all them codes about 2-3 hours ago. Yeah.
And then it's a aggrieved man. I'm sorry, I don't know how old that comment was. Aggrieved man. Yeah, I don't think
that thing that I read earlier.
It'd behoove you to show aggression in there. You know, you got to be like cool as a cucumber, man. You know, let's entice the anger out of them. You know.
Right. It's like you were saying about Sun Tzu, about if he's choleric or whatever.
If your opponent is of choleric temper, irritate him.
Yep. Right. Absolutely. But I mean, you know, this is you remember how I was talking to you about my Smiley document?
Mm-hmm.
Essentially, your version of the court script, when combined with a petition to impanel a grand jury, and that document that I was reading earlier about the presentment, that's essentially all that Smiley document's going to be if I ever get it finished. But I think it will work in nearly every situation, in and of itself. Outside of court, the paperwork will stand alone, I think. Well,
Yeah.
I'll find out. I mean, this trustee that I'm going after is the test. You know what I mean? To move after a trustee of the Social Security Administration is a big fucking deal. You know what I mean? And I'm moving on him.
My approach there is it's not a copycat. It's a hybrid of stuff I learned from George Gordon.
Shit that works.
George Gordon, the Deprogrammed Enlightener, Carl Miller. Carl Miller.
That's so cool you were on that show. Oh, that's cool as fuck you were on that show, dude.
Which one's that?
Carl Lentz, the Deprogrammed Enlightener.
Oh yeah, that one got erased though, man. You know, it kind of sucked. It was the first stream I was ever on. Deprogrammed Enlightener.
Oh, dude, I was on the.
It was about
I was on
Roe
Document
versus
that
Wade.
got erased. Right.
About Roe versus Wade. Those
I
guys
was
are
supposed to do
compounding.
Tripoli a couple years ago. You know, I did like these opportunities, they pass us by or whatever, but the universe always gives you another chance.
You're
You
gonna
know,
go to one of them
just like
seminars?
if you don't beat you. Pardon?
You're gonna go to the a seminar of the Deprogrammed Enlightener?
Oh no! I had a chance to be on Tripoli. I was gonna do Tripoli, and then I was gonna try and do Higher Side Chats a couple years ago when I was back on the conspiracy shit with my Janus stuff, and I didn't do it. Great work in Janus, right? And then Passio comes out with his great work stuff about 6 months later, and What the Flock comes out with all of his Janus stuff about a year later. It's fucking crazy how that shit works.
What is Tripoli?
Sam Tripoli, it's the Tinfoil Hat podcast. It's like the number one. It's the number one podcast, like outside of Rogan. You know what I mean?
I don't get a big deal about him. Hey,
Rogan's a
New
thumb.
Hampshire,
He's a
New
fucking big
Hampshire.
toe.
I wish there was timestamps on these live comments, but
Oh, there are. If when it uploads to YouTube, if you don't fuck with it on StreamYard, it will be able to play back the live comments when you watch the video.
oh yeah, then it
You know
has
what I mean?
time. But anyway,
But, I
New
mean, you're
Hampshire
gonna be on
Mountain
there
Girl
6
said,
hours.
New Hampshire Mountain Girl said, Michael, it's all good. Ramble on, bro.
Oh, that was one of them times that you were gone. I was apologizing for my lack of brevity.
Oh,
Unfortunately, it takes me a very long time to say a whole lot of nothing.
oh man, am I that far behind in the comments?
Yeah, that was that's at least 2 hours old.
And then she was laughing her ass off. Essendon, Hennessy. As long as you are not a horse, yeah, I gotta try to. New Hampshire Mountain Girl, can I call you Essie? Essendon said yes. C is an awesome channel. Well, thank you, Essendon. I have an awesome moderator. Let me tell you.
Yeah, she seems badass, dude. She's on it. She's on it. I mean, that's a service a motherfucker could pay for, you know?
Yeah, she does a great job, and somehow she's got her notifications on. She's always there. A couple other
That's really
regulars
cool.
that didn't show up tonight would be Raymond. He's usually there, and yeah, he's the main one I could think of. And Running Grey Wolf too was pretty good.
But I mean, before I cut out or whatever this evening, I want to go ahead and drop that offer again, man. Anybody that's dealing with foreclosure, anybody that's dealing with custody issues, anybody that's dealing with the courts fucking with them and they're tired of it, please reach out to me. I mean, there's no greater purpose for me in this world than to help you in particular out of your problem. Like my email's listed on the about tab of any of my channels. I answer every email I get, and I can give you a personal phone number, you know, where you can communicate with me one-on-one, you know what I mean, in real time, and it alleviates a lot of the confusion. So, but yeah, no, I mean, I've got bad lung cancer, and I mean, I'm depressed as fuck. I've got a brain tumor. Like that, you know, my time here is not long. You know what I mean? So I gotta help as many mothers. Hence the Alexandria thing, man. Like I'm putting all this documentation together and shit because I know that down the road, even though I won't be here, there are going to be people that survive me that fucking will need this information, and they'll be able to parse through the data sets. They'll be able to find what they need and extrapolate from what's not there. You know, it is what it is. So.
Yeah, New Hampshire Mountain Girl. She was sound like she was enjoying being here. I'm 2 hours
See,
behind
the
in the
problem.
comment, man. There must be 300 comments from you know. That's
Yeah,
good.
they were having a good old chat in there, man. They had a good time.
We got 2 sets of eyeballs in here now.
That's all right. One of them's at least one of them's a bot or an attorney. It's a false actor.
Yeah, Ari or RF is killing us softly. He's been he's always here now when I come on. I don't know if you checked out his channel.
That's what we should talk about is channels. I think that it's a really neat thing for people to leave the channels that they sub to public, because like if none of us hid the channels that we sub, and I don't give a shit, dude, if you've got like Ricky Martin or some shit in your, I don't care. I'm going to go right past it to the next one that you've got that's Just Wandering or Hothead Lamstay or fucking Woodward TV or a Call for an Uprising. Like and so when we do this, we kind of get a chance to beat the algorithm. And I even go above. Like I'm going to check everybody's fucking channel to see if they make content or not that commented on here tonight. And when I do that, I'm going to go and see if they have their subs public or private. And if their subs are public, I'm going to go through there and sub everybody they sub. You know what I mean?
I do that too, but I don't want to have like thousands of subs. But you know, if that happens, if I do, I do. I just have to.
But the thing is, it's like the thumbs up that nobody can bother putting on a thing. It costs you jack shit to hit a thumbs up, and it means everything to the dude that spends his life force, energy, and valued time commodity making this shit and sharing it with you for free.
I do,
and that's
it
not me
time.
Bitching for myself. That's for everybody else, you know?
I do it every time. Deprogrammed Enlightener taught me that. A thumbs up when you enter the building, man.
So the way that you do that then is just like Facebook. You can friend somebody and make them feel better about that little tasty internet point that you gave them, and then hide them from your feed. If you don't like the content they make, hide them from your feed. There's no reason to unsub somebody. There's never a reason to thumbs down somebody's video or leave a shitty comment. If you feel that something is wrong, really think about that, man. Not is that the hill you want to die on, but is that the kind of motherfucker that you are? Is that who your mother raised? Some dude that had to stop and be like, here's something that somebody's put themselves into. They're pouring themselves into this, and they obviously don't mean any malice. They don't mean any negligence. They're not trying to mislead, but I think they're wrong. So I'm going to be like, you're a fucking asshole, and let me keyboard warrior Y like it's going to fucking change your opinion and win the hearts and minds of everyone. It's not. Save it. Like you're not important. You know what I'm saying? Not to nobody.
I did a hard thing, Bleak, on my channel, on my homepage.
Right.
I made a line, you know, you could put playlists in there. You know, that's how you get videos from other creators on your channel, you know, is by making them in a playlist and putting them on one of the lists on
Yeah, now you can share them on community too. That's pretty neat.
Yeah, well, I made a list channels that I recommend.
Oh yeah?
And yeah, that was hard to do because I got plenty I'd like to recommend, but I didn't want anyone to feel left out. But I had no choice, you know, without, you know, making a list excessively long or anything. So I think I ended up with 7.
Sure, it can't be comprehensive. Nobody's going to look at something like that. They're going to see the length of it the first time they try to scroll a little bit and they see a little blob off to the top right. They're going to be like, damn, that ought to be a big old bar I can click on. I can barely see it. And they're going to leave it. Yep.
I think I put 7. You care to guess what they are? I guess you haven't seen it. But,
no, I don't hardly get on anymore. But if I was going to guess, I would say out of the gate, like if you don't have Boris or Kirk up there, you're silly. You know what I mean? Boris or Kirk.
I don't even know what those guys
High
are.
Frequency Radio.
I don't know.
Kirk's Law Corner.
I don't
Kirk's
have
Law
them.
Corner, and that's a website and LLC. Kirk is he's a notary out of Iowa, and he's fucking amazing. He's been doing it about 35 years. Kirk's Law Corner is the shit. Law of Boris is another website and Telegram group that is fucking amazing. Rule of Law Radio is a It's a
I
syndicated
know a
radio
rule
show.
of law. I know a rule of
Yeah,
law.
Randy Kelly and Brett Fountain. Yeah,
Yeah, but that wasn't my
that's
aim,
another
man.
one that's amazing.
My aim was to promote channels that are small and that
Oh.
I know these people. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
And they've supported me, personally. And that was more of my
Did,
focus.
you have
than,
rights to have duties
go
on
to
there?
rule. Gee, I don't need to tell somebody to go to see rule of law, or
right. Yeah, they'll find it. Yeah,
you know what I mean. And
right.
So
right.
I put on there. I got Bleak Narratives on there.
Thank you. I appreciate that. It's an honor.
Yeah, Bleak Narratives, Abraxas. You Have Rights, Cops Have Duties. Essendon Hennessy. RF is Killing Us Softly. Autumn
Does Miss Hennessy make content?
Oh, she's got hundreds of videos. You should check it out, man.
No shit. Oh yeah, I plan on it.
I
Absolutely.
definitely recommend it.
Absolutely.
You Have Rights, Cops Have Duties. I got on there. Let me see.
God, he was badass.
Autumn
love talking
Coleman.
to him.
There's Autumn Coleman is a woman from the Carolinas. She's got a fantastic channel. I don't know how she only has 14 subscribers. Go and check out Autumn Coleman's channel.
I will. I absolutely will.
She is amazing.
I'm gonna clip this and
The
share
right
this
to
post.
travel videos, the way she's handled, traffic stops, a woman by herself at night with these fucking violent assholes approaching her,
Right. That's got to be terrifying.
She only has 14 subscribers. Some of her videos have no views. I've been the first and only viewer on like 5 of her videos.
See,
And,
that's kind of what sucks about my shit is I had a following. I had a following. You know what I mean? Like, and I don't say that like I'm important. I thought my work was garbage. I always have. But I mean, none of them were friends or family. Like if I had a brother or a sister or even just a buddy from middle school who did this kind of stuff with their spare time for other people, you bet your ass, dude, even if I hated the content, disagreed with everything they said, I'd be in there, I'd fucking thumbs up every single goddamn one. I'd be sharing that shit on my Facebook or Twitter if I was a tool and had those kind of things, but I'm not, so I don't. But I mean, it costs you nothing. I can't get somebody to come and check out my BitChute channel because it's too difficult for them to click on a fucking hyperlink. You know what I mean? Like it's not like I'm asking you to fucking pack a luggage and hop on a plane and fucking go through security and fucking tarmac and blah, 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 and fly all the way to Los Angeles and then fucking hire an Uber and, get to the hotel and then meet me next month. No, it's not like that. Like people are so lazy now that they can't be bothered to click on a link and not purchase something, even though, they know that it'll make you some money or whatever. Like that's selling out to these people. Meanwhile, they're going to be like, did you see Alphonse's new video? Like, get the fuck out of here, man. That dude made like fucking $1 million this year off of his little fucking fraud and fucking ripping off Dr. Frederick Graves by selling burnt CDs of fucking Jurisdictionary. Oh, I hope they bust his motherfucking wop ass for that shit, dude. Fucking, that's some bullshit, dude. Frederick Graves has done more for this shit than he'll ever do,
I got 2 videos that that larger channels have picked up, and I don't know what they call
That's
it,
cool.
talked about it, and and stuff. Featured.
When they do reactions, those are called
Yeah,
reaction.
they talk
videos.
about San Joaquin Valley Transparency. He said he picks videos that have the most educational value, and
Right.
that kind of
Well, it helps if you're eloquent. You don't sit there and say fuck
gave me
every other word.
legitimacy, that anybody, all the naysayers, that think I'm just crazy and dumb and shit. Well, who didn't think that? 1 million people who watched that video from San Joaquin Valley Transparency.
Right. Yeah, and then you look at the ratio, and there's like,
I'm bringing something to the table. I'm not just regurgitating other people's ideas and stuff. I have my own view on things, and like Freedom Unchained said, Garrett Grubbs, he goes, we all got a piece to the puzzle,
right, we do. I say that same fucking thing. We absolutely all do. Absolutely all do. And that's why I always encourage people to never fucking say, oh man, you know so much about this shit. Like I could never learn everything about numerology or etymology that you like. First off, don't say that, man. Like you're casting your die in the wrong direction when you talk like that. But second off, I don't know more than anybody. I have a different perspective, and I've been at it a different amount of time. That's why when you say something that makes sense and resonates with somebody, they always go, oh, because inside they already fucking knew that shit. You know what I mean? None of this is a mystery to any of us. It's not.
Right. You said it in such a way that bridged the gap of little pieces of knowledge that they had anyways. That made it click. You know?
That's why this is like that. Yeah.
Sometimes you're playing whack-a-mole, you know, because you got pieces of information. You don't know what the piece is that you need to bridge the gap. So you just got to keep absorbing things, and then at some point you get that piece and everything clicks. You know.
Right. Absolutely. It should.
2 videos have been picked up by large channels. The one from San Joaquin Valley Transparency, and then a short when my window got smashed out by Delete Law that got over 1 million.
We'll see,
that got over 1 million.
We need to
2 videos, but how many of those out of those 1 million do you think are family of mine that viewed that?
None.
0.
None. And doesn't that hurt? Doesn't that hurt like a motherfucker? That hurts like a motherfucker.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't, man.
It kills me. It kills me.
I was kind of amazed by it, you know. And yeah, it may have. I'm not going to say that it didn't at all, but I could tell you that it doesn't now. You know?
Oh man, no, it hurts. It hurts me. It hurts me to a point that makes me uncomfortable to admit. You know what I mean? The fact that I mean that little to all of my people. Like my whole family just got kidnapped, dude. You know what I mean?
And man, because you know the when you become you know, you're acquiring all this knowledge and stuff, man. Your circle's gonna get smaller and smaller. You know.
But dude, prior to that, everybody wanted my help. You know, they're like, oh yeah, come fix my furnace. Hey, my stool stopped up, and by the way, you want to give me a fucking free tattoo and help me out with my case.
Yeah, they were.
And now it's just like
they were using you,
right?
You know, and
dude, good. That's what I'm here for. That's what I'm here for. That's what I'm here for, bro. Have you ever heard of the Shmoo?
No.
It's a cartoon character, right? And the Shmoo was a lovable little fat little fucking thing that didn't really do much except for the Shmoo. It had like this perfect skin that made the finest leathers, and it's you know, so its hides were valuable, and they made tents and clothes and shit out of it. And it's you know, its bones were strong, so they could build tools out of it. And like even its hair was the perfect toothpick. And so its meat was delicious and all of that shit, right? And so the Shmoo was, every piece of it could be something that could be and would be used by someone. And the Shmoo wanted nothing more than for somebody to fucking use it in whatever way that it took to get it started, get the process started, put me out of my misery so that I can become what it is I'm here to be, right? And the Shmoo, it loved this so much to the point that when it saw somebody look at it that was hungry, or saw somebody look at it that needed that femur to make a fucking you know, a brace for their sagging floor or whatever, then the Shmoo would just die of pure ecstasy. Poof, it would just pass away. You know what I'm saying? And so like this thing just existed to be like, oh man, somebody fucking needs me. And then it would die just to do that, to be that dude. That's so awesome. It's like Shel Silverstein's giving tree. Like I could just fucking crawl inside this chick that I used to date. She had given me this book, you know, with I think it was on our 2-year anniversary. And she was like, this reminds me of you. You know, you're the giving tree or whatever. And that story, I can't read it without crying. I dare not even try to tell it. You know what I mean? Because I'm an emotional person, and I don't try to hide shit, dude. If I feel like something's a fraud, I'm going to call it out right in front of God and everybody. If I think somebody's badass, I'll suck their fucking dick right there in front of a crowd. I don't give a shit. Like, people deserve praise. People deserve to feel good. They deserve to know that they are worth it. They deserve to know that they are power. You know what I'm saying? Even the shit people, I feel like they need it worse than the people like you and I who are fighting for it. You know, they need to be told that they're loved. Hurt people hurt people. That's the only reason they keep hurting people, man. That's what that Man Apart shit was supposed to be. Like, yeah, I truly mean to say that I'm going to leave this place better than I found it. I'm going to. I'm not going to try. I'm going to. Every part of it, you know?
Yeah, I mean, you already have, man, but you don't need that that validation from people who aren't your peers, who the hell are they to say whether something you did is an achievement or not? They don't even know what the hell you're talking about.
Well, look at Jesus. Look at Jesus washing people's fucking feet with his hair. You know what I mean? Whether or not that was a real man, dude, that's one of my favorite characters ever. Fictional or not, dude. I wouldn't want to live in a world where there was no Christ. Not at all.
I wore out the
And while
I wore out the knees of every pair of pants that I've owned, but it wasn't from shining shoes, man. It was from fucking pulling nails and fucking cleaning the floor, and I'll fucking do the jobs that nobody wants to do, but I'm not gonna do them to fucking because somebody else doesn't like doing it. I'll do it because the house the house needs it to be done, not because
when I first started doing woodwork, just for insight, brother, the first woodworking project that I did was for my wife. I made her something that was cute and something personal. And then the very next thing that I did was taken and I had all these antique tools that were left behind here by the person that owned the house prior. And he left all these rasps and planes and fucking really expensive tools. And I refurbished and fucking retooled them all and made them look beautiful. Like they just barely had been used and they were still era appropriate. So like things from the turn of the century still look like things from the turn of the century. I'm talking like I was replacing components by making new components that were fabricated out of the same materials and shit. Like if it took lead, I learned how to make lead and pour lead and oakum. You know what I'm saying? Anyways, I digress. When I finally got this nice, what would be expensive set of fucking hand tools made that I knew would only be valuable to people that knew what they were and probably wouldn't use them anyways, then I would create a toolbox that would look like, a plumber's toolbox from the fucking 1920s or whatever. And man, that sure does look old. It's got like an old advertisement on the side of it, like they used a piece of a crate to make the box, blah, blah, blah. Right. And then I would put all this shit together and I would take it to the person that talked the most shit on me at work. You know what I mean? Not to me, but behind my back. Motherfucker that I knew just hated my ass and fucking, thought that he was so much better than, good. And I'm glad that I got to be that role for that guy. To be somebody hated by anybody is not what I want. But if somebody needs to rag on my music to make themselves feel better about theirs or the fact that they can't write music, then good, let them do it. And I really hope that they do hate the song. I hope it's not a snide thing where they're doing it out of jealousy. I really hope it's a growth thing that they needed to go through. A transitional phase. I don't mind that. If I'm the bump in the road for somebody, if I'm the bug on the windshield or whatever, fine. As long as it serves its purpose. Who am I to argue with that?
I'm more jaded than you, I guess.
Yeah.
Because,
dude, I love the falls. I love the falls. When I get hurt,
to like it or not like, I don't give a fuck what they think.
Bro, when I get hurt, when I get hurt by somebody,
if they oppose me, I'll remove them from my my environment if they're hindering what I'm trying to do. I've thrown out thrown out my couches because I had people that weren't pulling their weight fucking sleeping on them.
That's normal. You know what I mean? I'm certainly not bagging on that at all. Not at all.
I am not just stepping stone.
Yeah, no, I get that. But for me, dude, I enjoy the falls just like I enjoy the chase. I enjoy chasing a girl. I don't enjoy getting her. I enjoy the, like I was saying about the bleak thing, like the moniker. So people started calling me that, like they call a tall person tiny. Because I'm not bleak about it, dude. Like if somebody stubs their toe and they decide that they want to knock something of mine off the table and break it, because they're hurt and they're like, God damn it, fucking, they just, whatever. Somebody needs to punch a hole in the wall, let it be mine. I know how to fix drywall. You know what I'm saying? If somebody wants to call somebody a faggot and tell him that he needs to go fucking neck himself or whatever, say it to me. I already feel that way about myself. You know what I mean? Don't say it to somebody who feels good about themselves, for fuck's sake. And don't say it to somebody who's weak and doesn't know how to handle that kind of feeling. Like, I'm glad to be whatever I have to be. It's like to a Mouse, like by Robert Frost, where he's talking about, he's plowing this field with his brother and they're trying to get that shit done before the snow comes in. It's already late. You know what I mean? They're going to fuck off their entire crop this year or whatever. And so they're running through this fucking snow covered field with hand plows, plowing this shit. And Robert Frost mows over a fucking mouse nest and he sees mama laying there like, oh fuck, I'm going to freeze to death and my babies are dead. but you know, I'm a mouse and just sitting there looking all cute at Robert Frost. And supposedly before he even started that plow moving again, he had that whole poem written. But this inspired of mice and men. And it really does. It's a testament that the best laid plans of mice and men have to go awry. And there's nothing that can be done about it. So if I have to fall on my face and that causes somebody else to blow snot bubbles and have the best little chuckle of the day that they needed, then good, man. Good. Dude, if that part that I need for the race on Saturday doesn't show up, good. Good. Did that contract not go through? That one that I was counting on? Good. Then fucking get my breath, collect myself, dust my knees off. Huh?
You're always looking at
there
the
is no dark
side, like that Monty Python.
Brother, there is no dark side. There is no dark side to me.
You know, they're hanging from the crosses, singing, "Always look on the bright side of life."
I love it. I love it. No, there is no downside to me. There is no, because I don't believe, like I said, that Rosicrucian shit really changed my life. I understand now that there is no light, there is no dark, there's no good or evil. All that shit's bullshit. It's literally nothing if I decide that it is, or it could be everything to me if I decide that it is. You know what I'm saying? The thing is not to overexert, overthink, or overanalyze. That gray path in the middle right there is the safe place where the Sherpa goes, where the shaman goes. You know what I'm saying? He comes out with his little bear hide, and he's the bear around the fire, and they do their little dance for the bear. And then the next night he comes out and he's got his feathers on, and he's the eagle. And you know what I'm saying? He's got to be whatever he's got to be for whatever purpose. Tools, aces in their places, bro.
The shaman
aces in their places, man.
The shaman is the guide to the spirit world.
Right.
I studied it.
That's what Marduk was.
Pretty
That's what Marduk was.
I read a couple books on it. You know, I listened to the Doors.
Do you know about do you know about that bull god that they say that they used to burn babies in the brass bowl or whatever? Baal and Marduk. You know anything about them?
Yeah, on here's a channel, man, that I've recommended it to you a handful of times. That Joseph Anthony Rosa. It's GHL 71346 or something.
GHL 71346. Let me write that down.
Something like that. You'll find it in the G's in my channels list.
They don't alphabetize those, do they? Not on mobile.
Yeah, you can, and that helped me a lot. There's a setting there, just like you know, for the top comments, comments to alphabetize. Yeah, it helped me out a lot. I required it.
Hell yeah.
I required it.
Huh?
I required it.
Yeah, I'll tell you a channel that I've been enjoying lately and really digging the shit out of is Smart Loke TV or Smart Loke Production. Yeah, Smart Loke TV, and Loke is LOC. Smart Loke TV. It's some dude. He calls himself the Supreme Litigant, and he talks like this because he's from Alabama. You know what I'm saying? But he's like Eon, Smart Loke. These dudes they're performing miracles, but 30 minutes at a time. You know,
he's really chill. He's got a lot of content, man. Good stuff. The other company in that playlist I made of other channels that I want people to check was Easy Cameras On.
Right. Easy Cameras On.
Yep, he was with us tonight live. Yeah.
Dude,
Cameras On, yeah. He's in New York City.
Sovereign Productions 369, Tone Figueroa out of fucking Texas. That motherfucker is a genius. Sovereign Productions 369.
He's out of Massachusetts.
Or oh yeah.
Yeah, he might be in Texas now, but he's from Massachusetts.
Oh no shit. Yeah. I know he lives in Texas now because he's down there by Jason. Check this out. Here's another one that not too many people know about that they should check out. If you are into family law, or you have kids, doesn't matter if your marriage is perfect, you still need to check out Caps and Stims. Because you're not married. Caps and Stims. Caps and Stims Law. There's a guy named Sean McMullen or McMillan out of it might be McMullen. I'm not sure. I don't want to. I'll misquote it. But anyways, Sean from Caps and Stims Law he was an attorney. And now he helps parents fucking just decimate CPS. I'm talking beat that shit like a fucking dirty floor mat. You know, like Sean McMillan.
Who's the
What's
master
that?
of that? Is Aman Osiris.
Oh yeah. Is it now? That's Amun Ra or Amun Osiris, or not Amun Ra? Like
the 4D destroyer.
yeah. Who's the other dude that uses the? Oh, I'm thinking of Taz Ben El. Taz Ben El's a bad motherfucker. Tazadoc. His music is.
He's got some stuff, but the two guys that that stand alone in family court shit, as far as I could tell, is Rick W. Paperwork makes paperwork simple, and
no, dude, I'd have to say the opposite. Rick W. is aside from all the fraud and shit, Rick W. is the reason that I don't have my kids. Like his paperwork is garbage. They're onto it. Anybody that uses Rick W.'s paperwork, they're going to know immediately where it came from, and you're going to get treated just absolute rape-a-thon. You're gonna get raped, and then when they're done raping you, they're gonna be like, God, we should quit raping him so we can rape him some more. No. Rick W.'s paperwork is horrible. Liquid Theory, Daniel from Liquid Theory, he'll destroy Rick W.'s paperwork in about 3 sentences, man.
I don't use anyone's paperwork, but
Rick's a neat guy. Rick's a neat guy. I've had conversations with him. He's a neat dude, but his paperwork sounds like it was written by somebody with an 80 IQ. Huh?
He helped me understand some ideas that
Oh, me too.
that I need. And he's got a good attitude, like one thing that
he does.
I always come back to that I learned from him is he goes, they're never gonna go, oh, he's got us now. They're never
Yeah, I've been saying that for a minute too. Yeah.
They're never gonna do that. And he's right.
Nope.
But
well, and I mean, my father used to say something similar. He would say, son, like you could be the best guitarist in town, and they're never going to say, there goes the best guitarist in town. But he says, you suck one little bitty old dick, though, and there goes that cocksucker Kevin, So they don't remember you for your fucking ups. Not at all.
There's guys too that aren't on YouTube that have fantastic stuff, but stuff hidden behind paywalls.
Right. And I mean, don't get me wrong. Like, I would recommend Rick for watching the videos and learning about the case law and shit that he uses. That is correct. But I mean, you're talking about a guy who has 50-word titles for his fucking motions. 50-word titles for these motions. Well, you know what I mean? Like, that's not. Huh? Somebody just starting out, they generally don't have $200 to toss on paperwork anyways. But they definitely ain't going to know that title is going to get them fucking laughed at and then fucked,
Well, there's a litany of reasons why not to use other people's paperwork,
Absolutely, because you can't articulate it, sure. But this again it's a thing that a pro se, like especially an entry-level pro se, if you're not telling them that, and Rick's not telling them that, he's giving this to people saying this is good to go, and then hoping that they read it and actually remove the brackets that are all over the documents.
A couple things.
You know what I mean?
About his stuff is he I don't like that word. My word is my bond. I don't like that.
The saying?
Yeah, he puts that on all his documents. My word is my bond.
Huh.
If you ever want to understand deeply why to never take an oath in court, George Gordon.
Yeah.
Man, George Gordon. And
why's that?
George, there's so
I've
many.
never heard it.
For one reason, I religiously object. It says in the Bible, Matthew and somewhere in James, that a man should not take an oath. It's and another thing is you're really setting yourself up, because how can you're gonna, for one thing, I don't swear. I'm not gonna swear before a man. And I'm gonna swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Now, you say all the time that there's many truths as there are observers, so I mean, you halfway believe that notion. How can you swear to tell the truth? You want me to tell the whole truth? Okay, I was raised a poor black man on, you know, in lower Alabama.
Right. And air is 2 parts hydrogen, or water is. Yeah, no, I get that. You know,
It always said that I didn't tell the whole truth. Couldn't it? And then, but George Gordon, he takes it to a level. He goes, I'm a pathological liar. Now, do you?
We all are. We all are.
To lie and tell you that I'm going to tell the truth when I know that I'm not?
Right.
So, do you think I'm lying when I'm telling you that I'm a pathological liar, or do you think I'm lying that I'm telling you that I'm that I'm?
Well, here's something to chop up. Here's something to chop up for a second.
You want me to lie and tell you that I will tell you the whole truth and nothing but the truth when I know that I'm a pathological liar?
The least empirical and the least viable form of evidence that can be submitted into a court of law is firsthand eyewitness testimony. And this is because, oh, holy shit, did I tell you about the fish that I caught yesterday? Fuck, that fucker was huge, dude. Picture alone weighed 5 pounds. Did I tell you about that 7-pound fish that I caught yesterday that weighed 10 pounds? We do this every time, to ourselves especially. When you recount a story in your own head and you don't tell it to other people that know your tells, that know who you are and how you might tend to embellish or whatever, then you're going to lie to yourself. And you're going to believe it because it's your subconscious doing it to your subconscious. Again, it's an egregore. You know what I mean? But anyways.
Rationalizing
so,
illogical behavior.
Absolutely. You see it in your own lens. You know,
the young Jewish boy, he decides that he wants to get a hamster, so he gets up the nerve to ask his dad. He wants $20 for a hamster, and he says, "Dad, I got a question for you." He goes, "Yeah, what's that, son? Can I have $20 to buy a hamster?" $10? What do you need $5 for?
You need $5 for? Fuck yeah, dude. My dad used to tell me that one all the time. My father's dad was Mexican, and he fucking hated Jews for whatever reason. I don't know, but he would always. We wouldn't be allowed to play hide and go seek when we'd go over there and stay with them for a couple weeks in the summer. We'd play "Here Come the Germans." You know, yeah.
Well,
no, it's
anybody that hates a whole category of people like that, I think they're destined to meet somebody that is going to show them the folly in that, you know, because
right,
you know?
Sure. Well, dude, you're talking to a guy that comes from a whole generation of people that don't like Jews because Eric Cartman told them not to. You know what I'm saying? Like, so
I do loathe a whole class category of people, but
Abrahamic religions are foolish to me, period. But I mean, I don't judge people for it, you know.
Police. You know, I hate them.
Sure, but I mean, there are some good ones. Like, I don't think that there's a lot of cops that start out with the intention to be brigands and pirates, but that's what they become.
Man, you're a bit of a romantic idealist, man.
No, I understand that they're pieces of shit. You have to be a sociopath for starters. If you're a cop, you're a narcissist by trade, and you have an IQ of the average inner city youth, you know, in 7th grade. Like they literally don't grab anybody over 80, and they get 80 so that they have people to promote to detective. An 80 IQ is a child's IQ. My son was 10 when he left here. I'll guarantee he had an 80. You know what I mean?
An 80 what?
An IQ, that would be the average IQ of a 7th grader. Yeah.
Oh, well, I took one online when I first got online.
SAT or IQ?
IQ test.
What'd you get?
162, I think it was.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice. I'm surprised you didn't take your ACTs. I'm telling you, you would have bombed on that motherfucker, dude. It'd have made you feel good. You should take it. They have it at your library, I'll guarantee.
I don't care about it, man. What you know, that's
you don't want to know like what your standing is in the country of percentile for rhetorical skills or for reading comprehension. These things don't matter to you?
No, it doesn't.
They matter to me, but it's not anything that I'd ever brag about.
I would join Mensa, you know.
Sure, but I mean, to me, it's almost like Rocky. Like Rocky doesn't do that big montage so that he can't jog with all those people.
I have a chess rating. That's
Yeah,
worldwide.
exactly, and it's badass. You know, that's
So,
badass.
It could be better. But
It will
that's
be.
all,
It will be.
That's all I need. That's amongst the world. You know, my
Right,
chess rating.
right.
Do I care about some scholastic fucking achievement categorization? Fucking
Sure, it's a metric made up by somebody that's got, you know, research money and grant money and shit backing it and all that. Sure, absolutely. I get that aspect of it, but to me, it's like it's almost like I can't go out there and arm wrestle dudes. I'm tiny. You know, a big dude's not gonna fight me. You know what I mean? Because I'm tiny.
Can
What?
you stab 'em? You know,
Yeah.
God made man, and Colt 45 made man equal.
Right, I agree. If we were all armed, we'd all be the same size. I agree with that statement.
George Gordon said, you want to solve rape? He goes, that's easy. You give every woman a 25 to put in their pocketbook. He goes, you'll see, a great reduction in rapes. He goes, I don't care how many cops you put on the street. Do cops ever stop a rape? He goes, when did that ever
Not
happen?
ever. Not ever.
When did that ever happen?
Yeah.
Never. He goes,
No.
but if you gave every woman a 25 automatic to put in her purse,
Brother, I think that would get more women killed. I've seen my wife draw a pistol. You know what I mean? Scary.
Rapists would start becoming an endangered species. And after a while,
See, I've got this this book about this.
He goes, after a while, they'd kill off about half of the rapists out there. He goes, and then
sure,
the other half, a lot of them will become reformed rapists.
I get it. They just be like date rapists or whatever. Then,
like he said, yeah, police stopped the rape. When did that ever happen? He said.
Dude, I kind of like that. That's like the whole arm the homeless, gas the elderly, and feed them to the homeless. You know what I'm saying? You know.
Well, George Carlin had the solution for homelessness.
How's that? Turning the Soylent Green.
There's plenty of land all over every city in this country, that's basically unused. And, nobody wants the homeless all around in the cities and stuff. There's perfectly good land. He goes, golf courses. Give golf courses to the
What about it? What?
Golf courses for the homeless.
You mean for them to maintain for rich people to play, right?
No, to live at. He goes, you don't really need it. It's for a bunch of rich white fucking men, to get together and play a meeting.
I get that for the comedy aspect, yeah, but that'd be fucked up to do. Those people got there. They got to that level.
A bunch of rich white elitists, so they can get together and play a meaningless game and just talk amongst themselves about how they can divide everything up a little bit better amongst themselves.
And then you got Rufus or whatever sauntering by them, missing a shoe and drooling.
What's that?
Right. Oh, the like the homeless guy on the golf course. No, I get that, I suppose. But then if they put homeless people on the golf course, then I wouldn't be able to break into it at night and go fishing in the ponds.
Why not?
Well, because I might get robbed or raped. No, I'm teasing. Homeless people are actually pretty cool. I used to live next to Westport in Kansas City, and that's the little bar area or whatever. And so I hung out with a lot of hobos or whatever.
Well, man, I spent close to 15 years on the streets, and
right.
But the most honor, a lot of the things I learned about, honor and that is from the homeless.
Same. Or prison.
This was mostly for me. Well, the first with the homeless, I was 14. I was on the streets here in Buffalo, but then from 16 on, I was out in California, full time, but all around the country and shit. And there's a code of honor, amongst bums. You can't trust them all, but the guys I hung with, man, I was really fortunate. The guys I met, when I was on the streets because I seen kids my age who just get eaten alive, in a matter of weeks out there on them streets of.
Right. One of the best.
I thought that was
What's that?
universal, like code of honor, amongst homeless. But I'll tell you that the shit doesn't apply in Florida.
No, well, it's all Jews and Puerto Ricans, man. You can't trust either one of them. No, I'm teasing. But no,
they're ruthless.
now that you say that,
They're ruthless.
now that you say, right, that actually does remind me of being a young man around those types of people, and I've heard about this before, and to boot, one of the better survival books that I have in that one of the book zip files on the Telegram group was written by a hobo, and it covers a whole bunch of shit like Morse code and how they use the symbols to draw on shit to communicate with each other. You know what I'm saying? Or even better than that, the way FEMA communicates with their little crooked their sideways cross and their dots. Like FEMA will spray paint an X on a house and then and some dots to either side or top or bottom of the X, and this tells them the number of people that are supposed to be there and what status the place is and all this other shit. You know what I'm saying? So that when the DARPA or Homeland Defense or the blue helmets come through, they'll know what to do with people. They also say that this what?
I got a perfect code that's being unused that's already laid forth that I'll share that with you and the four other people in the room here, four other people in the room here. You want a code?
Yeah.
To secretly communicate or privately.
Right.
Yeah, hang on. I'm gonna grab a book here. I told a couple people this, but I think it went in one ear and out the other. But
oh, dude, I love cryptology or cryptography. Sorry, cryptology. I'm fucking tired.
You know how vast chess is, right?
Yeah.
Chess is incredibly vast. On 64 squares, it's almost infinite. It's so vast. For chess to be that vast, we're not meant to understand everything around us in this life. Life's not even long enough to completely comprehend chess, and that's with absorbing the truths that the masters have discovered over centuries. Because we would never get past the basic rudimentary understanding without that knowledge laid before us for us to learn, and build upon. But then, truths have been discovered. Here, this is about the word truth about chess. Such as opening principles, or in a certain opening that you had to do this, or you couldn't do that, and then some guy will come along into the world of chess and just he sees something else that the other guys haven't been paying attention, and he'll take the chess world by storm. All these hundreds of years, like Siegbert Tarrasch in the late 1800s. He's one of the finest chess players ever, and he's one of my favorites.
What do you make of that bot?
Huh?
What do you make of that bot? Not the first chess bot that they made when you were a kid or just shortly before that. I can't remember when that one came out, but the one that supposedly existed in Greece.
What,
have you heard about this?
The automaton.
Yeah, the one that played for itself.
I'll get to that. But Siegbert Tarrasch, he could have been the world champion. He never did achieve it. But in the late 1800s, early 1900s, he was one of the top 5 players in the world. And to some, he's considered the best player ever, even though he never got that highest pinnacle, world champion. That that was due to some circumstances and things like that. But
well, sure, they were ramping up for the Great War and all that other shit. Yeah.
He wrote a book that I have over there called The Game of Chess, and I haven't quite
Yeah.
finished it, but I'm absolutely amazed by it. And the book is so thorough and logical, and that you wouldn't think that there could be hundreds of thousands of other books written on chess, but there
Hold
are.
on, wait a minute. Now before you get too deep into this, is this book about chess, or is it a metaphor or an allegory or something?
No, it's not, but yeah, I'm almost
It's
done
about chess.
about the chess. But Siegbert Tarrasch, everybody thought like the last word had been said on chess. It was so fucking thorough, so logical. Like he hadn't left anything unaddressed.
Right.
So
Nice.
a period of 30, maybe 40 years following that, chess hit kind of a dull period because the best players that the world produced became like mini Tarraschs. They all, subscribed to Tarrasch's doctrine, his principles, and but
So they were all playing kind of the same, and right.
Yeah, but not as good, So yeah, chess went on like that until Aaron Nimzovich, a couple players, the hyper modern school, came into the game and turned it on its head, doing things that were like strictly don't ever do that, and that always happens in chess, and it continues to, and with the artificial intelligence now is another aspect, and you'll see like in Chess Life magazine, reading a computer's playing against a human, they call them engines, and they have all these games, they have all these games of the masters in their databases, but the best men still beat those computers, and
right. Really?
Yeah,
really, even with Moore's law and everything. Damn.
Yeah, because
It's
even with
unreal.
all the calculative abilities and everything, somehow man can still balance, all the things that are into play there, not just on sheer calculations and beat them. But so, you'll see when computers are involved in the games, notation and stuff. You got the annotations in between, a series of moves, and they'll say that's not a human move. It's not a human move. That's how they catch some guys cheating online, is they make a move because they used an engine to calculate that move, and they'll say, yeah, we knew there's no way in hell, even though that guy's one of the best chess players in the world, that he would have came up with that move, because it's not a human move. But what that's saying is that the computers are picking up on something. They can't articulate what it is, but the computers are hip to something, some aspect of the game that we can't even identify. All we can say about it is it's not a human move,
Right.
Because
we don't understand exponential growth. That might have something to do with it.
Because, well, yeah, a computer can't write a book. They could maybe keep an account of a bunch of numbers, the calculations, but a human could never read it. A computer's going through more calculations in one chess game that we could probably read in our lifetime,
Right.
They're going through millions of games, and a game of chess is usually won or lost in the first 10 moves. Samuel Reshevsky said that, and I believe it's true. But it goes so vast from there, it's incalculable. It blows my mind. But in war times,
that's exponential growth.
Messages were sent by chess moves, correspondence chess. Because a non-chess player, it's Chinese to him,
Yeah.
I can easily tell, if you and I established that, bishop to rook 5 means fucking, arm that the ship with the missiles.
Right.
Yeah, nobody's gonna decipher that. But we got 3 people left in the room here. This book here. Can you read that?
No, your screen on my thing has been frozen up for about an hour.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Lee's Guide to to the game of droughts. Do you know what droughts is?
No, I've not heard it.
Checkers.
Quit it.
Droughts is checkers.
When did they call it that? When did they call it that?
That's the name of it. Checkers is a nickname.
So spell it if you don't mind. Conventionally?
DRAUGHTS.
Okay.
This book is called A Complete Guide to the Game of Droughts, in parentheses, checkers. Giving the best lines of attack and defense in every opening with copious notes and variations, being instructions to students and learners of the most scientific methods of playing the various games by James Lees, Dell Mellington. Also, selected useful positions by various authors with improvements of play by J. Richards, Penzance, Philadelphia, David McKay, publisher, South Washington Square. What year is this? Because people talk about checkers like it's a simplistic game. You know, even Sovereign Productions. It's a game of chess. Stop playing checkers with these fucking assholes.
Every video. Yeah.
Right.
That's his tagline.
Like that. But boy, people underestimate checkers because I don't think I've ever met anyone in my life that knew how to play checkers. I never claimed.
Well, the
to.
same could be said about Go. And I mean, I know guys that feel the same way about 2K. You know what I mean? Or Madden or Tiger Woods golf, you know? Like if you invest so much of yourself into a thing and you're not outstanding in your field, then you suck at it and find something else. You know what I mean? Not everybody can do everything, you know? It's a dangerous thing that Mike Rowe was saying.
But dig this, man. You know, an Olympic diver, right?
Right.
They could have the most beautiful, majestic fucking dive, you know, perfect form and all that.
Bo Jackson.
How many books can be written about that?
Right.
You know what I mean? It's not something you either got it or you don't, man. You can't study it, you know, and think you're going to become a diver. You know, it's just like fucking Michael Jordan. You know, how many books are there? How to play basketball like Michael Jordan. You know,
man, I don't know. I had 2 of them as a kid, but I mean, I was a big Michael Jordan fan. Anyways,
they're
no, that's
probably bullshit. You know, eat your Wheaties, say your prayers, take your vitamins.
No, they had actual charts in them and shit for you know, the plays, the X's and O's and shit. You know, but of course these weren't. You know, they weren't like I bet they probably were licensed. Actually, now that I think about it. Shit, my parents forked over the money for me to go to his basketball summer camp, not once, but twice. You know, I got to shake the fucker's hand, get an autograph from him.
He's gonna be Larry Bird. He's gonna be Larry Bird.
He got his dad. He got his dad killed. He got his dad killed. Michael Jordan's fucking gambling problem got his father murdered. You know what I mean?
Oh, well.
Like, yeah, he's not a good dude.
I was in jail with a guy that looked just like Michael Jordan, and this always happens to me with so-called black guys.
You know who?
I met a guy that
owns like 80.
I met a guy that looked just like Wesley Snipes, and I always got to say something about it too. You know, did anyone ever tell you look just like Wesley Snipes? Yeah, all my life. You know, and I said to this guy, did anyone tell you look like Michael Jordan because he played chess against me every day? He goes, all my life, man, and he did. He looked just like Michael Jordan.
Right. Yeah, Jordan, I got to reiterate, man, for being, you know, a guy that doesn't like talking shit on people that aren't in the room to defend themselves or whatever, and or somebody that I've not personally met. I kind of, you know, the sniff test is not passable with Michael Jordan. You're talking about a dude who owns like anywhere from 60 to 75% of Illinois state prisons, right? Because Chicago Bulls or whatever, you know, whatever. Illinois state prisons, Chicago Bulls, Michael Jordan. So guess what they make in the prisons in Illinois? Jays. The thing that they go, you know, running around Detroit murdering each other on the streets for.
Oh yeah.
And then they go in there and make them for a couple dollars a day. Yeah. And so, you know, George, but I mean, like my judge in that Capital One case, that judge owns he's like the fucking CEO of the largest trucking company for convenience stores in the country. And right, so this place makes a lot of food products. Guess where the food products are made? In prisons here in Kansas. So this motherfucker is sending dudes to prison to make sandwiches for him for a couple dollars a day so that he can get rich. And they're not supposed to have fucking interest like that. They're not. Like this violates the canons. It violates fucking administrative code. It violates in Kansas. They've moved our fucking administrative code over to agriculture, so that people can't find it. That's fucked up, dude. These people ought to be swinging. You know what I'm saying?
The phone calls and the ramen noodles in these these fucking jails and prisons. It's sickening.
No shit.
Profiting off it. They're keeping people in jail so they can keep their fucking money. So they have to make phone calls.
Check this out. This is in my estimation and approximation, what they've got going on here is a violation of the treaties of Ghent, the Unum Sanctum, the Papal Bulls, the treaty of
all of them, every treaty ever made. You might as well say.
Yeah, it'd be faster.
Yeah,
it'd be faster.
Yeah, they're
But I mean, this falls on these fucking prosecutors, man. These prosecutors have a special obligation to avoid, their little improper personal insinuations and associations, but they don't. They don't. And how could they? It's like you were saying about Sovereign Production, saying like Toon saying that fucking these judges and everybody, the clerks, the judge, the bailiff, the fucking the attorney, the prosecutor, they all work for the government. And the states are just subsidiaries of the fucking of mama government, United States of America. That's a corporation.
Yeah, it's indistinguishable from a criminal cartel. Glenn from Sovereign Living says. It is. It's true.
Boy, your audience got quiet.
But
got hella quiet.
Prosecutorial ethics is why even talk about that when they're they don't even understand their role. If they don't understand the role of the fucking office, then why fucking hem and haw about ethics? They're not serving the role. They flipped it on its head, and they turned it against the very people that are being that are funding it, because the public prosecutor is supposed to prosecute government to protect the people from corrupt government officials. So while they turned that on its head against the public, weaponized it against the public to persecute them, and so in turn, government officials aren't being held accountable, because that's what the public prosecutor is supposed to be doing. They turn things on its head to protect themselves from being held accountable from the crimes they commit. Are you there, Bleak?
Yeah. Sorry, man. I'm
having
software
issues. We got some we sound our names up there kind of. See, maybe like we're of the educated type here tonight.
Oh, yeah,
Man, unravel the lies and Michael Talbert here tonight.
I was gonna go with Robin Williams or Thick James, like a porno name, but I decided not to go with either of those. You know what I mean? So maybe tomorrow. Dude, I would love to sit and talk chess. Like I could sit and do this for 6 hours with you. When you said like, oh, don't do that. Like that makes me wonder immediately, what is an, oh, don't do that move to you? You know what I mean?
Well,
like,
let's ramp the stream up, man, and get one out of the way.
Dude, no, you'll smoke me, and not only that, dude. I don't mind losing. Even though I don't lose, I generally win at everything I do, or like if I suck at it and I can tell, then I don't do it. But still, there's a psychology behind it, and if you understand that psychology, then you're going to know more about me as a person than probably I would prefer at this point in our relationship. And I don't mean simple things like, oh, this dude's foolhardy or this guy's inexperienced or whatever, but you can tell things. I mean, I can tell from the way people gamble and the way people, how people make their plays. I study really, really deep. I mean, dude, I'm the type of guy that doesn't want to know about particle physics unless we're talking stripped down to the level of subatomic, like quarks and fucking string and all that. You know, like.
Deeper Taraj said that he always had a kind of pity for the man that did not know the game of chess. He said,
right,
because
I'm not bad at it.
Well, he said chess, like love, like music, has the power to make men happy, and it's that power that I'm trying to convey in this book. He said.
I agree. You should probably write a book on that shit yourself. You know, like as much as you are enthused about it, I bet it would be fun for you. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's kind of yeah, I intend to. I mean, I have. Did you read that treatise that I sent you?
On Telegram or in the email?
Yeah, on descriptive notation.
Not if you sent it within the last like week or two, dude. I've been kicked out of Telegram. I got locked out of all my shit. I got locked out of my Cash App. Got locked out of 2 of my emails. Fucking.
Yeah, well, you got the link to it. It's in Google Photos, but yeah, I could send it again, but yeah, it wouldn't take you an hour to read,
Telegram?
probably, you know. But
it's well, you said it's in my old Telegram account, not that one that I called from tonight or yesterday.
I didn't even really look what that was. It was just there, and I answered it.
Okay, yeah. I'm pretty sure that I'm locked out of it, but I'm waiting to hear back from support because if I can't get logged in, it's gonna kill the group, and that's a lot of data, dude. You know, I mean, that's a lot of data. I'll bet that's a couple hundred gigs worth of documents and videos and audio files and shit. Like it's a lot of fucking data.
It's suicide material.
Right. So that being said, if there's anything that you want on that group, I would be grabbing it, dude, because that group's not going to be up much longer.
Put it somewhere, man. Can't you fucking put it? You know, I hate some things about fucking online. You can't save shit, you know. But everything's there.
That's what Telegram is. Telegram is cloud storage for free. But here's the deal with it. I had a security set up. Like if anything happens to me, after a certain period of time, all of my emails are unlocked to my ex-wife. You know what I mean? And this is my dead man switch. I don't have one like I used to have one set up through the one of the guys in the state militia back when I was in the 3%. But we don't talk anymore. You know what I'm saying? And so that guy's not going to work because we don't communicate. Like the part of a dead man switch is like you not communicating with the person and them knowing it's time to drop your stuff. But yeah, no, I've got a lot of data that's not on Telegram that's way more important, but that stuff won't be useful to very many people. Just the fictional Liam Neeson Taken type people would probably benefit from the dead man switch, but anybody who's getting fucked over in the regular course would be able to use something in that Telegram group that everybody else is in.
Like the dedicated librarian, man. Scrambling to save all the books, as a fucking army of Nazis with torches in their hands,
It's exactly what's happening, dude. And this is exactly what's happening with the EPUBs. That's why PDFs aren't safe, and they haven't been. But EPUBs are complete bullshit, dude, because almost every one of them has been doctored and altered to shit. Like any important book, anyways. And to me, a book's not.
Anything in electronic form is subject to revision and alteration. So I don't trust it.
I personally don't think anything written after 1932, 31, 32, 33, maybe 34, like anything after that's going to be bullshit, complete bullshit. Anything prior to that is going to be bullshit too, but a man can use discernment. And these people, while clever, they weren't as dastardly as we are now. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I found, not to keep going back to chess, but I love reading the old chess books. From there's gold from 1920, to through like 1940, 50. But that's kind of tied the world together, like no other thing has. Including any sciences. Chess has, because chess. It must fucking progress. It must, and the most.
I can't believe that. You would think that it'd be nothing new under the sun, kind of like how music has recycled itself, where Louie Louie is Boston's More Than a Feeling, and then a few years later it's Nirvana's Smells Like Teen Spirit, and a few years later it's Green Day's Brain Stew, and then a few years later it's Papa Roach's Last Resort. You know what I'm saying? You would think chess would be the same.
I don't like that saying because there are new things. You know, you telling me they had fucking Gorilla Glue fucking weed in the fucking in the 1700s? No, they didn't.
Bro, I imagine they could just raise their vibration to a certain point. I don't think the human species is as old as they say that it is.
But Bleak,
you know what I'm
dig
saying?
what
I
I'm
think
saying?
carbon dating is complete bullshit. I'd be surprised if we're much more than, huh?
Do you dig what I'm saying? You know, there was only heirloom varieties of plants.
Right.
At some
they're,
point.
They're moving to make that. They're moving to make that. Whole Monsanto controls everything through GMO shit too.
You know, this photocopy machine I'm looking at. It's 20 years old, but guess what? In the 1600s, they didn't exist. When they, you know, when they came out, it's something new under the sun. The technology didn't exist. The fucking application of the technology didn't exist.
I don't buy that shit. Antiquitech was way more advanced than what we've got now. Antiquitech and anything that we're walking around with cell phones talking about, this is the new iPhone. Dude, if you're holding that thing in your pocket, it's at least 40 years old technology. But I'm saying that all of this tech is timeless, dude. Like I'm saying that the machine, the ones and the zeros that make everything up, the positive and negative charge to everything that breaks down, like I was saying, on a subatomic level, you get below quarks and it starts turning into nothing. There is no neutron, electron, proton, photon, anyton.
That stuff, you know, is the science of particles moving, you know, and it got.
It's the science of nothing. It's the science of nothing. It's everything deracinates itself to a complete darkness. It's the nothing from Never Ending Story. Like literally, you would think binary, everything's ones and zeros, but it's not. Like everything is nothing. It's all Schrodinger's cat before the sentence is ever uttered. Like, hey, there's cat.
Frank Zappa. There'll be nothing, empty, blank, space.
Oh yeah. I forgot, dude. I forget. It's people say Zappa, and I think why does it hurt when I pee or Catholic girls. I don't think of the good stuff that he did. Just like when people say Bowie, I don't think Bowie. I think Ziggy. You know.
Yeah.
Like
try to clear all that, man, because I caught myself doing that. You know, picking music to play for myself. Which gets old. It gets old after a while. You know, sometimes it gets to be like picking out outfits for myself. You know, I don't know,
brother, but I can't associate with any of it. Like Corey, he owns Lit Studios, right? It's like one of the premier like upcoming R&B and hip hop studios in Los Angeles, and not only that, but it's one of the only ones that's independently owned like that allows all the artists to keep all of their rights. You know what I'm saying? It's a recording studio, not a label. And so, like, it's mostly people are doing that kind of shit in their spare bedroom closet now and putting the shit on SoundCloud. And they don't care to pay money to do that shit anymore because the industry's been robbing people blind for 50 years, you know, or longer. But no, dude, I don't think any of it's new. When like I write a song and someone's like, "That's beautiful," I think, nope, dude, Satan wrote that song. Like literally, Satan was the muse that inspired music. He was the one that come down here. If he was who I think he was, Gabriel, like what we refer to as Lucifer or Satan. Lucifer was just the name for Venus, and you know, the morning star. They call it that because it's the last luminary that you can see when the sun comes up, and then after the sun gets bright enough, it disappears and goes below the horizon, like Persephone when she has to go to the underworld and be with Hades for 6 months or whatever. But all this shit,
to make a statement that there's nothing new under the sun is kind of making a statement that time travel,
I know it discounts a lot,
exists, and we're just stuck in our little.
It does. You know, we're time travelers.
We've
been in space and time.
That's like saying that in other dimensions, I'm every other moment of my existence is occurring in that fucking notch in time. And it's always happening at all times. So my future is already predetermined. It's already happened. you know, and it's all happening
Brother, we're
simultaneously in different dimensions.
Chris. There's not a chance that we're not an SWS. We have to be a sentient world simulation. The nodes that they have running in the D-Wave computers alone prove that shit. Have you ever heard of Tyler AI or the Game 23?
Say that again, sentient what?
A sentient world simulation. It's the SWS quantum simulations that the D-Wave computers run, and there's no coincidence in the fact that they're black cubes like Saturn. You know, the black cube, and I mean they're like the obelisks from Odyssey, Space Odyssey. You know what I'm saying? Like it's all symbolism, dude. That's because Saturn rules everything. And it's about to transition back. Janus will come and they will clean up everything after the reset, like it always is. And then all of a sudden you'll have a bunch of 30-year-old dudes that have no idea what they're doing. They're just here to move into San Francisco. And boy, it's crazy that this entire town is here. Didn't it just burn down? And where are all the people? No people, huh? Oh, that's cool. They got 30,000 kids coming on a train this month, and they'll have 60,000 next month. They're coming from the UK because, you know, there's that many people on that island that they got that many kids running around the Bowery with no parents. Sure.
Well, the UK,
right,
the UK,
the 20,000 fucking incubator babies on the Boardwalk Empire, dude. Like, what was that about? 20,000 incubator babies, huh? Tell me those weren't clones. Tell me that we're not clones. Tell me that pregnancy and birth is what we think it is, and that death is what they tell us it is. It's not. It's not. I promise you.
I don't know why. What do they tell us that death is? Who's they?
Well, I mean, the go into the light. You know the narrative. You die, and if you're a good boy, then you know you go up and around the moon like that little bitch in the beginning of the movie that's sitting on the moon with her fishing pole, because that's what they're doing. This whole thing's a moon maker.
I thought I just fucking became fucking worm food and pushed up daisies.
Sure. I mean, if you believe that there's nothing after this and that we don't come from anything and that we're just a cosmic mistake floating around in the vacuum of space on a fucking ball of water, get out of here, man.
I don't think I have beliefs, man. I think I entertain theories, and you know, if
Oh, dude, yeah, I understand. Beliefs are dangerous. That's the difference between belief and faith. Faith is a dangerous, blind fucking motherfucker. Now, gnosis is a different thing. Gnosis is a different thing. I can look at the Fibonacci sequence. I can look at the way a wave rolls in. I can look at a sunflower. I can look at the cosmos and see the spiral, the fingerprint of God. It's there. And man, whether you want to call it the fucking tree next to you, a bag of Doritos, your dog, if you're the son of Sam, the Abrahamic God, El Saturn, Bel Saturn, fucking El Shaddai, the many-titted God, the many-breasted God. Like, yeah, dude, like, get the fuck out of here. Mount Sinai, that's sin. That's the moon god, which was a goddess. It was the bull god. The Aleph is the very first fucking letter of the alphabet, and it's an upside-down fucking set of bull horns. The Hebrews, they don't write out their vowels because it's a vow to El. And they would say El would be El Shaddai, El Shaddai. Bullshit. That's Bel, El Saturn. When they say Israel, everybody says, oh, it's Isis, Ra, and El. No, motherfucker, it's wrestles with Saturn. It's wrestles with Saturn. Israel, it wrestles with Saturn. That's what he was doing. Jacob was trying to get from A to B at night so he didn't get robbed. All of a sudden, bam, Metatron's on his ass. And he's like, oh, we're going to get naked and Greco-Roman wrestle after we oil up. And we're going to do it until the sun comes up. And then I'm going to pinch your Achilles tendon. And I'm going to say, hey, gotcha. Now worship my God, or he's going to burn you for eternity. That's a fucking tormentor.
The stuff with the Bible, I don't care if it's true or not, because it demonstrates law. It's like the oldest doctrine of law. It demonstrates things that you're supposed to learn from that book, so you don't have to learn them the hard way. But it doesn't matter if it's true. You know, it's so old. You know, it's been lost in translation. A lot of it.
I'm that way when I do tarot cards. You know,
they're talking about if you piss on the wall, you'd be banished from the house of Jericho or something. It's like, yeah, you didn't read that comment I put in there, did you?
What's that?
That video about that some neo-Christian radical or something. He's talking about that. He thinks that it says in the Bible that men should piss sitting down. Because it says if you piss if you piss it against the wall, you're going to be banned from the house of Jericho or something.
Dude, I pissed sitting down. I just from prison. You know what I mean? My celly was pretty rough. Don't bet not let me catch you pissing standing up over there, Michael. You know what I mean? My first night in there, he's like, "We're gonna play house. You want to be mama or daddy?" I said, "Well, I ain't no dumb dick, dude. I'll be daddy." He said, "Good, get on over here and suck mama dick."
Yeah, he told me that,
No,
and then he said,
I'm teasing.
"Okay, now I'm starting to wonder." But
I've never been to prison.
I piss sitting down too when I'm taking a shit.
Oh, right. Well, I think it's impossible to poop without peeing, isn't it?
I know it's impossible to piss while sneezing.
Right.
That's a George Carlin one too. But
Really?
yeah.
Wasn't he the one that did the 11 words or 7 words or whatever?
Yeah, I said that earlier. And I think they were
Right. What were they?
Shit, fuck, piss, cunt, cocksucker, motherfucker, and tits.
He missed one. Booger. The FCC had banned Booger as well. Booger was illegal until the 90s.
Well,
Get you shut down.
Who's the fucking the feelings police? That's feelings again. Fuck your feelings.
Right.
Leave your fucking feelings
Dude,
at home.
unfortunately, that runs the world now. Feelings are what, like, oh, I don't like the way you looked at me. That's a hate crime. You're a rapist. Like, no, you're dressed like a hooker. And so I'm looking to see, like, if I want to give you $20 or not. Like if you were wearing a police uniform and somebody stole my shit, I'd run up to you and be like, hey, this guy stole my shit. You couldn't just be like, don't be looking at me like a hooker. If you were dressed like a cop and I was in distress, no, I wouldn't, but a normal person would. It's what I'm saying is more of it's a metaphor. You know what I mean? Perhaps a simile, really. But
I got you. I was busting your butt.
Oh no, sorry, dude. I didn't get that. That totally went over my fucking thick ass head, dude. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't care if I was on fire, getting robbed, raped, and and there's a fucking bunch of them. I wouldn't fucking
No, dude. If I'm calling the cops,
I would never cry out to the enemy for aid in a time of distress. Never, ever.
Sure. You see them as the enemy. I see them as sick. I don't necessarily think that they're not the enemy, but like that's how like a conservative is like them fucking blue-haired liberal faggots with their nipple rings, and I get that. I get that, dude. All these boys like this generation of fucking Zoomers or whatever, the Coomers, the Doomers.
More pussy for me. The more faggots want to butt fuck each other, the more pussy for me.
I get it. I get it, but no, they're sick. They're sick, brother.
It's feelings police. Who's the injured party?
Okay, but check it. This is back to the servant thing. Like I was saying about my role here and how I see the act that I'm here to play, dude. Like I've got to call it like I see it, and that's not my enemy. I don't care if he's over there, with the George Floyd rioters lighting shit on fire or whatever. He's still not my enemy. Is he burning my house down? He's still not my enemy. That dude is sick. He's brainwashed and poisoned, just like I am. You know what I'm saying? That dude speaks from the same mouth. He breathes from the same lung. Like we beat.
I don't give a fuck, man. He could die from the same sword because
Yeah, they can, and we all will. It all goes back in the box.
People's conditioning, and their fucking plight because of decisions they've made in their life. They're responsible for that shit, man.
Sure. I agree. Well, you and I, we grew up in a generation where it was like that. When you were a child or I was a child, if you were a skin, you'd go stand on the fucking box in the town square and talk your hate speech, and you'd wear your jack boots with the red laces, and you'd heil and you'd goose step all the way back to your car. But when you got back to your car, you had to deal with the shit that you fucking set up there on that box, and that's the way it should be. I mean, if I'm going to espouse some fucking shit. Right, exactly. If I believe in it, I'm going to fight for it. If I believe in it enough to speak on it, then I'm going to fight for it.
And if you really believe in the shit that you're spouting, that you accept it
But see, here's where I draw the line. Did you hear that audio that I recorded about how the people the mind control shit with the motherfuckers at war? Like the dude that's over there in the United States military uniform that's fighting the war for Israel and doesn't even know it. He's over there attacking civilians and people defending their homeland who think that the bullets coming from that fucking dude who is the enemy are the ones doing the damage when it's fucking private landowners in some fucking place we don't even know about with names that we've never heard and never will, you know?
Lee, you just described every war that's ever happened.
Right. But
You
but those guys aren't enemies. They're not enemies. They're not. The matter of fact, they believe in a lot of shit. Let's take the Muslim and the Christian. They both believe in the same creator. They both believe, they love guns. They both love sports. They both love their kids fucking insanely. They love their spouses very fucking much. They believe in their religion. They believe in their law. They believe in their morals. They believe in the way that they dress. They love their music. They love their food. They love the way their houses are. We look at them and we think dilapidated, camel fucking, goat fucking, towel head, blah, 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 blah. That dude is your average guy from Texas. If you were born in fucking India, the McDonald's hamburger that you had for lunch yesterday or whatever would be a literal sin to you because cow is God.
I don't care about people's beliefs. I don't care about their feelings. I really don't.
But you could have been one of those people. In the way I see it, you probably were and are. I believe that this space and time that we occupy, dude, it's kind of, have you ever seen The Egg? You watched that thing that day Corey was on the stream, right?
I never did go back to that and watch it.
Okay,
But,
see that thing's, it's very powerful, man, because it really is what this is. This is the Orphic egg. This is a containment field. We are absolutely being observed here. You know what I'm saying?
Do I hate the police? Do I hate police and view them as the enemy? Absolutely, I do.
Dude, they're just retarded guys. They're retarded dudes who weren't quite cool enough to be the football guy. You know,
they're retarded guys that should be out digging fucking ditches. Anyone that fucking anyone that dresses every day to oppress and enslave people and rob them of the fruits of their labor should be put to death. Is a fucking parasite on humanity.
Well, check it out. That's a standing military. That's a standing military. That's not a state military like the militias were supposed to be. That's a standing military. It's the most armed and dangerous fraternal order on the face of the earth, in my opinion. The police force, the United States police force. You know.
Well, you know they're not.
It's like Passio says. It's like Passio says. They're their dogs.
They're really not. They're really not though. What you just described. They're really not. All they're doing because they're not that organized. All they are is fucking they're gangs that are occupying their little fucking territories, you know, to oppress and enslave using the same fucking tactics, you know, and the reason they're doing it there is because we claim this area, you know, it's like fucking warlords.
Yeah, sure. And that's why people like you and I need to put these motherfuckers down, and we can. Through the standards and training, through the Brady Giglio list, the Brady reporting, you know, we can do this shit. And I'm telling you, these motherfuckers are easy. They're easy, dude. I've developed several strategies just myself in 2 years of ways to strip these people of their qualified immunity in various scenarios, to the extent that they are predictable. Like their responses are going to be things that you can almost certainly guarantee. Like when a cop starts losing control of the situation and you're telling him to get his supervising officer, like that, this is when you're getting yanked out of the car. This is when, because like I said, you've got somebody with the fucking, with the IQ of the average fucking pants sagging fucking young thug listening to inner city kid in 7th grade. You know, this dude is a dude he's got potentially multiple personality disorders or cluster B personality disorders. We're talking about people that are narcissists, psychopaths, sociopaths, fucking
that's not my problem until he makes it my problem, and we must be a deadly threat to them.
I agree. And see, here's where I'm at with it, that most people don't agree with me. This is where people draw the line and pump the brakes and are like, whoa, you're a bad person. But I mean, nobody ever wants to hear me out on this shit. And it's almost like the death panel thing, or like the you know, the question, you know what I'm saying? The about the J-ish, I can't say it. You know what I'm saying? The question that's got the solution. You know what I'm saying? Once you figure out who's responsible for all this, what do you do about it? Well, that's the question, isn't it? But I mean, anyways, so let's say there's an actual enemy that's running this whole thing, and finally we figure out who it is. We yank the mask off it, and we find out it's Mr. Stevens that runs the theme park or whatever. It's not a spooky ghost,
like Scooby-Doo.
Yeah, and he'd got away with it if it wasn't for us meddling kids. So let's say we get to that point. Good. What do? So we kill Mr. Jenkins? No. We kill Mr. Jenkins. We kill his wife, his business partners, his kids, his former roommates, his secretary, her kids. Yeah, no, I say we wipe this thing off the face of the planet. I don't care if it takes a fifth of us with it. Every association with these people need to be on a rope, dangling, with their souls exposed to the motherfucking world.
I think about I don't
And
know
am I promoting violence once again? Yes, I am.
I would go as far to say that maybe 38% of the population of this country is sustain themselves through human trafficking.
Right, absolutely. CPS and all that shit, they're the largest human traffickers on the face of the planet. And I know this, man. My family ran a foster home for girls that were the highest tier in the state of Kansas. I'm not going to say what county or anything like that. But in this foster home, my stepfather, my mom said on her deathbed to my two sisters that my stepfather had been molesting these foster kids for about 25 years. And guess what type of people they specifically took? They took girls under the age of 16 that had been molested and had a child because of that. And so, like, I remember all these girls just going, quote unquote, running away from these fucking, from my parents' foster home for fucking a decade, 15 years or whatever. I remember this shit happening all the time. And they just be like, yeah, we need to get alarms on those windows, boy. Yeah, well, we got rid of all the boys. Hopefully that'll fucking, that'll solve that problem or whatever. You know, but here's the deal. When you're in Kansas or Alaska or fucking Hawaii, it doesn't matter. There is no state that has a reporting policy for quote unquote missing kids from foster care, because there are no missing kids from foster care. It doesn't matter if you are fucking 18 or 8 days. If you go quote unquote missing from foster care, you're an empty bed. You're not missing at all. In Kansas, there is no reporting system for reporting missing kids from foster care, whether you think they ran away or were kidnapped.
I could see one reason why. I could see
because
one
they're
reason.
trafficking all these kids. They're taking them all out to Little St. James, into Arizona, and to fucking these other little places where they sacrifice them.
But George Gordon says you got to choose your words very carefully and specifically,
right?
Because they have to answer your question. But if you're not very careful about the words that you choose to use, you'll end up getting the right answer to the wrong question.
Right.
So if you're asking where did these kids go, where did these kids go?
From? Right.
George Gordon. He's the man, man. I watched some of them videos. I selected a couple that I thought would resonate with you and get you on to listening to them, because you want to talk about something to binge listen to, man. He is the fucking man.
Right. I'm gonna give it a look. I found a new way to do dorks, where I can now get these parent file directories of pretty much anything. And man, I unlocked a piece of the internet I didn't know existed last night, and I don't know what to use it for yet, but I believe I'm going to start right there. That seems like a good enough place for me.
George Gordon.
Sure, and I'll show you how to do this too. It'll show you a side of the internet that you never knew existed. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I wanted to say before I forgot, you're talking about looking into each other's subscriptions, because I'm going to go to those that were in the live chat with us tonight, and check out their channels and subscribe to them. But what I've been doing is I go on YouTube Studio on my laptop, because it doesn't do it on the phone device. And I'm looking at everyone that subscribed to my channel, and this is going to take a while to do, but I want to check out each and every one of their channels, and grow my network, and I'm in the process of doing it.
You won't be able to see them all, brother. A bunch of them will be invisible to you.
Well, there's 2,000 of them that I could look at. It'll keep me busy.
Right. Yeah, that's pretty
But,
cool. That's
man,
pretty cool that
Bleak,
that many of them are.
You know the difference, like with the Title 4D crime family, letting them call you things, like the pay rent.
Right,
know,
right. The biological
Not the mother and
that means
father,
that you're
the
the
pay
adoptee.
rent.
Yeah.
You don't think that
Well,
has a
father
different
isn't
meaning?
really think it is either.
Right.
Every
Well,
state has the parentage act. Yeah.
when they say the pay rents, that's different than saying the mother and father. And they got us all, calling children kids, which is baby
Well,
goats.
see, even father is father is a.
If you're making a complaint that a baby goat came up missing from a fostered home, you wouldn't get results because it doesn't make sense. A baby goat doesn't have a social security number. And it's little things like that they're hanging us on is words that
Neither
we can't.
neither does a human.
Well, a human is a hue of a man.
Well, yeah. Well, you know what I'm saying. A soul stuffed into a skin sack here doesn't have a social security number either. That is a principal debt instrument that you are surety for. Right.
But like,
so and what that is something that we have not given revisionary interest back to the government. You know what I'm saying? If you give them revisionary interest and you notify you make a declaration to the fucking attorney general that you're not an enemy of the state, that you're not dealing in Federal Reserve notes, that you are of sound mind and of the actual age of majority, and you've entered the arena of commerce to handle your own affairs. You know what I mean? These are things that until you can do it, and then once you've done that, dude, you can go and do whatever the fuck you want. Like EBT, for instance, man. You having problems with it? They telling you can't get food stamps or whatever, and you can't get it because food is fucking outrageous now. $50 gets you.
I don't care, man. I'll dumpster dive in a right to travel fucking automobile, man, and I'll never need to see a fucking human being, and I can eat like a king anywhere I go.
Well, sure, absolutely. And I think we've discussed this before. There's ways that a guy can, you hang outside a Taco Bell drive-thru or whatever long enough till a van rolls through and orders a $40 worth of food or whatever, and then you wait 5 minutes after they left. Oh yeah, we came through and we ordered all this. We were in the van. Yeah, and I didn't get one of the Mountain Dews and 3 soft tacos with no lettuce and an order of nachos or whatever you heard on there that sounded good to you. And so yeah, there's ways you can paint fucking parking lot stripes with the damn paintbrush and a 2x4.
I could walk up to any fast food. I could walk up to any fast food joint. It's not as long as there's not regular bums posted up there. I'd be stepping on their toes. But even if there is, I'll work it out.
So there's survival.
I'm gonna eat. It's like the bull and the baby bull, looking out over the pasture at all the cows down there. And
yeah, but what I was saying about the food stamps or whatever is that no, I guess I don't. What's that?
The baby, the young bull says to the father bull, "Look at all them cows down in that valley. I just love to run down there and fuck one of them." And the father bull in his infinite wisdom, he says, "Son,
you could walk down
there. We're gonna walk down there and fuck them all."
Right, yeah. Right, dude. You would have really liked my actual father. My biological father said a lot of the same shit that you say too. He would say some comical shit too, like, "Son, I've been fucking your mom so long I could row a boat with a rope." That kind of shit.
I said one today. It's been in and out of fucking, in and out of that fucking thing, like it was Linda Lovelace. Or you say about somebody that goes to rehab a lot. Oh yeah, man, that son of a bitch. He's been in and out of Betty Ford more than Gerald Ford.
Yeah, I get really excited when I talk to you because my inner person, like my inner being or whatever, is sitting there kind of placing itself in that moment in time where we're standing there, and it's not, oh, the shit's popping off, it's, oh, the shit popped off. And whether I'm here or not, like, I'm excited for that time. I'm excited for that time where things have to be what they have to be, not where things can be what they can be, but when they have to be what they have. You know what I'm saying? When the chips are down, when they're telling us we're all going to eat each other and fucking beat each other to death over cans of beans and fucking bottles of water, which I don't believe. I've watched enough fucking Rhodesias and enough fucking New Orleans and all that shit. I saw that shit firsthand. I lived in Kansas City when New Orleans happened, man. There were so many fucking refugees flooding in there. Like
I'm not a victim, man.
No. But I mean, check it. Like, I don't think that people are gonna fucking World War Z murder each other in the grocery store trying to get the last box of Cheerios or whatever. I don't see that happening. I see people, you know, what you would call like gangsters or thugs or whatever in New Orleans. I see them like running back and forth with their pants that don't fit right, grabbing people and dragging them through fucking water up to their chest, like elderly people going back in there and grabbing motherfucking people's cats and dogs and shit, risking their lives to go back in there and get fucking formula for somebody else's kids. That's what I see.
It already happened.
Fucking beautiful.
Look at Katrina.
Humanity's beautiful. It's once people get over this, there's an enemy, and it's some dude over here that's got some ideology that's different than mine. That's fucking dumb, dude. Ideologies are dangerous, man. Like, if we could strip and step away from all of this shit, man. That's why, like I was saying, like about that 501c3, like I meant to set man apart. I really did. You know, not through example or any kind of profound, brilliant writing or saying or anything like that. I mean to put off the vibration that draws the sympathetic resonance out of every man and woman that I meet from here on out, that tells them that, you know, they're the author of their reality, that they are the motherfucker pinning this thing. They're the person that makes this shit real, you know, like, you expect bad shit, you won't be disappointed. You put effort into a thing, you won't be disappointed. You know what I'm saying?
Well, not in you know, with the thing and you know, and with your relationship to it, but you might end up disappointed with half the people that you thought you know, had your back. That's for
yeah,
damn
but they're
sure.
not. All of that has to leave. All of that is a pound of flesh that the universe is going to strip from you at one point or another. Every relationship you've ever had, whether it's with your mother or your best friend from high school or your wife, is a process of things slowly falling to pieces, and somebody realizing that you're not as cool as they thought you were, and that's it. They're gone. And especially now that COVID's happened, you look at, like we were talking about, how people like our families and shit, and how they've checked the fuck out. Fuck, dude, my wife would have beat my wife to death for thinking about doing this to somebody. You know, like, seriously, if somebody took off with somebody's kids in our town, Sarah would be chasing them out of the county with a pitchfork and torches or whatever, you know?
Yeah, but if that ever ended up in court, it wouldn't say kids on those documents. It would say the child.
What would it say?
The child.
Right. Yeah, but not my document. I would rebut that immediately. You know what I'm saying? But all that is a contract. When an attorney sends you a presentment, it's an offer to contract. When you get your credit card contract from Capital One, when you sign up for the shit on the internet and you do your little robo signature and shit for them, they send you a copy of that contract. That's your installment agreement, your consumer installment agreement, your retail installment agreement, your consumer credit purchase agreement, whatever they want to call it. This thing is a contract. So they have made the offer. They become the debtor immediately. Not only that, but they're accessing your fucking credit and lying to you, saying that they're a lender. They're not putting shit up. That's your credit. They're taking it to the fucking treasury window and doing securities fraud with that shit, and then pretending like you owe them something when there's no money, and then fucking charging you FRNs. You know what I mean?
They can have it. They can have it. I'm gonna kill my person.
No, don't do that. You need that thing. If you, Abraxas will say the same. Abraxas will say the same thing. How would you sue somebody? How would you be indemnified if you're harmed by these assholes again down the road, and you don't have your juristic person because you quote unquote kill it? You can't go to court, and even if you could, you'd be a ward, and they couldn't hear you. And even if they could, one more time. Your person is like a vehicle. If we're all going into the Thunderdome, or we're playing Twisted Metal or whatever on a PlayStation, or whatever the fuck you want to call it, we're getting in our vehicles and we're driving these around to do the demolition derby thing. Now that is your quote unquote straw man. That's your all caps. You have to have that.
I know all about it, man. I know all about it. I'm done playing this game of gay chicken. I'm done. I'm done.
So
My,
what do
my
you plan
body
on
is my
doing when you?
vehicle for my mind and my spirit, and that's all I need, man. I don't have to play their game of gay chicken and act like I'm
Right, but
engaged
how
in
are you going to
commerce
get
when I'm
remedy?
not. I'll fucking
It's
eat
not gay
ketchup
chicken,
packets off
dude.
the side of the road, and I don't. And if, you know, until they can fucking link me to that fucking dead fucking corporate corpse
Okay,
oration,
but hold up.
you
Hold
know,
up. You take the straw man out of it, and you take the fucking assholes that are pretending to be judges out of it, and you take these politicians, and let's say we just put them in on a nice little island resort for wayward kittens or whatever, and they're all gone. We have the best motherfucking system that has ever existed. This system is not broken. It's not even flawed. This system is fucking perfect. It's people's understanding of it that's fucked off.
no,
That
they're
doesn't make the system bad. That's like saying guns kill people. We all know that's not the case.
well,
Liberals don't
fire,
want kids
you
shot in
know,
school. Check it out.
matches
Check it
start
out.
fires and
Liberals,
fires burn down houses, so therefore we should
right.
abolish all matches.
So check it. Liberals don't want kids shot in school. Conservatives don't want kids shot in school. So liberals are like, let's take all the guns and let's melt them down. You know, we'll make a big old dildo out of it, and we'll fuck our husband with it. It'll be awesome because they're liberals, and they'll record that shit and they'll put it on Fap Hub or whatever, and then they'll all high five, and then they'll go kiss some black Israelites boot and let them fuck their wife while they put on a Superman costume and sit in the corner and jack off and cry.
Hey,
Like
if
that's
what
great.
they want, man,
I don't agree with liberals. It's an ideology. I don't agree with liberals.
I don't
Conservatives,
even know
they
what
don't
it is.
want kids.
I'm not trying
Hold,
to.
hold
you
on,
know?
brother. Hold
Yeah.
on, brother. Like conservatives, they don't want kids shot in school either, right? So they're like, fuck it, let's beat up all these liberal pussies, and then we'll listen to some Toby Keith, and we'll fucking not be closeted homosexuals while we cheat on our wives and go to strip clubs and then go to the church on Sunday. And then they'll be like, oh, Donald Trump, the dude from TV, from the reality TV that's completely fake, who was on wrestling that's completely fake, who is a fucking millionaire that killed the XFL just by threatening to buy a team, who nobody wanted to let play with the rich people because he wasn't one.
Hey, Blake,
He's our guy. Hold on. He's not our guy because he fucked a porn star, cheated on his wife. He's our guy. He's over there fake praying with Mike Pence and Omarosa. He's our guy. Fuck you. Donald Trump would eat you. Like, and not you, but I mean, these people that think that Trump is their man, they're fucking misled, dude. But again, they're not the enemy. That's where the problem lies. They are poisoned. They're your brother.
They're disillusioned. They're the sheep.
Everyone is. We all are. We're all brainwashed. We're all controlled.
Anyone who thinks they have authority over another man, that they have a superior fucking you know, they have a greater claim to my fucking life and my
bingo
my property than I do. I take that as a direct threat to my fucking safety, life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. And you know, if these motherfuckers don't come to their senses and provide remedy, and you know, and correct themselves,
see, but you can't have that because you're going to kill your person.
If it's
That's what I was saying.
You know,
that's all I was saying about the person, bro. Is that you can't get rid of that person.
The the person got me put in jail. The person's fucking getting me this unwanted attention from these fucking, you know, these fucking adhesion contracts.
Right, but I mean, we can't sit here and act like spelling your name different on a document with uppercase and lowercase letters is going to change the court's intention or ability to fuck people. It's not. It's not. It's a game to them. They don't give a shit if you change the way the spelling is on your document from the way theirs is in all caps. If you take it into the proper spelling, which is still not the proper spelling, the proper spelling is lowercase. But if you take it from uppercase to upper lower, then all you've done is allow them to fucking run back to the IRS to grab another $500,000 bond to bond the case. And that's why you get those documents in so many different typeset fonts, like, or not case fonts. You know what I'm saying? We're upper lowercase, lower lowercase, fucking uppercase, fucking all of this is so that they can do more and more and more fraud.
I'm not playing this game of Indiana Jones and the fucking Lost Grail shit anymore. When I complete my process, you know, and using that vehicle to fucking to get remedy and end this fucking chapter,
right.
I'm unplugging. I don't need a bank account. I don't need a bank account.
I agree. Like,
I don't need utilities. I don't need food stamps. I don't need a passport. You know, I don't fucking I'm unplugging. I am. I'm done.
You're talking about becoming ungovernable versus just being whatever you want to call it, sovereign, a man on the land, a free man, whatever you want to call it. You're talking about becoming ungovernable.
I'm not going to be any
Right,
of that.
right, right.
I'm a man. Anything anything to embellish that takes away from it. It diminishes it.
Right.
I'm not a sovereign
Sure.
man. I'm not a man on the land. I'm not a fucking human. I'm a
Right,
man.
right. Okay, but it's ridiculous to think that we could live without titles. If we do that, then all of a sudden everybody that wants milk is going to have to take fucking 2% instead of vitamin D or skim or whatever they wanted. They're just going to have to take 2% and shut the fuck up. If we're talking about distance, everybody's going to have to walk 5 feet and stop. That's it, because we don't have distance. We're all just going to agree 5 feet, and 5 feet it is. If we say that we can't call these people liberals and call these people conservatives because titles suck, and yeah, I agree, titles do suck, but they're very important for this whole language thing that we use to convey thoughts and you know, create images of things that we're trying to, you know, dude, if you think about it, all language, us communicating, talking about anything, whether we're agreeing or disagreeing, is an attempt to force someone else to do or not do something that we want. Don't do this thing that I don't like. Do this thing that I like. Quit hating shit that I like. Quit liking shit that I hate.
No, it's not.
Well, it is.
Disagree.
Think about anything we do, even if it's to make someone feel better, it's an act to manipulate someone's being. You know what I'm saying? It is the only plausible way to not interact or to not affect someone's path is to not interact with them, and that's it. That's all there is to it, man. You know,
it's just, you know, to express ideas.
Right.
You know, the intent
Sure, but
is,
I mean,
the
like,
intent is irrelevant, really. You know, until you tell me whatever you want, I don't have to listen to you. But if you put your fucking hands on me, I'm going to use equal or greater force. I'm going to stop you. You know, up to and including causing your death to to maintain my right to have you know, not have handcuffs on me. You know, not be you know, beaten.
I agree. Hey, you ain't got to tell me, dude.
Made to go in a direction I don't want to go. You know,
you ain't got to tell me. Like, check it out. These police that we're both hating, that we both fucking feel like have overstepped their abilities, and they're pirates, they're brigands, they're whatever they are, they're thieves, they're human traffickers. But if these motherfuckers didn't exist, then shit would be different. I would have my kids back because I could have a posse and we would go get my motherfucking kids back. Or even just 50 years ago, the church would have went and they would have handled this fucking thing. Or if the shoe was on the other foot and I beat my old lady up, or I took the kids, the church would have went and they would have handled this thing. You know what I mean? And they'd have told the sheriff to stand down. They'd have handled this thing. And then when the sheriff come in and they were still a thing that protected and served, like the police, they exist so that I don't have to go down there, murder a bunch of people and come back with my kids.
No,
like that's why the police exist. They're here to protect our property. It absolutely is true. Then explain to me what the first part of police powers is. What do police exist for?
They're not, and they never were. Police.
Yes. No, they absolutely.
No, that's how they were sold to the you know, to the fucking slaves. Police are policy enforcers. They exist.
Yes, I know that they're corporate.
No, hang on. Let me answer your question. The police,
right,
are policy enforcers. They exist to collect revenue from the constituents, or whatever you want to call it. The contesting government. No, hang on. I'm not done. Yeah. They their purpose, their fucking mission statement is to protect and serve. And that's true. It's to protect and serve their own power and the interest of insurance companies and bankers. Now, the sheriff, you know, because they'd have you believe that the police, sheriffs, and all that are all the same thing. They're all law enforcement.
I know.
Yeah. But it's not. The sheriff, is supposed to protect the rights. He's the hand that can fucking force the farmer to stop doing his neighboring farmer harm. The sheriff is.
Right. See, I've got the actual documentation right here. The police powers, they exist to secure your safety in your persons, properties, and papers. But it used to be persons, properties, and securities. You know, and your securities but they had to change that because it was on the nose and they were doing all this fraud, just like they had to change Department of Health and Human Service from Department of Human Resources, because people were like, human resources, what the fuck is that? But anyways,
Hue of a man,
no, they
hue of a
exist-
man,
they exist in the same way. Pardon?
Hue of a man, which means a colorable man, which is not a man at all.
I know.
Resource is, but that's an action word. That's not a fucking you know, somewhere you go to
Whoa,
get
whoa,
things.
whoa! Slow that down. Slow that down. Hold on 1 second. That's a lot to unpack there.
Yeah,
And I mean,
it's an action word.
of course, I am tired, and I've been doing dabs for like 2 hours straight.
That's an action word. Resources. Resourcing is the action of doing it, but resources is
it's it goes from a verb to a noun. Sure.
No, well, resourcing is more all-encompassing. Resources is the actual act of the resource, but you know, resourcing is all manners
It's a present tense verb.
of the act of you know, as one resources something.
Present tense
You
verb,
know?
yeah.
But
Present tense verb.
source is identifying you know, where to get something from. To resource is you got to know where you're getting something from and doing it again. So you're getting something from where it comes from again. The act of doing that is one resources something. So a hue of a man resources. So a colorable man, you know, engaging in the act of extracting something from its source again.
Right. See, when I get to this level of thinking about where we're at with this and how much deeper you have to go to get anywhere that's productive in a conversation like this, the only thing that comes to mind is that I just want to cut my tongue out. Like, I feel like the only way to make sense out of any of it is to never speak another word. I think that the language it's the Saturnian, it's the Sumerian swindle. You know what I'm saying? It's where all this shit comes from. The left-handed path, the confusion, the 8 billion hungry ghosts. You know what I'm saying?
You know what would help with all of that stuff on Bleak? What chess does. Because what I found with chess,
Hemingway solution.
Well, it's
Hemingway solution.
What?
The Hemingway solution.
I don't know what that means. Ernest Hemingway?
You give yourself you give yourself a haircut or whatever. You blow your head off, but like my brother just did. That's what you know. Hit the reset button.
Well, what do they say?
Chess.
Yeah, chess.
Somebody told me
you know, when life is, you know, you can't always, you know, because you're never going to solve it. You know, it's going to become more perplexing the more you learn and figure out. Just raises more questions. It becomes more perplexing because we're not built to understand it. You know, whether it's a simulation or not. It's what's around us. You know, if it's a simulation, then where's the real thing? Because if this is all there is, then it's not a simulation. It may be.
You want my honest take on that?
It may it may be manufactured, but if it's not, you know, trying to be a copy of something else, then it's not a simulation. It is what it fucking is. You know, that's like saying a house is a simulation of a house because it's poorly built. No, that's the house. You know.
Right.
So for us to, you know, to be hell bent on trying to understand every little fucking, you know, from science to religion to politics to fucking history to fucking spirituality to fucking, you know, the minutia of fucking details of fucking you know, litigation, it's an impossible task. You know, to lay out an impossible task for yourself is to be destined to be a disappointed motherfucker.
Yeah, absolutely. But I'm okay with that. But the way I see it is like, yeah, I'm not going to be the one to crack this. Obviously, someone is going to chip this to some extent where it's going to fucking break the whole thing, and the floodgates are going to open, and it's going to be what it is, and that's great. But there's no reason why you or I or Jason can't be the one to topple this system. And I certainly want to try. And whether I am or I'm not, I'm sharp, and I'm sharp, and I'm slender. Point me at the thing, and knock me, and fucking let me loose. You know what I'm saying?
Man.
Like that's.
You are one of the most weaponized players in this whole fucking you know, I mean, guys are starting to pop out. I don't know how many, you know, if you tried to get a list together, I don't think there's more than a fucking few hundred of us.
Man, dude, no, there's not, and it's like Sarah always told me, dude. I'm overlooked and underrated, and I buy that shit, dude. When I was like, hey, I think I'm gonna start rapping, my wife looked at me and she's like, I think you'll be the fucking dopest fucking 37-year-old rapper ever. And dude, my words are motherfucking they're sharp, dude. Like I said, I'm well writ, dude. Like a freestyler. If I have to sit and write bars, you know what I mean. I don't know. Like I stand behind my bars. I'm the best rapper in this fucking state. White, black, Mexican, it doesn't matter. And I know that's a big statement, but I'll make that motherfucker at the age of 42, and I'll demolish anybody who wants to fucking act like it's not a thing. And that's because my wife sat there and told me that I could do it, and I knew I could do it. That's the reason why I started, because everybody around me that I was producing for and managing sucked. And so me being a musician and just an Aquarius in general, like if somebody tells me that I can't float, I'm gonna fucking blast off out of the atmosphere while I'm flipping them off and, you know, farting a rainbow fucking cloud of unicorn dust. Because nobody tells me that I can't do shit. That's the surefire way to get me to do something, is to tell me I fucking can't do it.
That's
Boy, that ass.
Mike. I just realized something.
Right.
That I've never taken into consideration all the conversations we've had.
What?
Astrology. You know, some of the things that
alchemy.
You know, I don't know much about astrology, but I know there's a lot there, and everything that I found about it, rings true for some reason.
Sure.
But
John D
you're an
said,
Aquarius. I'm a Gemini. I don't know if that.
Yeah, they go really well. They're the same essentially.
But that might you know, explain some of the because somebody saying I can't do something, you know,
right.
My mother perceives it as, oh, you tell him you can't do something, watch him do it. But it's not to defy them. I really don't care what they think, you know, because yeah, I don't care about saying I told you so. If I do the thing that they said, I don't care about it. I really don't care about it. They perceive it that way because that's their nature. I'm not sure. You know, the only thing that happened is them being naysayers didn't stop me from doing what I had decided to do anyways. And I achieved it because I knew I could all along. What do you think? Because they thought I couldn't do it, decreased my chances of doing something I set out to do? No, it's irrelevant. It doesn't matter to me at all, you know?
Bullshit. I'll bet it's a motivator.
It's not. It's not. It's not.
So let me check this out. And this is just a guess. It's a cold read, but you're the type of person that if you know that I do this thing, like I'm a plumber or whatever, and you know that I solder all day long, and you've got to get something that's back in a wall, and you don't never solder, and you've got MAP gas, but you're used to propane, and this burns twice as hot, and it's, you know, going to catch on fire because this is stuff full of this and that, and you know, there's all this wire around it, and I can't seem to get it. No, I can't get my shit around to the back to see if it's fucking, you know, gonna hold pressure or whatever. If I stand there and ask if you want me to just get that for you, hey man, just let me get that real quick before you frustrate yourself. Hey dude, you've been over there dicking with that for 4 hours. You're gonna anneal that copper, you know what I mean, or whatever. The more I do that, the angrier and more determined you're gonna be to do it, and the less that you would ever even consider the option yourself or think of it yourself without it being induced to say, man, right?
Wrong.
You would be like, hey Mike, come get this.
If I knew that you were of superior skill and experience in that field,
no shit,
and I would foresee that problem on the job, and I would be working my way up to it. And if I knew I was going to struggle with it, and then you and I were on that job, like, Mike, this is going to be a fucking.
Oh no, I don't mean on a job. I mean in a personal situation. I mean like in your own home, like something you own yourself.
It doesn't matter, man. You know, if I thought it was going to you know, slow things down, be hard for me to do. You know, there's somebody else there more capable of doing it. I'll give credit where credit's due. I'm all about letting people gravitate towards what they're the best at. instead of making everybody be all-purpose fucking plumbers.
Right. Sure, I get you.
I wouldn't even try it if it was
just a loose association.
Unless
basically,
unless I was on a roll, I didn't see any reason I couldn't do it. It might be a difficult fucking move, but I would plan it all out, and I would either achieve it or if I thought it was gonna be a problem, be like, Mike, this and that needs. I'm gonna work on this over here, man. That drywall, you got this.
Oh yeah, sure.
Yeah, fuck, man. I don't care about It's not a piston contest for me, man. I don't care. But I would. If you were a better plumber than me, I'd be picking your brain on that job. I'd be watching you.
Like, check it out. Jason, for instance, he's not like that either. It's not a pride thing, and it's not a fucking I'm gonna show this person or I'm gonna be better than this person. But Jason's one of those dudes that, like, let's just say, I'll just give a different example that's less oriented towards my actual former profession. But let's just say, like, we're working on Jason's bike, and by that I'm just kind of standing there having beers and doing bong rips or whatever while Jason's working on Jason's bike. And let's say Jason decides to take the baffles out for whatever reason, and it's the first time he's ever done it, and he's just kind of doing it to do it, but I mean, it needs done or whatever anyways, but Jason's doing it. You know what I'm saying? So let's say he's having a problem getting one of the baffles back in. He's got the one back in, and now he can't get that last baffle back in, and boy, he wants to go ride, and then all of a sudden Jason starts snowballing. Jason's going to be like, God damn it, I don't understand why this isn't going in there, and then he's going to start trying to force it, and then eventually he'll get it. But really, it's that thing where once you got yourself frustrated and you're not performing, you're less apt to let go of it and stuff. So that's kind of more what I was getting at, and that's really common for Geminis, and I've known a lot of them. Ironically, most of the dudes that I jammed with were either Aquarius or Gemini, over the years. Like,
it becomes a quest. It's a personal quest. Like when I rebuilt my motorcycle, I spent the whole summer doing it.
Right. See, yeah,
and
exactly.
If some people could have never took on the task because an hour of their time is equated to a certain amount of money.
Right.
So the numbers don't add up. They can't do it. The motorcycle, you might as well throw it out, because the amount of time it's going to take you to rebuild the engine on that motorcycle, and then the value that bike will be worth in that condition, you're wasting your time.
Exactly.
I don't care about shit like that. I don't.
I didn't as a kid. The older I get, the more that shit matters to me. Like, I don't want to. And this started with my tattoo apprenticeship. Well, I wasn't like this until I started being the apprentice at the tattoo shop, and it was a year-long college rush week, and they got very creative. It was hell. But anyways, my boss would, every morning, I'd have to get in there, and I'd have to get in there early, open the shop up, have the music going, the lights on, all that shit before anybody was even there. If I didn't, boy, I was going home that day. And if I had 2 problems that week, I was going home that week. And if I had 2 problems that month, boy, you're gone. You're not getting your tattoo license. See ya. And it was one of those things where I didn't have time to have a job. I was literally like fucking eating out of dumpsters and shit, like you were saying, homeless and all that shit, like you were saying, in Kansas City, and it sucked. But I knew at the end of that year that I was going to get my license and everything was going to be fine or whatever. My boss, every morning I'd get there and he'd make me do all that shit, and then he'd send me in the back and he'd make me jig up a bunch of 5 rounds and 8 rounds and 11 rounds and 5 mags and 7 mags and 11 mags. And it was hard to jig this shit up.
You should, as well you should.
And so I solder the shit up, and I'd make it clean and make it nice where he wouldn't chew my ass and call me a faggot in front of a bunch of people or whatever. And I'd package them, get them all sealed off, and fucking their little, and I'd throw the test strip in there in the autoclave with everything too, to show them, look, boss, I got the testing done for the week too, for when the hazmat people come, they want to see our records or whatever. I got it done, and hey man, I got the stencil done too. I did that last night, so now you can just do this tattoo and you ain't got to wait on me to do the stencil or whatever. And he'd look at these needles when they'd come out. He'd put the jeweler eye that I just used on, and he'd look at them and tell me if one was burred, or if it was a little crooked over here, or if I had this shaft down too far, or this isn't going to work for this reason. And then he'd throw them in the fucking trash. and smack me upside my head and be like, but princess, remember, they cost me 15 cents a piece. Now get to work. You know, and he'd have me go clean and shit because everything was glass or whatever. And there'd be one dude on one side of the glass putting his dick on it. I'd be cleaning the other side of the glass. Then I'd run out there to get the dick print off it, and somebody'd have their asshole all fucking stretched out on the other side of the glass. And it was, you know, calling me a faggot for that, putting their cigarettes out of my arm and waiting until next Friday and making me pick the scab off when I'm trying to talk to a girl and sell her a tattoo for my boss, and eat the scab, princess, and lay down on the floor and let me put the scorpion on your belly, and we'll poke at it with pins until it fucking stabs you, you know, pokes you or whatever.
That's one of the reasons why I never joined, you know, motorcycle club. I'm not really,
dude, I broke it. I broke that shit, brother. The next guy is not making it through. And that's what I'm saying about it. To me, dude, there is no price that I won't, like, if this is what I'm doing, this is what I'm doing, dude. And I'm going to rock that shit. I'm not just going to rock it. I'm going to rip the cover out of it. I'm going to knock it out of the stadium into a whole nother one where it's a different sport. You know what I mean? Like, and that's been my whole life.
Yeah,
that's why I'm
me
struggling
too,
so
man.
bad
Me
with
too,
this
man.
Sarah
I
shit.
mean, they called me the hitchhiker. I hitchhiked more miles than anyone I've ever met in my life, and I knew all the guys that were out traveling for over a decade, you know, and I still had, you know, I figure I've hitchhiked over 100,000 miles, and that's conservative estimate, you know.
Right.
Then now this shit with the law, you know, it was like 2 years ago. I realized at one point that I was in uncharted waters, you know. Nobody
Absolutely.
around here has ever taken it to the level that I had at that point, which was 2 years.
I'll bet.
What I didn't realize along with that is that I also took all those actors with me in so doing that.
What do you
I
mean?
didn't realize that.
What do you mean?
I didn't realize that right away. When I entered into uncharted waters, just by staying the course,
Oh, fuck.
you know,
yeah, okay.
If nobody done it before me, then nobody had done it to them either.
Right, exactly.
But I didn't realize that right off till sometime later.
Too bad.
Maybe a month later until I realized that. And so
but you
doing,
can still double back.
In so doing, I took them with me. You know, overlooking that's a truth. You know, overlooking something like that, that's plain as day, plain as the nose on your face, could be fatal. Because you're not taking everything into consideration, you know, because that changes everything, you know,
right,
about how I'm looking at things, and making tactical decisions that are in harmony with the principles that I've established is all I'm really doing.
So that being said, and now in hindsight, are you kicking yourself for not having the wherewithal to know where you were at the time so that you could have finished those motherfuckers in a days? Or are you glad that you made it through by the skin of your teeth?
No,
which one more so?
I knew I was going to make it through, you know, or
because
die.
You stand in honor and equity, or what?
Yeah, well,
like, because you haven't done anything wrong.
Yeah, because
right.
I haven't committed any crime.
Right.
I have the facts on my side. The law is on my side,
absolutely.
you know, and
absolutely.
Fortune succors the bold, and there are unseen forces at work, but I'm not going to get you know, trying to isolate what they are. I'm just going to let, you know, if I'm you know, all that stuff, you know, it just, if you're doing the right thing and you know you are, then you just got to stay the course, man. There's no decisions to be made. You can't call audibles in battle. I've established that. So it's not really it's just you get tired of it grinding on, but it's not like playing a video game where you know you got to decide at the last second, am I going to go right or am I going to go left? You know, I already know, but you know, but it, you know, goes on longer than I cared for, you know, and shit. But I forget what the question was. But yeah, no, I have no regrets, man, other than you know, other than the fucking the fucking nature of the whole damn thing. I regret that that's the way things are, but I'm not gonna shield myself from the truth to live in a comfortable lie. You know, that ain't me, and I understand the danger of acquiring the knowledge,
and having to stand on it, and I accept it, and I still seek it, you know. That's all. It's pretty simple shit, you know. But chess helped me through because you know I've seriously studied chess along with it because you need a break from the law stuff. You can't just plod on and plod on. You know what's next, but oftentimes you can't force yourself to do it. You know, maybe if it was my job, I was getting paid for it, and I wasn't fucking so close to it. You know, everything I was doing it for somebody else, and I was doing it as you know, to make a living. Then yeah, I could force myself to do it 9 to 5. It had the papers before me. I could get through this and that. But you know, sometimes it turned my stomach. You know, I don't want it to be constantly in my face. It's been the you know the cause of a lot of hardship, and you know, now I don't feel that way really. I'm kind of emotionally detached from it. It's just it's a huge fucking pile of paperwork that I got to get through, and
Right.
it is what it is. But you know, I got to step away from it because sometimes you know, as much try as you may, you're trying to force yourself to do it. You're not getting a lot done. You know, it's because you need to be doing something else, and you know, I work my most efficiently oftentimes when I just allow myself to freestyle, you know, to just do this and that. Everything needs to be done. So, you know, nothing I'm really doing is wrong. You know, unless you know, if I'm sitting there watching porno movies all day or something, you know, if I'm doing something, you know, I don't consider it a waste of time. You know, like these conversations. You know, I don't consider this a guilty indulgent waste of time. You know, I think this is an essential part of you know, and for us and you know whoever can glean something that's going to help them along the way, you know, from things that we've discovered, you know. But a lot of stuff it can't just be told to somebody. They gotta figure it out on their own the hard way so they really remember, you know. But you know, but chess I never viewed as a waste of time either. It's not like reading Beetle Bailey comic book when I'm supposed to be studying arithmetic or some shit like that, you know, because it's more clear in chess areas that you know you know that you can improve upon. You know, your end game, your openings, you know, tactics, you know, any aspect. You know, pawn structure, just basic shit. And it allows you to be able to stop thinking about whatever you've been dwelling upon that's hanging over your head. You know, to think about chess, study chess. It's logical. It's a form of intellectual productiveness. Taraj called it, and I never see it as a waste of time because it's honed my instincts in war in battle because you know that a lot of you know the men I admire the most are a lot of the chess masters of old, and they're always trying to draw parallels with life, you know, with chess. Even like you know, the Wu-Tang Clan. That's always a thing. But I came up with something concerning that is that people are always trying to use words to explain, you know, or you know something express the parallels or you know of life and chess. But you don't have to do that because the translation is automatic. I found. If you could dig that. Are you there, Bleak? Oh, damn. Is anyone there? I got 3 people. So, yeah, if anyone was listening to that, if you take it upon yourself to improve in the game of chess, um, in my opinion, um, and you will improve in chess. You can always improve in chess. You put in the time, you're going to improve. Um, it automatically translates to life. Your life is going to benefit from taking it upon yourself to improve in a game of chess. And if you do things in your life,
to improve your life, such as trying to get healthier, lose a little weight, doing things to cut down on stress, more consistent sleep, exercise, anything aspect of your life that you could isolate, improve upon. It improves your life. That's going to improve your chess game automatically. You don't, it's not important to try to figure out exactly how it just is. That's one of my observations. Douglas still here. All right, Trooper, Marathon. Where's Chris Earhart? This is a record breaker for me. Douglas just subbed the Bleak. All right, we're networking. It won't load. I'm gonna clear my caches. Okay, so they're still trying to come back in. Did you catch that? What I said about the chess, Bleak? If not, I can tell it to you anytime, bro. But one of the masters said, chess is it's a substitute for life, and a damn good one. Like we were saying about not knowing what little piece of information you're missing to bridge the gap, of your studies, and then when you do acquire it and everything comes together, you can't really say specifically what it was. But to try to force yourself to hunt that down, to push yourself through to the next level can be an exercise of futility. So if that's how you find yourself, play chess today, brush up on some of that stuff, clear your head, and you might find that it automatically fucking now processes and you can move forward in your other endeavors. And yeah, I mean, I think that if you take your stuff in the law Bleak will automatically benefit by any improvements that you make in your understanding of the game of chess. That's my opinion from my experience. That game's kept me going and saved my life more than a few times in my life. The only thing that makes sense. It is fair. It is justice. It's everything that you wish life was. In some ways. Find a couple quotes from the masters here. Oh. Bear with me a moment. Whoever we got Douglas Fox that's been called in the evening. I think you have Bryce Cops there too. He's been there for a long haul too. Brother. Those comments, there's got to be 400 comments in there from tonight. A great group of men and women we got together on these live streams on the Christopher Real channel. That'll make me proud of. Everyone's benefiting from it. That's the idea, right? We all want to sit around talking about sports statistics, Can't handle the truth. There. There's some good ones in here. It is not enough to be a good player. You must also play well. Super Tarash. Chess is so interesting in itself as not to need the view of gain to induce engaging in it, and thence it is never played for money. Those, therefore, who have leisure for such diversions cannot find one that is more innocent, but advantageous to the vanquished as well as the victor. Benjamin Franklin. He's a chess player. I don't know if y'all knew that. A win by an unsound combination, however showy, fills me with artistic horror. Wilhelm Steinitz. On the chessboard, lies and hypocrisy do not survive long. The creative combination lays bare the presumption of a lie. The merciless fact, culminating in a checkmate, contradicts the hypocrite. Emanuel Lasker. The Japanese claim that Go is a finer game than chess, but we don't have to believe them. Mark Krawczyk. Chess is one long regret. Stephen Leacock. Chess is a game of understanding, not of memory. Nosko Borowski. Chess is as much a mystery as women. Purdy. In the realm of play, chess stands alone in dignity. Jeffrey Mott Smith. Let's see. Devastating moves are like dissonant sounds. They shatter the eardrums. Their appeal is to an atavistic brutality in our natures, not to our finer sensibilities. In contrast, a quiet move is the epitome of finesse. A soft answer turns away wrath, but its subdued quality makes it no less efficient. Hans Quach. The hallmark of the artist is simplicity. Larry Evans. It is astonishing how much hot water a master can wade into in the first dozen moves, despite a century of opening exploration. Napier. A combination is a blend of ideas, pins, forks, discovered checks, double attacks, which endow the pieces with magical powers. Irving Chernoff. In mathematics, if I find a new approach to a problem, another mathematician might claim that he has a better, more elegant solution. In chess, if anybody claims he is better than I can checkmate him. Emanuel Lasker. Longest reigning world champion of all time. And he was also left his mark in mathematics, wrote books, took shit to another level at the same time. He was world chess champion for 27 years, I believe. I may be an old lion, but if someone puts his finger in my mouth, I'll bite it off. Wilhelm Steinitz, the godfather of chess, many would say. Let's see. Many have become chess masters. No one has become the master of chess. Chess books should be used as we use glasses to assist the sight, although some players make use of them as if they thought they conferred sight. Capablanca. The slowness of genius is hard to bear, but the slowness of mediocrity is intolerable. Buckle. I love shit like this, maxims, and these maxims apply to law too, and law maxims shed light on chess. It's universal. They're maxims. I don't know if these are maxims, all of them per se. The chess quotations from the masters, the name of the book. I got this book for $3. Hardcover, 1972. Chess is a sea in which a gnat may drink and an elephant may bathe. Still don't quite get that one, but laws like that too. I don't quite completely understand that one, but it's a good one. There we go. The chessboard is the world. The pieces are the phenomena of the universe. The rules of the game are what we call the laws of nature. The player on the other side is hidden from us. We know that his play is always fair, just, and patient, but we also know, to our cost, that he never overlooks a mistake or makes the smallest allowance for ignorance. Thomas Henry Huxley. When you are lonely, when you feel yourself an alien in the world, play chess. This will raise your spirits and be your counselor in war. Aristotle. Chess can never reach its height by following in the path of science. Let us, therefore, make a new effort, and with the help of our imagination, turn the struggle of technique into a battle of ideas. Capablanca, one of the greatest, the Cuban. Took the chess world by storm. These ladies, man. Chess never has been and never can be aught but a recreation. It should not be indulged in to the detriment of other and more serious avocations, should not absorb or engross the thoughts of those who worship it at its shrine, but should be kept in the background and restrained within its proper province. As a mere game, a relaxation from the severe pursuits of life, it is deserving of high commendation. Paul Morphy from Louisiana. Took the chess world by storm and went mad, like many of the greats. It has been said, and it's probably not true, that every great man has been a chess player. But was there ever a chess player who was also a great man? Of course not, and never will be. It is impossible. Great skill at chess is not a mark of greatness of intellect, but of a great intellect gone wrong. The New York Morning Telegraph. Chess is a foolish expedient for making idle people believe that they are doing something very clever when they are only wasting their time. George Bernard Shaw, English player. Pompous. The battle for the ultimate truth will never be won, and that's why chess is so fascinating. Hans Kmach. Chess originated from warfare. In olden times, two armies opposed to each other took up their positions in nearly straight lines, separated by a nearly level plain. A general, to make his plans clear to his officers, sketched the position and indicated movements of bodies of men. In this way, military games such as chess were generated. Manuel Lasker. Chess is a form of intellectual productiveness. Therein lies its peculiar charm. Intellectual productiveness is one of the greatest joys, if not the greatest one, of human existence. It is not everyone who can write a play or build a bridge or even make a good joke, but in chess, everyone can, everyone must be intellectually productive, and so can share in the select delight. I have always had a slight feeling of pity for the man who has no knowledge of chess,
just as I would pity the man who has remained ignorant of love. Chess, like love, like music, has the power to make men happy. Siegbert Tarrasch. Chess is a warlike and representative struggle for mastery. It is a conspectus of life itself, with the illusion of power over life, which is why, though unthinking people laugh to hear of it, the chess master often dies worn out, overstrained from an incredible depth and complexity of concentration prolonged over a period of years. Joseph Cross. Oh, this is one of my favorite ones here. The game begins. Let us suppose that it is I who make the first move. I see it immediately executed upon the board, which is distinctly present to my mind. The opponent on his side replies and modifies anew the image, of which, in consequence, I retain the new form, as the photographic plate receives the impression of the object on which the light falls. Tarrasch. The woman who grows up with the idea that she is simply to be an amiable animal, to be caressed and coaxed, is invariably a bitterly disappointed woman. A game of chess will cure such a conceit forever. The woman that knows the most, thinks the most, feels the most, is the most. Intellectual affection is the only lasting love. Love that has a game of chess in it can checkmate any man and solve the problem of life. Charles Dickens. Strategically important points should be overprotected. If the pieces are so engaged, they get the reward in the fact that they will then find themselves well posted in every respect. Nimzovich. Englishmen have knowledge and they have intelligence, but they do not have endurance. You must have endurance in chess. Svetozar or Gligoric. If you play at night with a single candle, place it at your left-hand side so that it does not disturb your eyes. If you play by day, place your opponent facing the light, which gives you a great advantage. Also, try to play your adversary when he has just eaten and drunk freely. For to play a long time, it is best to have eaten lightly. To avoid getting dizzy during the game, you should drink water, but by no means wine, and play only short sessions. And for a stake small enough to avoid the possibility of the loss weighing on your mind. I like that. There's two people in here. Douglas, the Sioux is up. The sky is blue. It's beautiful, and so are you. The Beatles. Fuck the Beatles. Hey, we're down to two here. This guy's been troopers hanging in here, but Bleak checking out. Essendon checked out. The two that are in here might have dozed off. We could do this again soon. 9 hours. Shit. Yeah, I'm gonna call this one a good one. Hope you all feel the same way. Can't wait to read all these comments. Thanks for coming. Peace. See you next time. Do not comply. And there we go.